Good morning, honorable delegates. Beginning with Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm present.
Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Speaker Kiel McGee Jr. is online. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater is present via text. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Wilson Stewart did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker is present. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica is present in the council chambers. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Happy holidays. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati. Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati. Honorable Amber Kanazbakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
This is Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable
I'm here.
Wilson Stewart.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 13 delegates present.
Hello?
We can
Sorry,
hear you,
colleagues.
Speaker.
Sorry, colleagues, was on Eastern Navajo Land Commission as well. That 13 members on roll call. Moving on down, could we go ahead and have Honorable Freeland, you mind doing a invocation this morning? Honorable Freeland?
Yeah, please. Rex, are you still there? We're gonna try it.
Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes.
Who can hear you?
We can hear you,
Speaker?
Speaker.
Okay. If Honorable Freeland's unavailable, Chairman Nez, you mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Sure, I'll go ahead and pray.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Damon,
Speaker,
Other
I'm
from,
sorry,
uh,
colleagues.
this-
I dropped my call. My apologies.
Speaker, do you want Honorable Freeland to do the prayer?
Honorable Freeland, we didn't know if you were on or off, so I asked Honorable.
I'm sorry.
Nez.
Okay, I'm sorry, Speaker. I apologize. Honorable Nez, I dropped my call.
Oh, it's okay.
I can do it if you'd like me to.
Yeah, Honorable Freeland, if you want, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shanata, Speaker Damon, Honorable Nez, colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, the staff, the personnel, employees of the Navajo Nation, and all of our Navajo people out there this morning. Good morning. Good morning from Crown Point, New Mexico, Eastern Navajo Agency. It's a beautiful day out here. Blue skies, birds are chirping. We have some snow out here. We have a lot to be thankful for. So everyone has their own way and acknowledgement of giving thanks, giving your offerings, and giving continual renewal each and every day. And when we open our eyes every morning, when we first awake, we know that it's an opportunity for us to make our difference for our people. So keep that in the back of our minds, colleagues and staff. All right, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and give that acknowledgement this morning. Let's go ahead and bow our heads. Our most heavenly Father, our gracious God, our Savior, most merciful one. Father, have mercy on us this morning. Give us the guidance, give us the strength, give us the opportunity to continue to help our people at this time, Father, particularly our people in need right now, those who are suffering from COVID-19. We offer the families who have lost loved ones peace, hope, and healing and renewal at this time as they continue about their lives, Father. We pray for all of our Navajo people this morning across this great land, wherever they might be, wherever they are. Our elders right now who are maybe feeling lonely, who have no heat, give them hope, give them heat, give them a smile today, Father, as we know we are thinking about them and we truly love them. All of our veterans right now who may be feeling an ailment, whether that's physical or mental, help them heal. Give them a hope and give them an opportunity on the path to recovery, Father. All of our children right now who are in school in a setting right now to learn, as they will be our future leaders of tomorrow. Help them understand, guide them, give them that opportunity to take that information and learn, Father, and protect them in their settings, wherever they may be. Guide them each and every day. We offer the thanks, we offer the praise for all of our beloved Navajo people this morning, Father. We ask you to bless and protect our leadership, our President, Jonathan Nez, our Vice President, Myron Leiser, our Speaker, Speaker Damon, and all of the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, wherever they may be, Father. Protect them, as well as our Supreme Court Justice, Joanne Jane, our Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, and all of our district judges as well. Protect each and every one of them. All of our local leadership, our chapter officials, and the staff working throughout the 110 chapters as well. Bless and protect them, all of them at this time, Father. We ask you for continual renewal and praise as we are very thankful for our first responders, our Navajo law enforcement, Crown Point District, and all the districts out there who continually face challenges, go into unknown situations. Protect them as well. Give them that guidance and continual protection. All of our Navajo EMS personnel who are responding to calls today, going forward, protect them as they go into unknown situations as well, Father. Navajo Fire, protect them as well as they protect our people. All those who serve in the capacity of public safety, guide and protect them, correction officers as well. Father, we continually give you the praise and glory, and ask you each and every day to protect all of our loved ones abroad, all of those who are in the land within the four sacred mountains as well, Father. We know we are not perfect. We know we are imperfect. When we do fall into despair, when we do commit trespasses or sins, we know we can turn to you and ask you for that forgiveness, Father. Have mercy on us. Forgive us of any sins or any trespasses that we may have committed. We ask you for that, Father, at this time, all of us. We will continue to ask you for the renewal and the protection each and every day as we have a huge task in front of us. Help us at this time. Help us make good choices. Help us have clear minds. Help us set forth the agenda. Help us set forth the policy and what needs to be done to help our people, Father. During this time of COVID, we pray for all the people who have endured COVID, who have healed, all the families who have lost loved ones. We pray for those who are suffering right now with COVID. We cannot forget them. We will not forget them, but we will continue to pray for them at this time. Our beloved Navajo people, Father. For these things we ask continually as we are in the midst of the holy season of the birth of your Son, Jesus Christ. We are thankful for this time of the year, for the Christmas season upon us, and the spirit of giving back and helping one another. We will continue to pray and offer the thanks, give you the glory, give you the praise each and every day. For these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ, by way of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. God bless you, each and every one of you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for that wonderful invocation this morning. And thank you very much for blessing the nation, blessing our people, and blessing the day, and continuing for advocating for the entire Navajo Nation. That, colleagues, let's continue on down. At this time, our item number 2, colleagues, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any recognitions this morning? If there are none, let's go ahead and continue on. Colleagues, yesterday we had, just to recap, we had 16 members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee members comment on the overall presentation that was completed by Mr. Paul Sanchaco, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Haas from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, and there was other executive directors from the executive team that did respond to questions too as well. And this was in reference to some of the suggestions, recommendations, or just comments that were alluded and made to legislation 0257-21. So we are on the presentation on expenditures this morning, and there was expenditures that we're going through, or there are expenditures that are going through again for house renovation, bathroom additions, broadband, home electricity connection, housing, and house renovation, or housing and housing renovations, and hardship assistance. Well, with that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Paul Sanchaco to see if there's any further recap that they want to go ahead and go over. Mr. Chaco? Mr. Chaco?
Speaker? Mr.
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And all those that are on the call, the Navajo people that are listening, and we're here again to provide our recommendations from on the first infrastructure plan, the bill number 1. We do have, Mr. Speaker, on the call, most of the division directors and also several of the enterprises that are on the call to answer any questions that we may have. I think yesterday at the end of yesterday's NABI sessions, we provided some information to the council and addressed some of these concerns that were coming up. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll give back the floor to you for further discussion from the delegates themselves. So we stand ready to provide those information to the council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Then I do have, when we did go into recess, I had Honorable Elmer Begay. That was the only honorable delegate in the queue. So Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. Please add me to the queue. Thank you.
I will, Madam Chair.
Speaker Callen.
Good morning, Jay.
Morning.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay going twice. Honorable Elmer Begay going 3 times. Moving on down. Let me move on to Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. I appreciate the prayer, Shiaj. In terms of the documents and the presentation that were reported, Speaker, it's still not clear, or if your agents can provide clarification in terms of why the council is being provided this ARPA or Navajo fiscal relief funding in 3 increments. I think that the challenge, and in my comments yesterday, was if the focus is the COVID relief, I've yet to see, in reading through these 100 pages of documents, how the nation is going to build up our response to a COVID or another type of infectious disease, as we have had to deal with not only the different variants, but as I mentioned yesterday, like H1N1, we had to deal with hantavirus. And so our Navajo Department of Health has the authority and should be either at the state level when it comes to Department of Health and what it provides to Navajo Nation and beyond. And that's what I'm looking for. How are we scaling up to make sure that we're utilizing these dollars to help provide those services? In reviewing my notes from mid-March, the recommendations that were coming in, what did those 213s, what did we learn from that when communities and people were submitting emergency response needs? How is this funding then responding to those 213 needs? I think that's an area that I was hoping to get at least a summary or an idea. I have seen what Department of Health has submitted, and I think in terms of rehabilitation centers is a great move. Helping with some of the senior centers is a great move, but how are we scaling them up to meet the future needs of our health? We can't just say we have health disparities and then as a nation, not utilize dollars to help scale that up. And I'm not, because I'm trying to understand, and usually in mainstream, number one means the priority. So what I'm looking at, and I'm comparing everything that's in this legislation in terms of as the priority, but the federal legislation says this is the COVID-19 response. And I think we're still missing the mark or missing the opportunity to really have these conversations. So I want to ask Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff, does the Navajo Nation Executive, did you bring on a consultant or individuals that can help support the Navajo Department of Health to help scale them up so that they can meet the needs? Were you able in these discussions to talk to emergency management and ask what type of equipment, training, and capacity increase they would need to help with future emergencies? And because I think those are some of the priorities that I was hoping to see if we're going to identify them as number one, number two, number three. I'm also looking through our notes in terms of the direct COVID response, and we still have nonprofit groups that are providing direct relief to our relatives who are suffering with COVID. And I'm not seeing how they are either partnering in some of these discussions to help strengthen what the limitations of the mother government's reach, and what does that look like. And on the ground here is still having chapters working with our medical center and the public health nurses, our CHRs, to make sure that those families, our needs are met. I'm reading the PRs every day, and if we have over 60 communities with spread, I don't understand then why we're not having a conversation about how we could provide support to those families and those communities to reduce the spread, to help alleviate the strain that's on our hospitals, and seeing how we can help our first line health providers. In speaking with them, they are beyond the point of exhaustion. There is no relief in sight, and some of that relief can be delayed through Navajo Nation processes. And so how are we building up a sophisticated system to meet those needs? And I'm going to keep going back to this question, because as we see the funding coming down and not really understanding how this administration is going to budget out the $622 million non-federal relief dollars that are coming in, it's really hard to gauge in this comprehensive view of how we can provide life-saving measures for our people. And I think in terms of what's coming down the pipeline from IHS, we should have a clear understanding on how IHS plans to utilize those dollars, and then where are areas that they may have federal constraints. But and in my notes again, the area director does have an opportunity where Navajo Nation can provide resources so that they can purchase items that they may have federal restrictions or not be as nimble to. And I'm not sure if the Navajo Nation ever followed up in that conversation, but what I would hope is that all of our medical providers, whether they're IHS or 638, are having constant communication in terms of what are their needs, what are their recommendations, and how the nation can do their part to help alleviate the stress and to make sure then our communities are supported. When we cannot fly out to reach a higher, care, I just got off of the call. It's all the way to the point where we can't even, counties are refusing to accept families who are in crisis because they're from different counties and saying there's COVID restrictions. And so this is the frustrating part when we know all of this are the challenges. What's our response? And if and what I want to do, and there are solutions, but up until this point, maybe within the last 4 weeks, there was no leeway for leadership to engage and to provide those recommendations and how to shape this legislation. And so as a legislator, then my only opportunity right now is to start making amendments. And so the question to speaker, and in terms of how we want to make amendments, because it looks like there's a petition for Monday. So this is going to be fast tracked, a NABI in the morning, and then a $1.1 billion legislation on Monday. I'm preparing my amendments to meet the priorities and the needs of what's been submitted to my office in terms of concern. And I think colleagues also can share that experience. And if you can reflect in seeing in those dark days of early March and of April. So Speaker, I would need to know that. And I would also request that the defund CARES and the prior funding that was allocated, there's about approximately $400 million that was now going to be used, this ARPA Navajo fiscal relief, that was not part of the spreadsheet. And so there were projects that were funded. I think it's a defunded CARES, CEJASIN, UUFB. But when I looked down UUFB and CEJASIN, there were 0 projects. So I just need to make clear if we could get a comprehensive listing of how this funding is benefiting our communities. And because what I would continue to encourage is, I would like to make decisions that not only help my district, but help the council and the Navajo Nation, but I also as equitable as we can. And there are larger needs in different districts, depending on if we talk about infrastructure and basic infrastructure, but in comparison, then there's additional needs when it comes to beefing up our medical response, our communications. And so I think in looking at that, and I'm not going to name a delegate and I'm not going to name a district, but there are glaring disparities right now with this legislation. And so not being part of the conversation, not being able to advocate and get my projects on the listing has been certainly a disadvantage. And NTA, if they could explain, or if Chaco can explain, there's a listing where a check mark says, oh, you could be in the pool. But I don't know, is that you can be in the pool or you are in the pool? Because we would need to make amendments to start adding those projects onto the exhibits. I don't want any of my projects in a pool. I want my projects identified and funded, and accountability that it's going to get done. And so, Speaker, I'll need guidance, because we'll be working and getting these amendments as soon as possible to our legislative council. But I do need guidance in terms of how we do that, and this kind of restrictive language, if DOJ needs to review, because I'm not sure. And there was no indication what projects were reviewed. We got a listing from the office, Mr. Patero's shop. But when I read those documents, I am still trying to connect where my projects correlate to the DOJ review. So is there somewhere that's going to let us know what's been reviewed, or do I need to submit a review this morning to make sure all of the projects that were submitted meet that requirement? I understand
go after the youngsters, huh?
I understand maybe theoretically that seemed like the best way to go to help make sure the nation's covered legally. But now as we get to the grind, I can see now how that's being used as a way for delegates to be hampered in trying to advocate for projects that are reasonable, that are well vetted out, and that should be on this project planning. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Crotty, for those questions.
Eugene,
Let me go ahead and continue on down, and I'll go back to the presenters, and then also if there's any further comments that are needed, I can come back to you to clarify some of the questions. With that, let me go to Honorable Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, Shnanda, Ado, Kodo, Jehnati, Kadi, Day 2. Don, just again, just want to be on record. By the time I got to the Window Rock Legislative Council was already closed, and I did inform the Chief of Staff about my request to drop legislation. But based on that, there was a response from Legislative Council that what's needed or each of the requests need. So I think how we want to advocate for our community as an agency or the Navajo Nation, I believe this is one, I guess they always say, learn from experience. And I believe the office haven't, the opera funding office haven't or had or didn't learn the CARES funding process. That's the reason why we're making all these statements. Obviously, majority of the chapters weren't involved. Majority of the open door public setting process wasn't there. I myself had tried to push the chapters to get things going, but there wasn't much of a coordination or cooperation, which results in some comments that were made by my colleague yesterday. Ko halit ala Ecuador dik at denan linki yal babak hui naki ki tohjon hichat ato tohjon hishan eliada. Bana ikato, I guess to some extent, some of us had demanded to provide a detailed budget of the funding. Ibn Kati na kekuna hol jishkuna bniya bache nati khaydi ako del sant eko to hayut atin din hi chapters bebechen da has git ato tabakhata. I really want to concentrate for myself is on the broadband. If you look through the listing of what we have as far as broadband, Nikki, a lot of these existing homes, which is okay for me, but what's the partnership that they have? For example, a lot of these connections that's listed by NTUA or for NHA housing, or the NHA, but yet it seems that we're submitting some of these progress that the NHA should be doing themselves. Those in the rural part of the that lives off the main road, 5 miles, 10 miles, those people that live in these areas are being getting more, I guess, accommodated, which is okay for me, but we're still going to be having little to no internet service for our kids that lives more than 5 to 10 miles off the road. Out of IHS employee housing, sure like to know how much IHS is including or cost sharing from the opera funding. There's another one, window housing, OPVP upgrade at the Baka. That I don't hawanas na dot aita o upgrade e ran halong kodo dik at kodo based on Linigi Ajabe, the niche. And as indicated yesterday, a lot of other companies are willing to expand out to these non-service area. And we know the needs and we know the area that needs to be connected to have new cell tower, new internet service. And I believe that as far as NTUA, I know I'm bugging you. I'm sure Mr. Haas is listening, but I think as an entity or enterprise of the Navajo Nation, I believe that they should be part of the person at the door, and the Navajo Nation government should be the one really advocate. Being in the management position. Sato nhikwaake then toti niniki koko kwaake peso ache hojena koko do lange. But not the stag go yego shitis ashe shinant no senigi. I haven't seen anywhere where you're advocating for funding at the same time you're in the position to make presentation or be in the position in managing these particular funding. I really believe that we really should be able to have the NTUA be part of the party where they're also asking or requesting. Yes, they are our enterprises, but what in the Kodo again here we're a non-profit organization named according to Shishazing debating just case in the I've been bugging and sending internet or broadband or cell service assessment of all my 5 chapters. I never had received or response on that statement. So what's the assurance for me to support that this plan will go through again? Because I've been making false statement to my community, especially the community of Little Mountain, that a new tower is specifically in these policy because anik a compass of belanda is link konk at into konk at cell tower and habit ni ya la tshnigo go the net quid she be which ha see go only distinct on the bazneta. Yes, they were specifically listed on these funding appropriation through the CARES funding. Yes, internally, I guess that's another excuse. Internally, Kojayal and Diniki, Ado deadline, Nikipin, Ado Biga, the Sali, Hatnigo, or Quagging his chicken hat, Halit Elans, and so I'm looking towards other company that's willing to, I guess I'll take their word for it to see if they were able to accomplish what they have indicated, or will say that they'll establish a cell tower or connect broadband to my community. Even though the funding is there, that was appropriated several years ago, but these it seems that they're going on almost 2 years just to get things done to get the fiber line. So again, in this case, into a 1 chapter project in almost 2 years. So if they're assuming this much project, how long and how within 2 years, 2024, that's out of that based on Lindiki on his projects or you at that I think that's one thing that we really need to understand. Each of the counties of the state, the New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah counties, they're willing to help. Based on Diniki, public Hahui Nato, let in hit Chaton Hikati, Jastota, Netishna, other school that each school has their own area way to cost share to base from each of the state. Out of the E-rates that no the Bayeta I believe that the value of the funding that we have through E-rate, it could even triple or quadruple. ADG is not being disseminated out of our own program, the Navajo Nation program, out of the regulatory commissions, I don't believe that they're not being provided to have an input. Those are some documents I like to see before this legislation is being presented. What effort has been made to communicate with other companies through the point of privilege. Speaker, if I don't get it by during the deliberation of the council of the legislation, I guess I'll make another statement for a point of privilege to receive documents of what cooperation communication had been made through or to the outside companies. Took about dana by yada last under the sogo go jog ye go to asakit or 88 baby the il go kodo to jo satona nishiki to the way I see into a should be that there should be the focus on expanding the power line. A hun and lindo lihnt a out of the broadband navigate or youth then and he cut the just on him based on that today deal in so that just the assurance that we be able to have access and having the right of way process as quickly as possible. And maybe Speaker, I'd like to request again during this lobby session or during the council session that we allow a lot of these outside entities, cell carriers, to provide their report, a statement to the Navajo Nation Council of what they have what visions that they have for the Navajo Nation, aside from the current plans that's in the legislation. Speaker, but I'll go ahead and continue, make some statement as we go along in other areas. Housing, to edigi kodo it atin the nan linigi babayel to accord ani kodon he chapters don hit the nan linigi baby church and it akko to joyat it to listen song the zero and hit a quack is not the wheel nako quack yard and then get it that it so to it that the list or that it no quack is at the job is kitten the cut the joy down bend that I down hot out kodo email linigi channel in hoban al day a call hit all the equator chapters that hekito the nan linigi hit out kodo at the don nikila store hot out with shape baby not shake short out to ba hard zido ban yasof a baby not did out at the nature to the nihiki hot ashin to bonet zado le out of the other thing speaker maybe assure me on that. I know there were some comments were made yesterday that ended or the nebak baby car na ye do be obey no the hada at zihiki. What was the intent purpose of this particular funding? I think that's the focal thing that we need to put it in our thought as that okay. What was the intent purpose of this opera funding? Nahiki ebibits on the beach out the dot needs to Asian Siki Kodo and the has the door and the wheat Ecuador ebib nash ebis on Liniki out what dot leaf John hit out need the key that Hagit ebib nashiko Hajashid or then Liniki be dot and then Liniki a lab baby at Celia the bub at Celia John no hada at Hiki. I think that was the main purpose of it and for it a call got it a hate RAO use it or dik at sato yal kodo the nebich hoto nito ala be bada to liset o sato o aita the inistot aita lenas langit o nidiki in that. I think that's overall a call the hot in the rural part of the Navajo Nation is still going to be the same. Call quacky gishi. I think the staff of Opera Fund, Opera Office, and then all the division program. What we say ashode saton hisenos don hapa konosin, especially of the 5 chapters of me for my 5 chapters that I represent. Kodo yuje kodo the nen diniki yin hichiyast kito yin hichahadziki halit ala how effectively can I relay their message to the Navajo Nation government? Hit ala net asha hadzi dot asha hot adini diki that's upon the dolye shazada a il shazada on the dolye no sayata kiki holon at a ko elahit a kodoba and nadoba a doba takes lindi kodo be by ko e kwaki ashore it additional shizazindo bahanana so there really needs to be good communication with all the communities, all the chapter coordinators, with the chapter officials, even to the grazing officials. As I always indicate, a lot of time budget by person in the janitorial position should be at the table saying that this is how much plastic bag and this is how much trash can that I need again. Nigo go sato sazingo go layat schnitzel sato akon hitik at hot lat tsaga hot zandet AEC kodoti ado les oti no kodo what we have git added ebchen deal chit kodenen do yego ebch il na ta be hatit to be bech hatit hiki ko ebe ben kun zato ai ta ta shadit abech ti kun le di ta kun da ta chanel da de nebe bech chinit kwa gidit bech dan tin pendo le hinte kada ta het ai o che kodo khanet zato de na in ziniki to pa ti nisiki ki la hit ela chinti no si ta kwa ke ko ade nikhel khaz ade etish sizindo ahot abe pa kun suno ben go kodo pa hanana sito jodikat beken not ne ko ebe ben na kodo sizindo the nabat hat shahge hutini dot an hapaha sin that other sazan dindigishan di yada halit atini dohit ala hanana siko anta ekodo the neta is ado shoh the notes in the sense it's a case ko ebe ben na shikodik at art kodo the nendingi ahot edo the hot agi aje to yeko in hapa ku hin zinigi ben na kadit aba yelti kodit ashin zero ast son yan bahanana sit or lito ashin hit ashi bahanate kodo hol jishikis speaker in hit on slado le
Speaker, put me in the queue too, December.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Keon Begay. With that, let me go ahead and continue on. I do have Honorable Otto So. And then just for the record, colleagues, I do have Honorable Paul Begay. Oh, shoot. So,
Speaker, do you hear me?
yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you again for allowing me to speak and the package that's that was packaged up for us and also looking at the legislation of the fund management plan in Diego. So based on that, I thought so hoki oyo Diego onash inigo sanka. So yo ohne he so aje naje band badatike ko ade ebke ko ade hota ade ni jenita ani ita di ade dan hidate national ahle lebe la ne doshte konde ide yego hudne at aikal ni beti behz aniki or ide o disikki additional punishment but bottom line is how do we get services to the Navajo people, and based off of the population, or to the citizen. And you look at the numbers that were provided about how much dollars are going into each chapter and so forth, that's there. But that sets up a disadvantage for the other areas that are not getting as much because of, not too sure. They have running water and so forth. But the bottom line is the services out there. We know that Indian Health Service has a trust responsibility for water line construction. And I know that NTUA is, I hope NTUA is not funding any one-to-one program that's on the listing. And if so, we need to take those off the books so that will allow Indian Health Service to continue their trust responsibility. The other is that that will shore up additional resources. And the other thing too is wanigi asiego community development. You know that about 50 million is going into housing for common Navajo, the common Navajo out there. But we have our Navajos that are citizens that has disabilities. Isha. Those last so 50 million bunny what all need there. Our citizens that are at a disadvantage. Sure, they're struggling every day of their conditions to try to keep themselves clean and get themselves so they won't get sick. It is the least area that leadership always intends to look over disadvantage. So I really hope that maybe community development can structure, see if maybe the administration could go back to the drawing tables and pull out dollars from another. We got to get it from somewhere. We need to increase housing and maybe shore up some of the water line costs that is out there that may be on the one-to-one program. I don't need the broadband out there to the schools and so forth is very, very important. But I really hope that NTUA is strategizing based off of the need and the also economic on behalf of economic development. And those areas, they're very, very vital because we get a fiber line, that speaks to, businesses doing business transaction a lot sooner. So, these projects here, really have to make sure that these dollars do get out there. That's just what I want to just say. Again, appreciate the dialogue and hope that community development takes that suggestion to increase dollars, go back to the drawing table, Paco, maybe you guys could go back to the drawing table and take another, 50 million, maybe 100 million. Housing is something that's very, very important. Whether it's apartments, whether it's economic development. You don't have housing development, then you just look at the contract nurses and contract health professionals that work on Navajo. Where are they staying? Guarantee you all the ones that are contracted out in Gallup and Fort Defiance and surrounding area are in Gallup, those hotels. Guarantee you the other health facilities are in the same boat. They're at the border town. How can we address housing? These dollars. No, it's just yo. Not to do that. It's not that na oka ajon if you share. Now, how does she? Every you can't get through them. Oh, how does she on chon? That you can't fix that person. I should tell. Oh, you lead Allah do lead. Allah and that nada on the banana here. So Dana the meeting with my chapter and reiterate the same thing. No matter how Sunday service has been but then so they think of it really no sense saying that because it goes in one ear and it goes out the other ear. What that? I Niki that ET. Vision directors that Niki that ET. So you jump on things. And what is Bansiski? What that? It be so you get it that I see. And then I see. Joe. Yeah. Let this funding benefit the Navajo citizens. What that? You know what I'm saying?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue, Ashwana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto So, and thank you very much for the comments. Colleagues, let me go back to the presenters at this time. Vice Chair Smith, I'll go ahead and put you in the queue.
Speaker?
Yes.
For the record, Naabik'íyáti on call. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
With that, Mr. Chaco, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I believe there were several questions and that were directly posed to me, and there were some that will be handled by the team that are on the line. First of all, to Honorable Delegate Crotty for your questions with regards to health, and then your overall concern as to how this first bill relates to addressing COVID-19. As you're aware, Delegate Crotty, last year when we first had when we first went into the pandemic, when the pandemic first hit, one of the areas that was noted by the health professionals, was that lack of potable water, lack of basic hygiene, and lack of those things drove COVID-19, simply because people didn't have running water to wash their hands. And that's coming from the professional folks. It drove COVID-19 21% higher in New York due to the limited access to water. And we're still in that situation. We have not addressed that. In addition, we also relayed this information of lack of running water to the national leadership in Congress and to the President of the United States. We asked for help to reduce this pandemic through the basic necessity of water. Water, wastewater, and power are part of this fight against COVID-19. In addition, the infrastructure plan also has housing. As we're all aware, we have multi-generational families and homes. That's also a contributing factor to COVID-19. And that housing portion is also included in this infrastructure bill. You have water, wastewater, bathroom addition, housing. Those are the key elements in fighting this disease. We have put this package together to address those. In addition, these infrastructure will be here generations, not only this year, but it'll be 40 years down the line. These systems will be in place for future generations. And that's how we package this together to fight COVID-19. That's the overarching vision of most of the team that put this together, including the Office of the President and Vice President. So I will address that in that manner, Shanantai. I will also address your direct question to me with regards to the consulting. If we have any direct money for consultants that may help Navajo Division of Health to help them improve their capacity. Not only in health, we also have capacity issue in every division. We don't have the health professionals to manage some of these programs. We don't have some of the professionals in each one of these programs. And we could sit here and discuss those because they are long-standing issues long before most of us were here in office. So yes, I have been in contact with Division of Health with Dr. Jim. I'm sure that Dr. Jim has also reported these issues and concerns to Health and Human Services Committee in her reports to them. So I'll defer that to Dr. Jim for further clarification. And also I'll move forward, and that's move forward to Key Allen Begay. I believe that his concern is chapter involvement. My understanding is that the chapters were informed. There have been several meetings with Dr. Yellowman, and I'll have her provide those dates and times that she met with Mr. Begay's 5 chapters, and I'll leave that question or those questions and possibly answers from Dr. Yellowman. With broadband, I know you had a concern with some funds going to Navajo Housing Authority. But we must be reminded that Navajo families live in those units. Maybe 5 or 6 families live in those units. And we have to provide them service as well. the Quishin Tapagon Navajo Housing Authority homes. And some of those homes, some of those families that are living in those homes do not pay rent. It's subsidized by NHA. When NHA gets their federal dollars, it's not all to construction. It's all to maintain some of these rental units, and it's all to subsidize those families that can't afford to pay their home. Some of them have they don't pay rent money. So that's why we have broadband services that are going to these homes. Same with IHS. Navajo families that are living in these IHS units. Those families. So that's why we have these broadband services for as many people as we can cover. And then also some of the questions from delegates Otto So is that he mentioned the IHS responsibility on water projects, some of these water projects. We are aware of that. We are aware that to make sure in our discussion with IHS, with NTUA, to make sure that those projects that are on the SDS list, to make sure those are not on the ARPA list. We cross-check and cross-reference some of those. And I'll have Wally go into detail on some of that information on the SDS list and the IHS responsibility. And President we gave a presentation at Twin Arrows on the amount of money that we're receiving other than the ARPA money. We received a little over $2 billion in ARPA, but in addition, our staff executive brought in an additional $700 million in addition to those dollars, which also is reflective of this legislation to make sure we didn't duplicate services. I believe we accomplished that. And then there was a question of increased housing. This is the proposal that we submitted, which is the infrastructure bill. Infrastructure for housing. We just put a dollar amount on that. Infrastructure projects with these amounts, in which we did. Now it's in the council. If it's up to the council to increase housing, this is just the proposal that we submitted. Mr. Also, questions in Lagido. Thank you for the questions from the other delegates as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll give a little bit of time more to Mr. Wally and also some of the team members. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn over the floor to Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes.
I'd like to thank you. I'd like to call up a few slides to help answer several of the delegates' questions. The first slide that's on the screen is regards to Delegate Crotty. Delegate Crotty had this slide is slide number 1 in after tab 2. Okay, and in your booklet, and it lays out what was requested by the Delegate Crotty's chapters through the CDC portal, and this one just tries to give a checklist of, when you look at each project, where it may reside. Okay, now understanding that legislation 0257-21 is a separate funding source apart from the defunded CARES or the Sahasan or the UUFB funded projects. Obviously, if there's funding in those pools of dollars, then we would be saying that that project's funded from that area. We have given out several listings several times on the defunded CARES projects and what are being funded through the defunded CARES multiple times. We're going to send out another version of that to everybody. But one of the reasons we didn't send it out with the entire packet because we didn't want to confuse folks. And we had been through it 3 or 4 times before the process. So if you would go to the next slide. The next slide, Delegate Crowdy, Madam Chair, Delegate Crowdy, sorry. The next slide that I wanted to go to is the very first slide in the next appendix piece. It's slide 1. And what this slide tried to do is provide similar information to the first slide, but it tried to identify it as, you know, where the project that you laid out could potentially be. So you had asked about pools and needs-based projects and why some of your projects are in there. The power line extension project, I'll show you a slide later on, is part of an addendum. As I described yesterday, it helped us derive the $200 million number. So if this project, as it goes through the process, and when we get to the back slide to talk about this, there's additional information that needs to be gathered from the community to go through the whole feasibility process. But there are dollars available in the 200 million to be able to go through that feasibility process and also be able to construct it if it's found to be feasible and going through the process. It has already been found because of its category class from the Department of Justice. It's already been found to be eligible. So we don't have to pass that hurdle. We just have to get better definition on those type of projects. So the next type of pool project that is on your list, and I'm referring to Bukatatil, talks about a needs or pool based, again, where the community asked for the $240,000. The reason we don't list the $240,000 in the amount funded through the various legislations on the end is because unfortunately we've had 4,500 requests for bathrooms, and we have about $150 million designated in that area. And that $150 million, which again, the bathroom is not just the bathroom, but it's the whole system, meaning it's a water connection, it's a plumbing and piping inside for the cold water. It creates a hot water system and plumbing and piping for the hot water system. It creates a full bathroom. It also has a sink outside the bathroom for being able to use it. And then it has to take care of all the waste products that are created. So you have to have all the piping going outside to a septic system and a drain tile component. So it's quite an encompassing project as you go along. But again, as I was speaking, there was 4,500 requests. We were able to identify 3,800 of those locations approximately, and we've started feasibilities on those locations. But the funding that's allocated through this legislation, we hope to be able to do more than 1,000. But if every unit or every bathroom needed all the pieces and components, we've estimated that we'd only be able to do a little over 1,000 units. So that's why it is a needs and pool based, because the demand far outweighs the dollars available to be able to fund this. The next couple items on your list talks about future IHS SDS potential funding sources. I'll show a slide later on how that relates out. And then when you talk about projects like where Cove asked for the chapter warehouse project at $530,000, that project is outside of the current scope of this legislation. Now, it doesn't mean that it can't be in a different legislation and go through a process. And it doesn't mean that there are not potential other funding sources available as Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff, noted there's another $700 million. So that's how that is kind of laid out. So your item number 6, your Cove Chapter power line, again, that can be accommodated underneath the $200 million. But again, it wasn't a fully vetted process yet. We haven't been able to complete the feasibility process. You have to understand that there's been more than 10,000 projects here, and there has been no dollars released to get us through the feasibility process. The projects that have gone through the feasibility process have been self-funded by NTUA and NECA so far through the process, and there's a limit to what we can afford to do. NTUA has already expended over $20 million on defunded CARES Acts and feasibility studies related to this ARPA funding. We're at the limits of what we're able to self-fund or fund ahead of time, and we haven't been able to fully complete the sub-grant recipient agreement on the defunded CARES, but we are getting very, very close to getting that done, and we're very appreciative of the Controller's Office and the Department of Justice. We're getting very close, and those are much needed funds to continue on our process. So that's kind of a recap of what the pools-based is and the differences between the two processes. So to give a little bit more clarity and understanding, if we could just go to the next slide real quick, which just the next slide is actually Carl Slater. And if you go to, not that one, oh, okay. Let's just go to the next slide. And what I just wanted to say, when you go back to the first slide. Oh, you got it, Carl's here, I'm sorry. That's not the one we wanted. Oh yeah, it is. Under the Carl Slater slide, you can see that item number 15, the Saley Wheatfields electric line, that's actually funded in the defunded CARES Act. So that's not funded through legislation 025721. And we were just identifying those things. So obviously we didn't want to put things that were in the defunded CARES Act or the Sahasan or IHS or other funding sources in funding source 025721, because we did not want to duplicate the funding on the projects. So that's why they're kind of separated out there. But when the chapters asked for set their priority lists all together, there was only 2 carryover projects that they asked for. And the reason for that is many of the chapters already understood that they were in the defunded CARES and they were moving forward in that funding class. The next slide I wanted to kind of go to in response to Amber Crotty's request, and this is hopefully going to be helpful in other folks' requests, relates back to the IHS funding that a few folks have brought up. There is some, and originally was some overlaps. Basically what these 3 circles are trying to explain is there was $300 million requested from the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources and NTUA through legislation 0257-21. That amounts to 46 specifically located projects and 19 system-wide projects, which are pool projects. And the reason they're divided into pool projects is there's more demand to get those type of projects done than the dollars available. And there also need to be vetting and needs-based, meaning that some end up being a higher priority. And in certain cases, they become a higher priority because of an emergency situation that may occur over the next 3 years. The reddish portal talks about the $300 million that were identified through the DCD portal water and wastewater projects requests from the chapters. It's just a coincidence that the 2 numbers are both $300 million. There was 93 projects identified through that listing. And then there was a separate group of projects from defunded CARES through Sahasan and through UUFB of another 138 million that represented 450 projects. Now, one of the unfortunatenesses of the water projects or wastewater projects that were funded through Sahasan or UUFB funding is that now, for the very first time in the history of the United States, historic events occurred, they fully funded the current IHS SDS list. That's $543 million, and there's 363 projects within that listing of that current list. Any funds that the nation has put forth in any of the Sahasn or UUFB funds are now matching funds for that current list and are not eligible to be reimbursed to the Navajo Nation, because when the federal government approved the SDS list, they included those as contributions from the nation. So we want to be careful going forward through the process of what we want to fund ourselves, because we want to minimize the amount of funding we do that would alleviate or where we could get IHS federal government funding. There are certain instances where it may be necessary to be able to do that just on a timely manner, and also just so that investments that are made do not go to waste. Do you have the next slide right after here, right after this? Okay, on the next slide, and we've got detailed information on it, is of the 93 projects that were requested from the DCD portal for water wastewater projects totaling $291 million. All of those projects can fit into the current IHS project lists or can fit into a future list. There was about approximately $47 million of projects that say could be on a future list that are not on the current list. And why I say there's room on to be on the future list is not only did the federal government fully fund the $543 million on the current list, they actually funded approximately $135 million per year for 5 years, which totals $675 million. So they funded $132 million above the current SDS list. So the projects that are representing that $47 million that says future funding, we obviously need to work very closely and directly with IHS to prove that those projects are eligible for the funding and that we could fit them into those funding sources. Now, people have mentioned multiple times that, you know, there's a lot of projects in IHS, and how are they going to get all those projects implemented and that? Well, we're going to have to help them all as a community, and all of the enterprises and nation folks are going to have to step up to help them be able to benefit, be able to spend this money for the benefit of Navajo people. The reason I say this is currently the IHS funding was only about $20 million a year. So we're going from about $20 million a year to $135 million a year. So we all need to kind of work together on this. Now, the little green dot on the left side, they were 6 projects out of the 93 projects, or the $300 million that went from the DCD portal that have been found to not be eligible for IHS funding and have been found not to be eligible for 0257-21. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't another funding source available to them potentially. It just is that they're not eligible to those 2 funding sources, which we're working on and trying to articulate right now. I'd like to move on to the next slide, please. The next Amber Crotty slide that we were trying to go to. Okay. Nope, that wasn't it. That was the water slide. So the slide is right here. Yep. What I wanted to point out to Madam Chair, Delegate Crotty, that's not it. There you go. Nope, that's not it. It's 2 of 10, and it's in the appendix piece of the water appendix legislation. Okay. All right, no problem. Waterways Fund? No, it is the document that's Sauter Miller created. It's this document right here. Take your time. Now, this document that's being scrolled through rather quickly has got a wealth of very, very important information about 025721, and also has a very important amount of information regarding the IHS SDS listing projects. This slide is underneath that appendix piece. It is actually slide 2 of 10. It's the first slide that is titled Navajo Area IHS SDS project listing for fiscal 22. Delegate Crotty, you have a series of projects on this list right here in the top. We also provided you with the ID number from Indian Health Service on the left. So if you wanted to look at one of the projects, just say Red Valley Grace Begay Waterline Extension Phase 1, you would want to contact IHS and give them that number, and they can tell you the dispensation of that line through the process. So we've kind of broken that out and identified what's the eligible cost of that $534 million of that project listing, and we've done it for every one of the delegates. And we wanted to make sure that we didn't have a duplication where legislation 025721 funds these projects that are already on the fiscal year 2022 IHS SDS list. Now, if you would go on to the next slide we had picked out to illustrate to Delegate Crotty. Yep. Now, in the legislation, Delegate Crotty, we didn't fully break out all the potential projects that were listed through the DCD portal. We did calculate enough dollars to be able to construct them according to the cost that was laid out in the portal, but we didn't list everyone in the beginning of the original process because we just wanted to give, here's what's included and here's the pool that we have dollars for, so we can vet those type of projects and go through those projects fully. And you can see at the addendum, along with all the other projects that are listed, you can see 3 projects that came off the portal. And you can see just based on the information that we got from the portal, the projects are not fully through the process just because there isn't a complete number of total customers, miles, and those type of things. And we need to work directly with your community to identify those customers and get those projects to a more advanced process. Our community projects that are listed in the legislation had gone through that process. Again, we just have not been able to go through 10,000 projects in only a few months. And we also don't have the funding to go through 10,000 projects right now. We're working to the best of our ability, and we still have to be able to make our ends meet in other areas. So I hope that provides an overview of where we are and what's included and what's not included. And hopefully this helps other folks understand where they can look for this information regarding their delegate, regarding their chapters and their delegates. And we would really like you to share this information directly with the chapters. Now I wanted to move on and talk about Kealan Begay. Kealan Begay, Delegate Kealan Begay had talked about housing connections for NHA and why NHA isn't really paying for those. Part of it is fiber optic to the home is a very expensive service. And in addition to that, it only becomes feasible and partially self-sustaining if you do it in an area where houses are close together. So it only makes sense to try to build the fiber optic to the homes where they're close together. In addition to this, there is a program out there called EBB that is now converting to AFC, which provides funding for the individual from the federal government so they can actually get free service. So if you now qualify for a Lifeline phone, this is a parallel to a Lifeline phone for broadband. N2-Way Wireless has well over 1,000 customers on that program today. And that program only started several months ago. It is going to be replaced by a new program going forward. So we targeted 30 communities across the Navajo Nation to provide fiber to the home to. Okay, so pull up Keon's first one. And the reason we did that is those are the 30 most populated areas. In addition to that, by doing that, it allows N2A to provide, or N2A Wireless, I should say, to provide a better service to the remaining members of the community. So the people that you talked about being 1 mile from the line or 3 miles from a broadcast station, by taking these customers off, it frees up spectrum and allows us to provide a faster, better services to the outlying community members that are out there. And I'm going to actually show, if you go to the bottom of this page, right here, you just scroll down. All the way to the bottom. Okay, if you look at the stop, you need to go back up. It's on page 516, the bottom. It's on page 3, the bottom of page 3. Okay, right there, you want to stop. So if you look at the third item from the bottom, talks about customer premise equipment for wireless broadband service nationwide lot, $2,295,000. That is specifically for people who live in the rural areas. So that you're talking about people 5, 10 miles, 3 miles away from the line to get the signal out there. And what this does is this provides the equipment to be installed in the home so that the homeowner doesn't have to pay it up front or doesn't have to pay it over time. So basically it reduces the bill to the customer by about $120 per year through the process. And we wanted to be able to provide as affordable service as possible. In addition to that, this customer premise equipment will not be utilized on anybody who's getting the free EBB service or the AFR service. And the reason for that is the federal government pays for that. So I don't want to utilize these dollars when I can utilize federal dollars from another pool to still meet the needs of those people and those community members. So those are things that I wanted to kind of point out and understand. Now, you had mentioned that you have had conversations with your community about Low Mountain and the Jedediah towers. The reason the Low Mountain Tower and the Jedediah Tower is not in this legislation is because it is funded in the DCARES, the defunded CARES legislation. So we are very, very focused on making sure that it doesn't appear in multiple places, that it gets funded once and goes through that process. The reason it's not built today is because N2A hasn't gotten any dollars to construct the defunded CARES dollars. Those are very large construction projects, and we've already spent over $20 million on getting projects in place. And we are focusing on projects that will help more people quicker. So meaning that, you know, if I put up a tower and a broadcast station, it would take money away from about 250 homes that I could connect electrically. So I'm focusing on things that I can get more people taken care of in a quicker manner. Once the dollars are released, those projects will move forward to construction. We already have bought all, we have the materials in stock, and we have the contract already released. You had also complained about a fiber optic line that was taking 2 years to build for the Blue Gap community. And what was going on with that fiber line is that N2A didn't get funded for that fiber line to try to expedite the matter, we did get the right of way prior to funding. We did receive funding just recently, and that line was completed about 2 weeks ago. It's not in service yet because it's going through the testing phase, but that line has already been built and is going in place. In that other area, we also had completed the Jedediah line out to the Jedediah community and the Jedediah chapter and the Jedediah school. We're going to expand that line from that line that's in the Jedediah area over to the tower with this funding that's in this legislation, because it was not in the defunded CARES legislation. And you had mentioned some components about E-rate. E-rate programs are competitively based. They're educational programs that provide subsidy to schools and certain institutions to purchase broadband services, but the schools themselves have to solicit the funds for that. They have to pay anywhere from 10 to 25% of the matching funds, and it goes through a very competitive process that everybody has to bid on. All the competitors bid on through the processes. Now, you had asked the question about us working with outside communities or outside various carriers. We worked with outside various carriers on the NTIA grant application, which we're still waiting to hear if we're going to get that award or not. And in this particular case, we haven't started with working on various carriers because, again, there's over 20,000 projects that are going on. And when we work with outside carriers and outside electric companies, they usually require us to pay for part of the process to go through the feasibility process. And quite frankly, I want to spend my money, and I'm self-funding over $20 million for the projects to get real Navajo people services right now, not to plan out the future services. Right now, until we can get some of the funding back that we've already spent, our best resources is to try to help and get as many families services before Christmas as possible, and that's been our main focus. If you go to the next slide, though, in the appendix piece of this legislation that we sent out, the chapters did request funding from outside various carriers, and we show that on these sheets here that are part of your information that was sent out. And in this particular sheet, it does talk about you requested 2 towers. Now, again, broadband is only allowed to be delivered through the ARPA funds, not mobile phone service. But we took the information that was in the DCD portal and we put it in here because these will be projects that we'll be working with the carriers that were identified in the upload of the portal to evaluate these projects after we receive funding and be able to move forward. And the real reason the funding and the process goes through this is the Navajo Nation wants to utilize NQA's technical experience and technical expertise to help evaluate projects to make sure they fit into the Department of Treasury and the United States IRS criteria, which is attached to the legislation ruling. They utilized NQA, and NQA stayed separate from NQA Wireless and all of the dialogues through the NTIA grant awards. And NQA will also stay separate and keep all the information that's given to us private and confidential from NQA Wireless. So we have the separation of the folks. There's still $19,300,000 that we would refer to as pool dollars that's available for projects in this category class for anyone across the Navajo Nation, and the various carriers. They would need to make us aware of what they'd like to do, and we would evaluate that based on the eligibility criteria set forth by the United States government. And the next slide, 517, is the slide that basically talks about the middle mile section. And in the middle mile section, the dollars are broken out here. And again, you can see the 2 projects that your communities put forth through the portal are identified here. They were just broken down in between what would be eligible under 517 and what would be eligible under 516. In the portal, you just had them put together. We've actually went back and broke out and said, this is about how much the variance of the two would be. So those are the, I believe, the answers to Delegate Begay's questions. The biggest real issue that goes on in all of this is, there's a limited amount of funding here. The $200 million that is set aside for broadband is not enough money to bring broadband to every Navajo family member or every Navajo across the Navajo Nation. We also know that there are additional grant opportunities that we've been seeking, like the NTI grant, which was $50 million. We're also seeking other opportunities in the infrastructure legislation that's been passed by the federal government. So we're going to keep building upon this, but it's very important to get these projects underway. We've already lost a year's worth of time. Many, many projects get delayed extensively through the design and quite frankly, the right-of-way processes and getting the grazing right folks and other consents needed to move things forward. So the longer we wait, the less projects that will be able to be built under these opportunity fundings that are in front of us. And we've already lost a year. So we really would like to get moving on this as soon as possible to provide the maximum benefit back to the Navajo people. Delegate Otto So asked us about the IHS funding and NQA funding that's in here, and Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources funding. We've tried our best to not fund projects that could be funded by IHS, either through their current SDS list or their future list. What we have done is balance those, but there are certain cases, examples of real good examples would be bathroom additions and that, where we really need to coordinate the water line and the wastewater treatment facility for those homes when the bathrooms are built. If you put in the bathrooms and you have to rely on someone else to get the water to them and the wastewater in place, by the time that occurs, the bathrooms may no longer be functional or may have other problems. So while we go through the bathroom additions, we're going to coordinate those with IHS to the best of our ability. But because we don't have direct control over IHS, there'll be bathrooms out there that will get through the process, that will need to get water and wastewater services to them before IHS is able to complete that process. So we are trying to balance things to the best of our ability, but we're also trying to deliver these services, because if we wait in certain instances for IHS, the time to be able to build these bathrooms may run out. And then it would be a tremendous loss for everybody. So we're not perfect by any means at all. We're doing the best we can. We've tried to create the best balances we can. And Speaker, I think I've answered. Oh, there was one other question that Delegate Otto So had asked about strategies regarding broadband deployment. Yes, we have strategized. We have lists of sites and prioritizing the sites directly with NQA Wireless so that we can get the coverage out to the people in the areas that have no coverage. And we're trying to free up spectrum so that areas that have coverage today can get faster speeds, more appropriate usages across that. So we have a long-term strategy. We have projects listings that go well beyond what we could fund here. And as other dollars become available, whether it's through the infrastructure package that's been passed by the federal government or other grants, we're going to continuously apply for those dollars. A recent example is just last Saturday, we got news that we were awarded the Tis Nos Post tower, fiber, and broadcast station from an RUS grant. That project is currently in this legislation, and with Department of Justice, we'll be moving that project and supplementing it with a different project as we move forward. But that's just an example of how we keep continuously try to find additional dollars on top of what we have to benefit the Navajo people. And the Tisnospos project for grant funding, we applied for it 3 times. The 3rd time was the charm. So it takes a lot of time and effort and energy, and we've been dedicated to keep at it to be able to benefit as many community members as possible. I believe I answered all the questions that were posed that are in my realm to answer, Speaker Damon. So I'd like to turn turn my time back over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Mr. Chaco, do you have any other division directors?
Yeah.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning. Is this Dr. Yellowman?
Good morning, Speaker. If possible, I could respond to some of the comments regarding housing.
Yes, good morning. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, honorable members of Naabik'íyáti and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, Speaker Damon, and to staff, colleagues on the call, chapter officials, chapter staff, all listening. Good morning. I just want to respond to Delegate Kialan-Bigay's questions and comments regarding chapter communication. I do agree that the chapter officials play a critical role in this whole process. And early on, DCD, we did, I guess, take some initiative to begin the DCD portal as early as April. And the DCD portal has been shared and presented throughout Navajo Nation, 110 chapters. We also gave presentations to agency councils in conjunction with both OPVP and the Speaker's office. And then most recently worked with Delegate Kialan-Bigay and his LDA on August 31st and November 15th in providing some technical assistance and feedback specifically to his chapters. But more so, we do understand that there are some new chapter officials, that this process is new. So we do try our best to engage with new chapter officials. But chapter officials, respectfully speaking, do have a responsibility, and we encourage them to read these legislations, gain access to information being presented, to keep themselves updated with some of the information here for their own practice and for their own benefit. We design our DCD portal data so that they could represent or they could share that information back to their own constituents. And we have them in mind when we develop our DCD web pages. And mainly it's really specifically designed for chapter officials and chapter delegates to access that information and share it back to their community members. Or at the very least, that would be ideal for us. So we'll continue to reach out to Kialan-Bigay and his LDA for continued communication. But also, that being said, that's also another reason why we exhausted as many projects as possible throughout the Navajo Nation. And as it was mentioned earlier, the more than 10,000 projects that were collected, compiled, and libraried is so that we would not be surprised by new projects, that in the event that one chapter or one area said, we forgot or we left out this project, at the very least, we have a compilation or this library of projects and we would not be leaving out any projects. Yes, some projects need to be updated. And some projects need additional assessments. Some projects need further investigation as to the cost estimates that are proposed. But nonetheless, the compilation of the more than 10,000 projects give us a basis for us to begin narrowing down and help represent what the chapter officials selected as their priority projects. So I just want to remind Delegate Naabik'íyáti that we did go through that process with him and his chapters. I'll move on to Shanella, Delegate Otto. So as I mentioned yesterday in our housing presentation, we originally did have a housing presentation at 200 million. And there are some limitations even to a high request of 200 million. That is a significant amount to request for. There are needs out there that could probably be addressed with a high request for housing dollars. However, we have some internal processes that were discussed yesterday, such as home site lease. I don't want to say execute, but executing the home site lease approvals would still be an issue with a high amount of dollars requested for ARPA. We did find a compromise at 50 million. And in addition, DCD CHID, we sought after additional funds outside of the 50 million. We sought after non-FRF funds. But there's areas that leadership is already aware of that we do not hold the TDHE. We do work around the parameters of NHA. They hold the TDHE, and therefore they have access to additional funds outside of the ARPA type of funds or ARPA dollars. So we have to, I guess, work in conjunction with what we can seek after. I did propose 2 weeks ago to NABI alternative forms of funds for housing. But if this bill is supported and the 50 million is allocated or appropriated to DCD CHID for housing, it will be one of the largest contributions to housing outside of NHA within Navajo Nation. Other than that, our CHID DCD relies about 95% on non-Navajo Nation dollars, on federal dollars to address housing. I also shared 2 weeks ago at NABI that the amount that CHID had received over the last 10 years equated to the amount that we received in just this last year. So for the last 10 years, we had been receiving a little less than 2 million annually. And then in this last 1 year, 2021, we received 10 million in 1 year. So that contributes to the low number of construction. But with this investment of infrastructure to housing under 257-21, it will be a significant investment that the Navajo Nation will make on housing or for housing outside of what NHA has been working towards. So I'm not sure about common Navajo people, but we do have in mind priorities throughout Navajo Nation or identified populations. These are elders, veterans, homelessness or homeless people who live on the Navajo Nation, We have families that live well below the poverty line. We have families who have disabled individuals in their homes. And I mentioned yesterday, our goal in our housing criteria is to make sure that the home is solid construction and it's safe. The other is that we were meeting all ADA compliance in these constructions. We are working towards a policy to address these special populations, but nonetheless, there's a housing need for all sorts of people on the Navajo Nation, and our goal is to achieve quality of living through our housing program for all Navajo people, even through education. So I just want to share that as well, Speaker. And I believe there was a response to Delegate Crotty as well. And I'll in my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeoman. That Mr. Chaco, Chief, any other division directors?
Mr. Speaker, not at this time, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, let me go back to the floor. You have Honorable Paul Begay in the queue. Honorable Paul Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Damon. Thank you, staff, and also my colleagues. This one's only Klingi Sheh did by Yilki. So, Banahat Ingo Ako. Ashine Launa Idikita. Ado Ko Ekitan Dealing Shot Nigot Oyo. Alkijit Anadi Jahabandi Ka. Mohat in a halong halls. Rea Ateon. Northwest corner of the Navajo Nation, Adeon Ia, not Apanasha. The Chiido copper mine. Badaway Gap, Tonalia, Kaibito. If you don't need to indulge, take out a cord or other. And said, Bear Space Bars are only Glengi, the never needing street now. The partners in Lepa and Hidis, and the Eani Banelish, and could end it. Shata and Nate, we say. Attended, there's not the rubber on there's now. Annas and Rubbernas, Ango, Apa, Nat, Ahnik. We talk as if we represent the whole nation. And I think that should be the case. But I should allow, what an allow, Yelki. Of course, ARPA funding, what Yaki and Rede, Hashina, not even his own. Nigo Baha Hatsi by Yetki Vision Directors do Okot Ego ya. I don't the Nebestahon. I late ego eating Nebestahon. Okodish chink it at the Dohazo Bestahazunda. I wrote the water project, Niki Yashis Nil. But that is neat, but the neat. Nigo Adalia. Oko, Halit Ego Sat Nistan, the water project, Egito Sata Kata, Joquinson. Okot O Hayito. Ado Hazo Oliat and Halle. At a petition that all needs Kinto Yahati Jahatnigo Ba Nahat in the movies Kana. I, for one, am not going to sign the petition. So he said, hey, in my area over there, Copper Mine, Badaway Gap, Sonalia, there's a group of people. You get the net, oh, how you former Bennett Freeze. There's not just Latin over on now, the nature of the card. Robert Bennett was the Gego. Indian Commissioner, Big Echo. There's not a meal over on. You should the nature in this card. Care to NATO. It's on the couldn't be ill. I could eat the nay, yapit and tahui, nago, slapid over on Nache. These things, former benefit for you, what you. Hey, ya, not the no. At the dark cohort, the native and tahui, no. These are people that don't have any water. Toto do bahiatas linda. Best chi do bahiatas tita. Ako atibichin tahui, no. My understanding is that there's no ARPA funding for former benefits. Late on, kita nati skatino anda heko bichin tahui. Nana ati kodo the nani klingi other pesos that bichin kuiliata. Nisun go ye ban saske. Oda no what a bichin nada ho yield na. The age kahot at the net. Don't end lingi does be it that then. Oh, ban saske go. The native and now they desperately want to get out of that status of hardship, but yet we continue to forget this group of people in the Bennett Freeze area. Between Copper Mine and By the Way Gap, there's a windmill. First windmill, former Bennett Freeze. He didn't net of that in this card. My understanding, there's a water well right there too. I caught ego water well on the Bahata as Ahago Koda ARPA funding, get that in Nikat or the Wasanda. Oh, then. Not in the kitchen, Dahuit, no. The Sido for the Anseta in Hoyat 8 or less. They did also share it the petition happening go hashing the naked check. Ado Hajo hashed ya. No way, and now the quid sheet now harder. They don't know where said ya eat the Nisa. That ya that in my perception is. They are not at all the end, they are not at the net to which that is keen. It yet that it. Yet you see the nepture in Tahui, no? But yet, oh, the don't best the chin, take it a yap of Papa Net, hat Nikota Yatati. Why are we forgetting the people that are most in need, the people that live behind the hills or in the canyon? I agree with the hardship fund. Actually, that's clear, but the Nahat out the Yitan Zingi Yek in the Dotato Yehato. But this equity in electricity and water line projects and the Edo the Eda. AIC go the name that this kitten kick and he couldn't get us anigi. I show there's projects that are in place. Wildcat Peak project in my area. Sour Wash project in my area. There's always questions. But you between the Bahotano Kahita 80 benches on that. These others, these about those, the Naabik'íyáti, Edo hot neither. Why do we have all these setbacks? Just because of documents and I don't think it's a hardship. to Washington no sa andor ni sa no on tagi to hayipita. Let's get rid of some of these red tape documents so we can help our people. Yes, for this petition, I agree with hardship, but I just don't, my mind does not sit right with it. I speak on behalf of the former Bennett Freeze people who have suffered over 50 years, and today nothing has changed. And the heck with former Bennett Freeze. It's not former, it's still the same. Water well is available right in the middle of where these people work, where these people live, but there's still no running water going into their home, no electricity. Still suffering. Hey, Bayashki, I don't care, Mr. Chaco. How do your team, division directors, actually, what's the better? You know, as you always can tell, the shashing that is me. The old side, I sit there, I get to the shashash, the shashash corner. Cut a connator or city, a banana store is in that a city. I don't eat, no, it's cut the jack. I showed never eat me. 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Oh, say, oh, man, I was heat. Everything does too. Ayo, everything does too. At your butt, everything does too. They never shut the home. They have believed that we can do the work for them. They spend too much time just picking at each other. They don't want this kissy. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about all this. No, now you have to have the kill. Now, John, all this. She don't talk quite enough. Bekitten shinky don't have us, the bekitten shin slap. She don't cut in now. 80 about this. I share. Mr. Damon, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul-Begay. With that, let me go to Honorable Eugene Self.
I should say, good afternoon.
Oh.
I just saw named on Dao Hat, I think, facing see that data. So we had a legislation that went forward to the president. Yes, a few days back that became resolution CJ 4121. So now today we're doing a work session on Shahad. Thank you for all those that are listening and here and what we're trying to do for our people. Shahad. It's a presidency, a to division directors. They are the state days, not the Lado. Oh, I shared up that to you. The chapters of 13 yard or other does the she's up with Casa, detail the 8 and the but was as you would all just. I don't know the answer case or the best to that. I need to eat on there. Oh, the former council delegates, the former chapter official didn't have all this kind of money to plan for their people out there that were in need for all these years. It's always just a promise, it never happens. But this one, it seems that the promise might almost happen. I mean, should all about this case already. Not just half a thought of the it should all out from the council. This is a largest any office complex in areas where there are more tourist attraction development areas. Yeah, the hubs how for trailers on the next day. Pretty sure there's a lot of land we compact all those trailers together. Have more land for economic development, etc. About caring enough resource, rebuilding the deteriorated areas across the Navajo Nation, and keeping water here on the Navajo Nation. There is an effort to be part of the debate. There is a plan. But I had to die about this case. I learned the living off the land. We teach the people to live off the land. I don't a lot of money goes off the reservation in regards to landfill. We need a landfill that we can use here on the Navajo Nation. So we don't have to let the churches pay for their transfer stations. That's a lot of dollars. Within 10 years, there'll be a lot of dollars that should be also in there. I don't the infrastructure. We need to Eva has an oath. We took all Parliament that I brought them that I don't team. I don't the whole one. So we know he the number one that then in it has an oath. And later out I think that really need I don't in regards to the sewage system. Either us in it regionally the ASI for that big. I'm pretty sure across the Navajo Nation, either ASI will need that. And I got it from I'm ready. There is fourth phase ARP funds. No, the fourth phase AA for providers for hospitals, clinics, etc. Either funds Dr. Rosin sold the street off and also Dr. Jim. That there is a fourth phase that's coming down from Congress. I don't know if you call three branch government or a shift Charlie Young or specific in those short you did in the other house. The ADR they call a bizarre case that on any law a con CJ away 4121 a condition by the Nazi time. Okay, where one government, or yes, three branch government, but we are even yet.
Hello, speaker, are we still on?
Sorry, I was talking on mute there. Thank you very much for that, Honorable Eugene. So let me move on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay.
Yeah, Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Floor is yours.
Okay, can't say where.
Thank you.
Oh.
Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Other people that are all on the line. I think just for your information, based on the people that are on the line, as the BNF Budget and Finance Committee, we ask looking into housing projects. The one that we got is from NECA, we got some estimate that we got for a 3-bedroom, which is it's gonna be 1,350 square feet for a 3-bedroom. It's gonna cost $495,000. So they gave us all the phase how it's gonna go, like even from the footing, the excavation of the footing, and then down to the flooring, and down to the structures, and then the roofing, and then coming down to inside the exterior of electrical and plumbing and all the fixtures of the cabinets and the counters and all that. So they told us that it's gonna be $495,000. So if you divide that into square footage of 1,350 feet, you'll be getting $350 a square foot. That's how much the cost of the homes is today. But that includes water line and electric. So, I think a good estimate that we got. I think that's kind of an estimate that we're looking for. If we can go into like housing, if we're gonna be developing housing, and for CPMD, I think you need to cut down all these prices. How much square footage is gonna be and but I guess that's how you determine how much money that we'll be using for this ARPA funding. And that was a good information that we got. None of them. So I'm going to ask a question to Mr. Haas, NTA. There's 2 questions that I have, which is relating to water. The first one is we're saying that this is how much you will be allocated money for water line. We want to know that how many, with this water line installation, how many homes will be connected? That's my question. How many homes will be connected? And I heard Mr. Paulson Chaco stating that water is very important. And you have to have water in order to prevent from getting this COVID. But if it's that important, how many does he didn't even give us another thing too, as a being part of this administrators to this ARPA funding, with $1,000 that he told them he couldn't not fund that. This how much we allocated for this water line. Then you could tell how many homes out of this allocation, how many homes will be connected with this water. And we cannot just only give water to it. Once you get water, fresh water into a home, you have to include the wastewater to that too. You have to do the septic, or lagoon connected to that. So I think these are the information that we want. That's the first one. The second one is how many of those water lines or homes will be connected within the District 7, including Dalcon, Tiso, and Wells, White Cone, and Greasewood, and including Janitor, which is District 7. We want to know how many these homes will be connected with water. I think we do those kind of breakdowns that we want to see. And we've been asking this since the first leadership meeting that we have. So this one question. Another question goes to the broadband. We all know that DOTCON has a assessment and feasibility study that was made, and there was a grant that was given back to DOTCON chapter saying that the 5 chapter is eligible for design build plan that they was created by or established in by Aquila Consult. Speaker, somebody's talking. So listening to that is I wanted to know because I seen that I seen all these the broadband the assessment that was done and the feasibility study that was done, and there's a map on it, and it shows that they're being tested, and they go with the requirement of 25 down and 3 up, and they're within that. So I wanted to know NTA, when I was asking why they're not connecting or not working with us for the co-location, and they told me that some of these projects that you're talking about is already within ours proposal. That's what they're saying. But right now, I asked them, let me see your feasibility studies then. Let me see your assessment that was made. All these, the one that we received, the design build plan, where is it at? And how many homes will be connected? And which home is it going to be? And I know that they're talking about is NXA homes. And NXA homes already have fiber optic, but now they're just improving it again. I've seen where all the delegates are looking at it, where we're talking about NXA, and NXA where they can have their own fiber optic or internet, or broadband. That they should be applying for their own. These are the people that my brothers and my delegates, the people that are way out in the rural area. We're concentrating on that. So this broadband that we have is people that are living way out in the remote areas. That's what that's what you call unserved and underserved people. And we haven't seen any feasibility study from NTA yet. Where are these? Who's going to be all connected with this broadband? I haven't seen it yet. I know that the one that we're talking about, I'm seeing is there's all these lines of power lines under there. There's this fiber optic that's going under, and that's not even connecting to the homes yet. So I think that's the real question that we want to see. We want to look at it and see which home is going to be connected, how far it's going to go, and by what time. The schedule is these people the last mile will be getting to these homes. When is it going to be? Give us a time, give us a schedule. So right now with this broadband that we have with the District 7, it's already said that when it's already being scheduled like this. Once we receive this money, this is where it's going to be. This is how the work will be scheduled out. And who's we getting the last one, and how it's going to go like that. It's already in phase. When can we see that? So this is another question that goes to the FRF office and DOJ. Do they look at this? Do they determine this? And I know for sure that there's nobody in Navajo Nation and even NTA knows more about broadband. NTAW goes out there and they get a consultant to do this for them. Of course, there's nobody in Navajo Nation that knows exactly how the construction, and then also that has an expertise or knowledge to study this broadband system, and to have an estimate or a design build plan to make this kind of a plan for the Navajo Nation. We have to go out. Even NTAW goes out. They do their own consultant to bring them in to do that for them. So we've gone that far with the Dalcon. The last one that I'm really concerned about it with this F4F office.
Honorable Brigade.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you guys were hearing me. So this is my biggest concern is that with this F4F office, is there a person that's there that's very familiar or has a very knowledgeable in broadband, how to do the designing and how to do the construction? And then also with this water line too, we all talk about is IXS SDS data sheets that they have. Those are they just go out there every year. They just do the survey out there, sanitation survey that they do, and that's just very preliminary. They're not up to design yet. So if we're just using that, because right now I've been talking to the water engineers for the whole southwest part of the reservation, from Ganado to Loop, the whole water system. There's about 3 engineer firms that are part of it, and they cannot give me a cost estimate yet. But even though that they're working on the 2-3 wells right now, they said that it's going to take a lot of studies and a lot of designing. And so, yeah, we can give you a cost estimate, but it has to go through all the studies yet before we could even give it to IXS yet. So, yeah, we know that there's all, these are all, everything's in line right now. You could go down to the southwest part of the reservation. You can see the storage tanks on these hills now, and all these 3-phase power line is going through that now. They're being connected, but there's still no water yet. They're still studying out in the Loop area, and they have there's going to be 3 wells that's going to be connected to that, and they don't know how much it's going to cost too, but they're just barely studying those wells. So, so even though I can put people along the people that be closer to the water line to put their names in there, but they said they can't do it now. So in addition, so is there anybody that's there that's really knowledgeable? I know we have engineers with the Navajo water resource, but they don't do the designing. They don't do that. We have to depend on outside consultants to do the whole designing to us, to give that to us. If they give it to IXS and they work with NTUA, part of it is only a few of them, but 2 of them that I know that actually do the designing in NTUA. So these seems like if we can be selecting these water infrastructures, if we can put more money into the infrastructures, do we have a schedule already? Once we get that money, how long is it going to take to put in the line and then to give it to these homes? Are these projects are rescheduled it within this time frame? 3 months, 3 years, and 4 years is going to come real quick. So is the infrastructure that the the government ready for putting all these $1 billion projects together? So that's my question. So give us a time frame, give us a schedule. Let's look at it. I've seen some engineer work, and I've seen some of these schedules that are being scheduled, when the phase part of it, and when the studies can be coming in. And I haven't seen something like that. And I don't know how knowledgeable or FRF office or knowledgeable in construction. You cannot just read a book and say that you know how to install or do a house too. I think like how the NECA gave us that sheet of that say they can build a home three bedroom with 1,350 foot of square footage. It's going to cost for $495,000. It even gave us how long it's going to take. And they're all breaking down to drywalling, and they had to hire these people to do that. And how much it's going to cost? So if we're doing only 100 homes, it's going to be $49 million, $500,000. That's how much it's going to be. So I think we need those kind of information. We need those kind of figures to look at it, to look at what we're talking about. How many people we can be serving. If we can start building more homes there. If it's going to be out like Delegate Paul Begay, it's out in the remote areas. Can this cement truck go out into those rocky areas to get to that? We start pouring about almost 20 square yardage of cement. That's going to take about two semi truck to go out, 2 cement truck to go out there. That's I think the RPSR FRS office needs to really come down and give us those kind of figures. And send the echo. Speaker, there's a question that I like to receive today. Response.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me go back to the presenters. And then colleagues, you did ask for a question about who's in the, well, let me go back to the presenters first. We'll go to Mr. Haas, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Chief Paulson.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to start out with Delegate Begay's comments. First part of his comments where he talks about the red tape and the paperwork. If that could be streamlined or reduced, all I can say to that is amen. I would like to point out in the water addendum piece that we've gone through a couple times already, I'd like to put it on the screen. I'm not as familiar with the Bennett Freeze area, to be honest with you, but what I wanted to show you here, sir, is in the $354 million that's not part of legislation 025721. This is in the IHS currently funded IHS list. There's a bunch of projects that I believe are in that area. And they start out with the Waterway Painted Desert Waterline Extension Phase 3. So this is in your addendum underneath the water. And the reason these projects are not funded through 025721 is because they're currently funded in full by IHS through the federal government funding. Now, again, if there's more projects, if you go down to page 7, there's a couple more projects that are in your area, okay, for Tonalea and Red Lake. So there are water projects in your area. The reason these are not in 025721 is because they are funded through the IHS program. And IHS has received full funding like we talked about earlier. And there is an additional $100+ million in the IHS funding above and beyond the current SDS list. So if there's additional projects that are not on this list that are important to the community, then we need to kind of talk with the IHS folks. The number on the left where it says project and it gives you the number, I'll just look at the top one, NM 24625-0501. If you wanted to know the specific dispensation of that project, you'd need to talk with IHS and they'll be able to tell you where it is in the process and what needs to be done with it. And again, I've stretched this over and over again because the funding has gone from roughly $20 million a year to over $135 million a year for the next 5 years. For us to get these projects built, or for IHS to get the projects built, we really all as a community really need to help them do that and get through the process. Now, if you would scroll to the first page, the top page, in this part of the worksheet, again, which is underneath the tab 3 towards the end, what I wanted you to see is there's hundreds and hundreds of folks that are going to get water. So if you'd stop right there, this is the top of the page, talks about just the Shiprock Wall water line for Red Valley. Madam Delegate Amber Crotty, there's 3 homes with dollars. So in this piece of documentation, it actually calls out where the homes are and how many they are and what the eligible costs are as of the 2022. Now, if we scroll down this again, this whole sheet, again, first we stopped at Honorable Delegate Paul Begay, but I want to just, while we're on the sheet, Delegate Elmer Begay asked a question about how many water projects in Delcon and how many water projects in Greasewood and how many families and how many families in Indian Wells. This document clearly identifies the families and the dollars. And again, why these families and dollars are not in 025721 is because the federal government has already fully funded getting this work done. And it doesn't make sense for the Navajo people's resources to provide funding for these projects, because then we'll be able to do less projects to help the people. So as you kind of go down, Delegate Begay, most of your homes are on pages 3 and 4. And if you would scroll all the way to the bottom, unfortunately, we don't have a total number of projects in the totalization column. If you go all the way down. Okay, keep going. You can see there's hundreds of projects, but that number there is over 21,000 families, I believe, is what we established yesterday. Unfortunately, Ty is not with me, so I don't have the number. Take a look at that book, the last page there. See if I wrote it down. Yeah, I did. Didn't I? What's the number on the bottom right there? Oh, there's no number. Okay. All right. Again, we'd have to total them up, and I don't have that information totalized, but I believe it's about 21,000 families. So there's a tremendous effort on getting the families water. That's what the United States Congress went ahead and funded to try to make sure that folks had that opportunity. And then I wanted to go to the next page, which is Mr. Paul Begay. He asked about electric projects. In this legislation, there are electric projects. If we go to the electric tab, number 1 out of 11, this kind of identifies the projects. Go to the top real quick, just so you start from the beginning. So this is the sheet we're referencing. It's part of your addendum sheet. It's also in the original legislation. But as you scroll down the sheet right here, Elmer Begay has a few on there, but want to look at what Mr. Paul Begay has. Okay, you've got to, so you're on the wrong sheet. You're on the chapter. There you go. Keep going. You see the sheet? Keep going. No. Keep going down. Keep going down. I think it's the first page of the addendum. Keep going down. But no. It's the first page of the addendum, the green that you did. Okay, so Delegate Begay, these are projects that are identified project specific in legislation 025721 through the projects here. So you can see there's a series of them. There's 13 homes from Broadway Gap. Kabito has 2 different projects, 25 and 10, and Tonalita has 37 homes to be connected. In the defunded CARES, which is not here, which is already funded, there's 8 homes in Copper Mine that will be connected. There's 3 homes in Kabito, and there's 8 homes in Tonalita. So on top of this, there's another 19 homes that will be connected through the defunded CARES Act legislation that was already passed. So that gives you a picture of where the water projects are and why the water projects are funded through IHS, and kind of what we've been working on the electric side for the communities that you spoke of. Now I wanted to address Elmer Delegate Begay. I addressed the allocation for water lines already, and how many would be connected through IHS and where your homes reside. We went through that. You had spoke about the feasibility study that Aquila did for your organization, and that you had wanted Aquila to install equipment and operate it. Aquila has never operated a system. They're not a carrier. They have no spectrum. So you need to be able to have spectrum to get from the device to the tower and back to the internet. In the studies that N2A Wireless has done and looked at Aquila studies, there were 6 towers that Aquila had identified service on. 2 of those towers exist today. 2 of those towers are in the proposed legislation 025721. They're on the screen right now, which is Whitecomb and Castle Butte. The other 2 towers, again, we don't have enough funding to do all the towers in all the areas across the Navajo Nation. We would need several $100 million more to be able to do that through the process. So we're not, we have to be able to try to spread the resources out so all communities get some benefit through the process. You had talked about, the NHA. We've kind of described that earlier. The NHA does not have fiber to the home currently today. that they do not have that to the home. The reason we're trying to build fiber to the home in 30 communities across the Navajo Nation is so that those communities can get high-speed internet access, but also we want to be able to free up the existing spectrum. When you take customers off of the spectrum, it allows the spectrum to provide faster speeds at longer radiuses from the tower so that the customers that are 2-3 miles from the tower can now have a better service than they did before. It's kind of offloading and creating more lanes on a highway to speak of, so that the traffic can get better routed through the process. So that's why we're looking for fiber. And for fiber to the home to be affordable, it really needs to be deployed in areas where the housing is kind of dense. So that's why NHA is a good candidate. Also, most of the folks that live in the NHA would be eligible for free internet if they applied based on income levels. There's a new program coming out in January when the current EBB program ends. That is kind of like the equivalent of the Lifeline mobile phones that people get today. There is now a broadband equivalent of that will allow folks to be able to get service. So we have designed the spectrum analysis. We've done the designs so that we're trying to maximize how many folks we can get, try to broaden and speed and create increased capacity and increased speeds for the users that are not brought over to the fiber. And we're deploying additional towers in areas that are unserved, such as the two that you had talked about, Whitecomb and Castle Butte, so that new users would have access to be able to utilize it. And the reason you don't bring fiber into the rural area connections is because it's very expensive to do the drop and to deploy the equipment. And if you don't have the correct number of houses, then you lose money on deploying the equipment. Even if the equipment is free, there's still a high operating cost, a high deployment, high maintenance cost to be able to.
They just call it so annoying.
There's a high cost to be able to operate and maintain those customers. That's why those customers are looked at to be served wirelessly, and we are expanding. So as far as you had said that N2A wireless doesn't have the expertise and N2A doesn't have the expertise, that's quite frankly not true. We went from regional grant funding of 32 towers to we've deployed over 115 towers since we were created, since 2014. No other company in the Navajo Nation has been able to do that. And so we've been able to work on that. We contract out certain services when it makes the most sense. You have to understand that N2A is 100% owned by the Navajo people. So those assets and the dollars that are given to N2A remain with the Navajo people for the benefit of the Navajo people. N2A Wireless is 51% owned by N2A. Our 49% partner operates assets all across the United States and also in other countries. For a lot of design and those types of things, we utilize our partner to be able to do those designs. So you may be thinking as a consultant, but it's really the N2A's 49% partner that is working with us to be able to develop a lot of these things. And there are certain segments that we do contract out, like I said, special areas of expertise, where it does not make financial sense to have that person on staff all the time because you're not going to utilize their services all the time. So there is a balance that goes on. There's more than 130 Navajo people who work in the communications area between N2A and N2A Wireless. And that's a high level of training and expertise that didn't exist within the Navajo workforce until Navajo created N2A Wireless's business. So I believe I've explained everything that's was brought up by Delegate Begay, Delegate Paul Begay, and Delegate Elmer Begay. So I'd like to turn the time back over to Speaker.
Thank you. Let me turn that floor back to Honorable or to Mr. Paul Sachato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we've addressed most of the council delegates' questions with regards to water. I believe those are the only questions that came up. I just wanted to reiterate to Honorable Council Delegate Begay that Paul Begay, that those projects that Walter went over, some of them are in the SDS listing. And some of these projects are also in the former Bennett Freeze area. So when you take a look at the document itself, you'll see other funding sources that are going to be addressing the water needs in the communities that you represent, Shinantai. So if you have any additional questions, please do not hesitate to call both the team here, Walter or myself, to go over the project booklet again. Again, this is an enormous amount of information that we have put together. So I appreciate those words, and Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the time now is 12:16. Colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. But before, if you're just joining us, we are in the Naabik'íyáti Committee work session. We are talking about legislation 0257-21. It's an action related to Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,166,003,000 of the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds to the for water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation, bathroom additions, and hardship assistance. We are listening to the presenters. We have presenters from the Office of President and Vice President staff, and also the Executive Branch Division Directors and Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. And also the F office, which is being run by Mr. Tom Patero. So thank you for listening in, everybody that's listening in. Let me go back to the floor, and this is who I have in the lineup right now. I have Vice Chair Smith, then Chairman Yazzie, and Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Timmy Yellow Hair, and then Chairman Daniel So. So let me go to Vice Chair Smith, and then right after that, I'll go to Chairman Edmund Yazzie. Vice Chair Smith, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon, Naabik'íyáti Committee members, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on board. And also my brother this morning for opening a prayer. Thank you for that prayer. We all need prayers. We all need prayers to move our nation forward in a positive way. And I keep praying about this ARPA funds, and I know the needs, and I hear the needs. And how do we coordinate that? How do we address those needs so that we don't forget the most needy people that are the services that we can provide for them out there? I see. They are waiting. They are patiently asking. And I perceive that. And I appreciate this legislation coming through. It's a first step. However, like anything that we as Navajo Nation try to push forward, there's some things that we really want to look into and talk for our people out there and make sure that we don't forget those that really need help out there. The reason why I say this, Shanada, is because I'd like to give it to the Hopi writers of the Navajo Nation they're an organization that's out there wanting to help, and they've heard one veteran in my area homeless, and they'll be out there Sunday volunteering. They got donations, and they're going to construct a home for him. Ako behez ani dati na ako behez ani betas ako tobi gata dati no eshnan ka sun peshmasa andani klino peshmasa an behez ani sahat ando kasa sahat a ni hin hornite ako di dat egi good Samaritans they aftishne and lady in tede ho wan san dot asa no. That's with their own requests, and they're asking for volunteers to go out there. So Kaddish wasn't so. So that Egi, the name one I see later, he mustn't hit shada. Gelchinda. So Keda. Even, yeah. So COVID-19 doesn't have any boundaries. And I keep saying this, and they're moving back, and they are in hardship. And they see the Navajo Nation as a stronghold. When they come back with Yadat, there's areas that they remember when they were brought up here on the Navajo Nation. Yadat, Tanjun, the whole one, the Huye, the Hudadat, Bishop Shido, broadband. So I encourage the Navajo Nation to really, with the help of our people out there, saying D.Agi Chaba Haditze Oko Bininanigi Epishinigi Dana Hijinahote. So I agree with us moving this money forward. But my concern is, Shanada, Speaker, as we are talking about this work session, as we're talking about the Mobis Kun Monday morning, we're going to go into Nabi. And we're already past almost going into noon, 1 o'clock. We're still talking about the work session. And that's just an example of what's going to happen later. The Mobis Kun, I'm sure there's going to be some amendments put in place, and those amendments are going to be talked about. And you know that Nabi has no time limit. There's no cease debate. And is it wise that we have Nabi and then try to cram this in and get council to come at 1 o'clock to legislate 0257-21? So bohon it's ada about ado. That's why I didn't sign that petition, because it's still in the working stage. Ido bedo o die ya ngi bendo una bito so eda egi ako peshpa sa anaha shi den da yost khado de binders ha de anigi ebina dana be khassi ti hodat egi khalet a اشتيدو لخليت اي هاندو كاس ابن ناتشي خطا بهاتي ستيدشن and هذا مستر تشاكو يحتزي هيت ايجو nasty did ko d. This is just a step towards moving the money. Jo peso I done hates the dog even that ha bendo nishigi ein hin horni Navajo Nation ko cheban this case that egi hajo Jonago Eliago Betsgilo Nichiat Enhid Neb Yadat Show what anat what Nichinanta Lata Slito Nastish Kensto President Abijit Kaila called Skito Bendo Nishkade office just Anigi Ebadot Aso Skito Nasto Bendo Nish what about this case?
ado the home site lisa that egito regulations but that's only an here at the not ha way yeah that yeah idota not kazo skito nasi kesto home site lisa that egito right away that egito auto contractors hakko to only nanish but tot asigi h be hanas station and ko dito bekijin schnida to bekijin yashita do halet ha hajost edo lido halet ha Hayat eto manansen ebatso to sendon hay kon hidne discusses lido I see the huyet ko I don't naha that skito your skat ko skito did and did ask ko speaker I see the monthly do biga the session ko shinanda other the Naabik'íyáti Eliago one day ado hajo hast Eliago adont beshmas ambatatos so many nadishnigi is going to take 2/3 vote that no ha bahles now sha ishit on that how say ha see that sana with ha many nadit nedan hins beshmas an yen darnsto skilon ladanzen shnand hutabi hat this so not hatot zegi ha shin hi rodni a caution and did we have the authority to change this, to make this work, and to make amendments and to get this thing going in the right direction. And I call 110 chapters. There's other projects that are out there a little different, but we hear the voices of 110 chapters. But when we're back at our districts, we know our districts. But when we sit in the council chambers, all the way from the satellites to eastern to northern to central to Fort Defiance to Western Agency, speaker here she was Eastern Sato that Egi ado beta Kalas that Egi Patrash Nato that Egi Visiada Ito not Ambasta has Nato veterans to have to behind Nato and that Egi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for those comments. That moving on down, Chairman Yazzie, what was yours? Chairman Yazzie?
Speaker Tim, can you hear me? Get back in the queue.
Yes, I can hear you.
Ready for me to speak, sir?
Yes, go ahead, Chairman.
Okay, just real quick, I just want members of the council and everyone that's listening, just appreciate the Chief of Staff on the number of the work that you guys have done. I know when it comes to funding, it's really, when it comes to money, there's always a lot of questions. And so, actually here at the Root Chapter, helping out in their Christmas food drive here. And so, I just wanted to say my appreciation, Mr. Chapo, for you responding to calls and texts and right away. And, we just have to keep up, the work. And then Mr. Haas, too, as well. I know I've been hearing a lot. And so, we just got to, keep going forward. And so, anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. And hopefully we can get this resolved right away. Okay?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council.
Thank you, Chairman. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And then thank you for the prayers that were said this afternoon or this morning. I know that right now, you know, prayers seem to be getting us through a lot. What I would like to ask at this time is we've been talking a lot about the established legislation that Council has passed. So CJY 41-21 and then Budget and Finance passed the BFS-31-21. And I was going back over and then, you know, based on the conversations that we've been having, specifically, you know, when we're talking about this funding and where it's going, I think first we need to make it clear that Section 3I of CJY-41-21, that's page 5 of 13, states that within 30 days of the effective date of this legislation, which was technically signed into law by President Nez and Vice President Leiser on August 2nd, 2021, the Office of the Controller shall, that means they are supposed to, by law, they are required, no ands, ifs, or buts. They're supposed to set up an online accountability platform on their Navajo Nation Office of the Controller website. I was just now on the Controller website and I have it pulled up right now. I don't see anything on there that is sharing information with the Navajo people in terms of what we're talking about today. So I think that number one, we are not complying with being transparent. And so to me, that is a problem because it was voted on and it was agreed upon by 21 delegates that this was going to be put in place. And I do recall during that conversation, during that debate, that there was questions of how are we going to keep that accountable. Right now, and let me refresh my page just so that I'm very clear on this. You have a home page, you have a directory page, you have an accounts payable page, credit service, FMIS training forms, office supply center, payroll, P-card, purchasing section where RFPs and advertisements are posted, property management, travel information, and OOC email. Where on the Office of the Controller's page does it have the ARPA information so that our people can see, okay, we got $2 billion. And then after all of the funds were taken out from let's see, we had the projects that had statements made on there that said that FRF funds could be used to supplement the UUFB and the CIHISN. There were also unfunded CARES projects that were also reimbursed during that time. So, you know, we basically have already taken money off from this legislation, from this ARPA money. In addition to that, you also have Section 7 of CJY-41-21, which gave 10% off the top to OPVP and Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. We've seen the breakdown right now that's coming out from OPVP, and Tom Platero sent that out to us. He also gave us copies when we were there at Twin Arrows, so thank you for doing that, Tom. But we haven't got that one from Speaker, and I made that request yesterday, Speaker, to have, you know, your breakdown on how you're planning to use those funds that were allocated to your office, Speaker. And just to be clear, it doesn't say legislative branch, it does state Speaker's office. It says CJY 41-21, Section 7, page 7 of 13. The office of the president and vice president shall be responsible for apportioning 90% of the 10% amount amongst executive branch programs and offices providing central support and regulatory services, including the office of the president and vice president, and it goes on. C says the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, after consultation with the Naabik'íyáti Committee, shall be responsible for apportioning 10% of the 10% amount amongst legislative branch programs and offices providing central support services, including the Office of Legislative Service, Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of the Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council. Speaker, I'm bringing this up because we did receive an email from Office of Legislative Counsel talking about the the staff shortage that is happening right now. You guys have money to hire more counsel to help assist with these legislation requests that are coming out. So I guess I'm just not understanding, you know, the money is there. You guys have it right now. So there really should be no excuse for staff shortage with addressing the needs of council, because we are the governing body. We are trying to make decisions on behalf of the Navajo people. We all have ideas in the way that we see this funding, the way that it should be put out there. So I just want to know, Speaker, you know, what is your plan for using that 10% of the 10% that was given off the top? And exactly how much money is that down to the penny? Because right now, it's no wonder our people are saying that delegates are pocketing this money. That plan hasn't been put out there. And it even worse, it's not even on the controller's page when it states in CJY-41-21 that within 30 days of the effective date that it would be posted on the Office of the Controller's webpage. So I'm not sure exactly what is going on, but it needs to be posted so that our people can see. And then these documents also should be posted as well, because we're discussing the people's money without really sharing with them any of the documents that are listed on here. And I do want to state that this morning I did send an email to NTUA, and I'm sorry, I accidentally pushed DES. I meant I did SDS instead of SDS. So I apologize for that. But the reason why I asked that simple question is it's exactly what my understanding is, pretty similar to what Honorable Elmer Begay stated. So what we need to know is this funding that came down from IHS, what is it going to be used for? And, you know, how do we know we're not, you know, duplicating services? And that same question applies to Division of Community Development, and that they're asking for funding. And to me, it is an embarrassment that we have NHA, who is not doing anything, sitting on millions of dollars, sending back millions of dollars. And we're talking about housing being a top priority for this money. And I think that, you know, we do need to bring NHA into this conversation, because we're talking about giving money to Division of Community Development when we still don't have a list of people. And maybe it was sent. I'm still going through all of my documents here, and it is taking me a little bit time to download some of them. Perhaps it was sent, and maybe I'm speaking out of order here. But I haven't seen the list coming down from Division of Community Development. I feel like right now we're being told, oh, well, we want this money. Give us $40 million so that we can build housing, and it's going to be split between 110 chapters. And, you know, it sounds good, and we're going to approve it, probably. And then it's going to be our people coming to us as council delegates, asking us if they were approved for housing. How is it going to look if we're standing there saying, I don't know, I don't even know who's on that list? And what I keep saying is, who who's to say that the elected officials are not on that list? We don't know. So I want that listing. And I think that if it is a matter of transparency per the law, if they want to throw the law back at us, the law that we pass at council, then it's about time we council delegates start holding our executive directors accountable, and we hold them to what the law states. And CJY-41-21, Section 3, I as an igloo, page 5 of 13, does give the statement, shall, OOC shall set an online accountability platform on the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller website. And not one of us has spoken to that. So I'm demanding that right now. I demand for Office of the Controller to explain to me why they don't have that information on their website. And don't give me no, we don't have the workforce, because you have the money there. 10% of this funding was already given to you guys so that you guys could hire the manpower to be put in place to address these issues that are happening. So I demand right now, I want an answer from Controller Begay as to why this is not posted on the Controller's website. Because we can say that we're being accountable on paper, but our actions speak otherwise. And we're not holding the Controller to what we passed as a council, what was passed as a council, what the law states at this time, what executive branch is throwing back at us saying, well, you guys were the ones who passed the laws. You guys were the ones who set up this process. You guys were the ones who said that you wanted it this way. Well, if that's true, then I want to know why the Controller hasn't set up that information yet for our people to see. And then as far as CJY-41-21, it was already explained to us yesterday, and I'm having a really hard time with this here, is that the 50-50 formula is not taken into consideration, and that the funding will be split amongst the 110 chapters. This should be a concern for all of us. And I know that, I honestly, when I read CJY-41-21, I didn't think about that part of the law and how it would be affected, and I didn't ask those questions. I don't recall any delegate doing that. But we're starting to see now kind of the little things that are coming out of CJY-41-21 that was not mentioned. And I know that Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Otto So, and myself, we have issues when it comes to the way that funding gets set down to the chapters, because we represent the largest communities on the Navajo Nation. And so this comes back to the question that I'm always asking. Is it about the chapters or is it about the people? So I have a problem with the way that the funding is coming down from DCD, and it was told to us yesterday, well, you guys were the ones who approved it, and that's true. 21 delegates voted in favor for CJY-41-21. And now these issues are coming out. Now we're talking about, the slow process. We're talking about, questions that we're having and the way that Department of Justice is vetting these projects. We know that Department of Justice has vetted the projects, meticulously for some projects, and then for some, it's just a general like, oh, okay, well, it sounds good on paper, so we'll approve it. So I do have a problem with that, and I just want to know, in terms of what we said we're going to be accountable for, we better have answers when people start asking us these questions. And I think that a part of that is we do have to post this information so that the people can see. And then this was the question that came up this morning in terms of the hardship. There was an email that was sent out, which I didn't agree with. I did not agree with that. If we, the email basically said, if we give to hardship, that these other projects, you know, we're gonna have to start deducting these projects, which is a half true, because there's over $400 million right now that is not accounted for. And that information was sent to us by Tom Platero at the leadership meeting. So when I was thinking about hardship, when I'm thinking about, you know, helping the people and paying them out, if this council were to waive the 10% language and we were to give $2,000 to the adults, and I only ran the number for the adults. Per what was given to me, the numbers that were given to me, we are short $258,502,000, and we don't have to take from the project listing that's already been provided to us that we're debating in this legislation, because over $400 million is still available that has not been allocated, or it has not been, there's nobody speaking for it. So my plan was to take from those unallocated funds. It wasn't to take from the water projects, it wasn't to take from the electric projects, and it wasn't to take from the grassroots people, as was pointed out this morning. When we get all of our information, it is our responsibility as delegates to read through them and to ask questions when we don't understand something, and then to also take that into consideration when we're planning to push for projects that are in our area. I'm not pushing for hardship because it benefits only the Shiprock people. I'm pushing for the hardship because it's going to benefit all Navajo people. And right now we're talking about projects. We know we're 9 months behind already. And with winter coming right now, with water projects, we cannot start water projects until probably the spring. And I know that I was recently given information, and just a heads up there for RDC. NECA was working on a project where they bust a water line, and the employees at NECA were expected to stay out there until 2 o'clock in the morning, and they were drenched in water. And this just happened last week. It was freezing cold. And then on top of that, they were told that some of them would not be paid because some of them were caught, warming up in their trucks. This is how we treat our employees. And this is not the first time that NECA has done this. And it frustrates me that we allow our tribal entities to treat our Navajo people this way. So I am really, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to the comments that are being made, and I applaud my brother, Delegate Paul Begay, because you are correct in that this legislation is not ready. So why are we pushing to do a special council on Monday? It doesn't make sense. There's still so many unanswered questions that we have. And we're pushing to do special council. I'm not going to sign the petition because this legislation is not ready. And when people ask me who is getting a home, which veteran is going to get a home, I don't have the answer. I don't know. That list hasn't been given to me. I don't know how these veterans or how these people were selected for homes, but on the record yesterday, Division of Community Development Director Pearl Yellowman stated that it was never advertised. It was never advertised that you could come in and you could apply for a home. How is that being equal? How is that being accountable? How is that being transparent? Who is making the decision? And that's what we should be asking. Is it the chapter officials who are going to get homes? Is it the council delegates that are going to get homes? Is it the president and the vice president who's going to get a home? Maybe it's the division directors who are going to get a home. We don't know. We can't answer that question. So why would we want to push for a legislation to go through the process when there's still so many unanswered questions? So I'm going back, I'm looking and I'm rereading just to make sure that I fully understand what's being presented here to us. And I think that, you know, it all does come back down to, you know, us getting that information and it being posted on the Office of the Controller's webpage so that our people can go onto that webpage to see, you know, how many homes are going to be built in their community. Is their name on that list to get a new home or to have renovation costs paid for? And then with all of the other projects, I know that there was a question of broadband. You know, some communities have been left off, communities that do need broadband. And yesterday, public safety was brought up, Speaker, and Department of Justice. Did you know that I believe it's Alabama that's using their ARPA funds to help build jails? And yet our Department of Justice said that you can't use ARPA funds to build jails. How do you, you know, like, I believe the ARPA money is the same across the entire country. It applies to state, it applies to tribal government. So how is it that our jails can't be built with ARPA money, but another state is going to be using their money to build jails? I'll be happy to forward that that article to Department of Justice. But yesterday I did make the point that we gave our power to appropriate funding. We gave it away. And now, you know, we're begging Department of Justice to consider our projects, to leave politics out of it, and to consider our projects with a blind eye and take those, you know, projects and look at how is it really going to benefit the community? How is it really going to combat COVID? I'm a little bit worried, and I can say that, you know, for certain issues, I don't have, I guess maybe I don't really agree with Department of Justice and the way that they're reading and providing us information about what can and cannot be done. And, you know, and the last thing that I will state, Speaker, that I'm kind of having a problem with is if we're talking about the people's money, why are we getting client, you know, confidentiality emails when decisions are being made about the people's money? Shouldn't that be part of the Office of the Controller website? Why are we deciding in secret? In secret, why are we deciding what can and cannot happen with the people's money? The email that came out this morning, I had a big problem with that because that was my first thought, was like, why is this, you know, client privileged email? It's the people's money. And we're talking about being transparent, and we're talking about, you know, telling the people where the money went. But we're getting these emails saying, you know, you know, you can't release this information. It's only for you to know. But this is what we think that the people's money, you know, like how the money should be spent. That doesn't make sense. So how can we say we're being transparent when these secret emails are being sent to us as council? Why not put it out there and let's have a real good discussion? So again, I'm having an issue with, what is stated in the law with CJY-41-21 in terms of being accountable and how we were going to post this information on the Office of the Controller's website, and it's not there. And now we're finding out little nuances or little things that are coming out from CJY-41-21 where we're being told, well, that was waived, specifically talking about the funding formula and the way that that's coming down to the chapters. And then the other thing that I honestly am having a hard time with is that this legislation is not even ready, and we're pushing to have a special council session on Monday. Again, Speaker and colleagues, I am not going to sign the petition. And if it comes to it, Speaker, I'm going to ask to be excused because I cannot, in my right conscience, vote for this legislation, because I want the hardship money to go to the people, but not at $600. And I think that there's still so many unanswered questions right now with this legislation. If we want to have a special council meeting on Sunday, then we should plan to have Naabik'íyáti on Saturday and Sunday so that we can continue this conversation. Otherwise, I don't believe that this legislation is ready, and a lot of amendments are going to be coming down. And I can already tell that delegates will be looking specifically at their chapters and their projects and what they want, when this money is for all the people, all the people. So, Speaker, I'm sorry, but again, I cannot and will not vote on this legislation as is. And I cannot and will not sign the council petition for a special session on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Madam Chair. It seems like we have comments, Madam Chair, and from Chairman Yazzie. I think there's a question from Vice Chair Smith. So let me go back to the panel. Is there any response from yourself, Paulson, or the executive team?
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity to respond back to some of these questions. I believe in this instance, most of these were comments. I did gather too many questions related to this legislation. However, I will go ahead and give it to the team to see if they have anything that I missed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no response. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor then.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mr. Haas.
Yes, Mr. Haas, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. I heard that Madam Chairman Charles Newton wanted some feedback and information, better information about IHS and what does fully funded mean for the SDS projects. So I wanted to spend some time to go back over that, because I think this is probably a question a few other delegates may have asked also. So I would like to just go back to the very first slide before the bubble slide, which hopefully will help give a better picture. For water, yes. It's the Sutter Mill, the table for Sutter Mill. I think this will help actually answer, maybe help provide a little more information to Delegate Elmer Begay's question. So inside your packet of information in section 3, part of the addendum by section 3, you're going to see the first page of a documentation is put together that is a summary of the DCD water portal and wastewater funding requests from the chapters. Okay. And what we're trying to describe in this page is the chapter projects that were brought forth as a priority from DCD. Why are they not inside legislation 025721? and what exactly is going to be funded by IHS through the process. So this table right here tries to kind of set up the next pages, which tries to illustrate it pictorially. But basically, there was a question that asked, how did we screen what is in the legislation relative to the November announcement and the signing by the United States Congress and the signing by President Biden, that for the very first time ever, the current IHS deficiency list is being fully funded. So what this table does is it shows that we did an analysis based. So what it talks about is what projects that are included in legislation 0257-21 water wastewater projects, what is the amount of those, and how many of those projects correspond to projects that are inside the DCD portal. The amount budget is $22,955,000. The amount requested in the portal was $51,162,000 for these same 8 projects. And reason some of the numbers are off is because there is some other outside funding, and some of the estimates from the DCD portal may not have been as accurate as some of the more fully vetted. Included in the IHS SDS current list, okay, our current list, there's $272,742,648 are budgeted in the current IHS SDS list that were on the portal. There was 48 projects on the portal, and in the portal they only budgeted $169 million. But when you look at the fully vetted project under IHS, they say that those same projects are going to cost $272,742,648. And then what we refer to as the next column is requests for water and wastewater projects that came through the DCD portal from the chapter request. The total amount requested from the chapters was $46,746,688. It lists 25 projects. Now those projects are currently not in the legislation 025721, nor are they in the current IHS SDS listing. But when Congress fully funded the 2022 IHS lists for SDS deficiencies, they actually overfunded it. They funded more dollars in it than what was identified on that list. So, and the reason they did that is because they know that there's going to be other projects identified, and there are some other other types of projects in there. Okay, so these projects, from the analysis that the team did, seem to have a high expectation that they could be funded by IHS and could become part of maybe the 2023 SDS listing or sooner. Now, what's really important to understand is under the IHS SDS listing, they have a longer time limit to build projects, which is really important because a lot of these projects that we're talking about are at the basic level or the beginning level. They still need engineering, right-of-way required, and lots of other things. So you need an extra timeline to get them built. And then included in the defunded CARES Acts, CJY 4121, there's 1,942,139 2 projects that are currently funded in the defunded CARES Acts that was asked for with DCD through the portal. And then there's a new legislation out, 020921. It's a legislation that really kind of connects up existing community water lines to the Cutter lateral water line, so they can have a new, honestly, a better source of water supply than what we currently have, a healthier one. And that was $30,650,000. The DCD portal request for those same 4 projects was $13,576,77. There needs to be some analysis on there to see if some of those projects may actually fit within a future IHS SDS listing, but that really would need to be done by some of the subject matter experts that are on the team through the process. And I believe that Jason John from Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources is in the process of getting some of those projects through the Department of Justice process to make sure that they're eligible for possible ARPA funding. And also at the same time, I believe he's working with his team to identify if some of those could be done with IHS. The ones that were identified as ineligible for 057-21, which is the irrigation and livestock projects, there's 6 of those. Livestock projects are really not eligible from our current understanding and Department of Justice's viewpoint under this current ARPA funding. It doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to be funded a different way, but they also are not eligible under IHS funding. IHS funding really focuses on just residential homes. It doesn't allow funding for businesses, and it doesn't allow funding for livestock in a lot of areas. So the bottom of the table basically just says, hey, look, out of the monies that we see in front of us, meaning from 0-257-21 and the IHS SDS current list and the future potential list, the defunded CARES list, and the projects that are the community-based that are 0-209-21, the nation's looking at allocating with the federal government $375,476,475, and the actual request through the portal was $300,646,955. So out of the 93 projects that were requested through the portal, 87 of them we believe have found a home and have a funding source. 6 of them, again, the irrigation and livestock projects, require more work to secure potential funding or potential funding source. Now, if you go to the next pages, this kind of helps with some of the follow-up questions. So that kind of explains to you how we vetted to make sure things weren't in a duplicate process. The next pages basically lay out what is in each one of the legislations. So here's the name of the project, the location, the amount, and the delegate for projects that are in 0-257-21. The next table talks about, if you scroll down, it's going to talk about all the projects that are included in the IHS SDS listing. So this gives you a complete list of all of the projects. So someone asked before, well, what exactly is going to be funded through this full funding? This is the complete list of all those projects. Okay. And so it kind of gives you all the information that you need. And again, we really hope that you'll share this with your chapters. And then it talks about, we've identified the $47 million, the $47 million of projects that currently are not on IHS's SDS list, but have a high likelihood. We need to get more information on the projects and things like that, but have a high likelihood that they could be, or at least part of them could be through the process. We need to get a lot more information and work with IHS on determining whether they are eligible or not through the categories. And then these are the 2 projects that basically talk about. And then these are the projects that we refer to as community projects, or basically connecting up communities to a new water supply through the cutter lateral. So if you keep going down, and then this talks about the projects that are ineligible, which are basically the irrigation projects or the projects that are for livestock. So that kind of gives you a breakdown. Now, if you scroll down a little bit further, what you're going to find out on the next sheets really give you a project listing, again, of more detail of projects, total amounts that are in the legislation, so delegates can compare who's getting what through these processes. What I'd really like to go back to is if you can go back to the bubble slides. Well, keep going down. Again, I want to stress this next piece. You keep going. I want to go all the way down to where the IHS has its listings, because right here. So this is a summary sheet of it, but this section is really, really important. This section, I don't know how to stress anymore. This is an important section because it identifies all the projects that are eligible and that have now been funded through the federal government so that they can move forward. And they have a 5-year funding plan to accomplish these projects. Because someone asked about, well, what is the funding plan? When are they going to get the money through the process? And all these projects obviously have a unique story to them. Some are further along than others. So each one will have its own timeline. But if you scroll all the way to the bottom of this, again, this is where, again, was asked, water is a tremendous priority for the Navajo Nation and the people to fight the pandemic. But this identifies over 21,000 homes that would receive water if these projects are constructed. Again, there's been funding provided for these projects because this list, this SDS list, has been fully funded by the United States Congress and been signed off on. Over 21,000 homes would get water connected. A little bit better. So again, we've went through this. We've got a very detailed list of how we sorted projects and how we lined them up to try to make sure that there was minimal overlap, and that when there was any overlap, that there was a very, very good reason it was the best interest to have that minor overlap so that our investments in other things didn't get wasted. Because if it wasn't going to be built in a longer period of time under IHS, some of the things we've already done, unfortunately, wouldn't still be valid or still wouldn't be able to accept the water. So there is a timing issue at times. But the top box is the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources and N2A. Those are projects. There was 46 site-specific projects. There was 19 nationwide projects. Again, I explained those 19 nationwide projects, which are pool projects. In a lot of the areas, the needs are so much greater than the funds available that we need to be able to utilize those where they're needed most, and then sometimes needed in emergency situations over the course of the next 3 or 4 years. It's $300 million. It's $250 million for N2A, and it's $50 million for Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. The red box, unfortunately, has the same number. It's a coincidence that it's $300 million. There's 93 projects in there. And these are the projects that we spoke about before. These are the projects that were entered by the chapter as a priority through the DCD portal. And then the bottom one is projects that were funded either in the Defunded CARES Act, the Sahasn, or the UUFB. There's 450 projects, $138 million. Now, when the current 2022 IHS project SDS list was developed and put in front of Congress, it incorporated any matching dollars that any tribes gave to other projects. So because through Sahasn or UUFB, we already started to, or we said that we were going to provide these funds for some of these projects, or a partial funding for some of these projects, because that's normally how it is, just a partial fund. We are no longer eligible to get those dollars back because when the federal government funded it, they funded the 2022 IHS SDS list based on the contributions that were going to be coming from all the tribes across the United States. So the $543 million that I refer to as now fully funded represents 360 projects. We gave you a complete listing of all 360 projects. and how many homes that those projects expected to connect, which is a little over 21,000 family homes. The next slide kind of talks about what we believe the best strategy is for the Navajo folks. And again, when we talk about the strategy, this is the strategy from the speaker, from the president, vice president, from everyone to kind of together. But basically what it says is, of the total 93 projects that are $300 million, 87 of those projects, $291 million, fit within the $543 million on the current list, or fit within, there's about $47 million worth of projects that are currently not on the list. They fit within the overfunding. The overfunding was $132 million above the current list. So that's kind of how we looked at getting those 87 projects into the IHS project listing, and that's how we rooted out duplications. Now the green dot, the irrigation and livestock dot for projects 9,320,188,000, 6 projects. Once again, as we spoke earlier, those projects do not have a specific identified funding source. They're currently not the ARPA dollars are not applicable to them at this point in time, but that doesn't mean that there isn't potentially a different funding source or a different way of funding those. We just need to work on and have a little bit more time to figure out if there's a way to be able to take care of the needs of the communities regarding the irrigation and livestock that they asked for. So that's kind of, again, it's another quick summary of what the projects are, where they are, where you can find them. Again, I very strongly encourage that you share this information with the chapters and other folks. And, you know, I strongly recommend that, you know, if you have an interest in finding out about a specific project, we have the IHS listing on there, and I would recommend that you inquire to IHS about that. So those are from the live questions I had, and some of the information or feedback that I'm getting. Mr. Speaker, that's what I wanted to go over again, sir. Thank you for your time. Someone who is getting in and out of a car has their phone on.
Can we please mute your phones? Staff, can you get that? Was that the number ending in 489?
Yes, it is, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Haas. That, colleagues, I do have Honorable, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, floor is yours at this time.
Oh, yeah, the Speaker, the Speaker of Navajo Nation Council, the under the 24th Council Nation, my colleagues, good afternoon. I speak for all 110 chapters, and I also have a concern always from Black Mesa, especially Neat Waters, number 1. Mini Mill Waterline Project, Naabik'íyáti, in the chamber, about 20 days, even as the Shabbat Tuna, Shabbat in the Akunda Shea, Kato, the start, and Shabbat Nadi, Kiso, when there's a new plus by you, by the Stigo Yayaki. Yesterday, I saw a $38 million mini mill waterline project. It obvious thought that I will not only will not legal Catholic out of the Mayaki. But even I as though I don't know what the what about another thoughts, all another entities, let someone to take care if IHS can handle the job. On but daily that many add on the Navajo Nation Water Department that not on last day call it done even dancing on hit chamber on there a question about city water line minimum water line project over the way toin isn't in around the chicken area you could need $500,000 proposal area Black Mesa and Hardrat area to the Chain Regional. $500,000 if they had nothing to do with making rescue plan at Poncedo, they did a care at even though this is a federal fund request proposal, and yet they need care for infrastructure. And they December 9 at 8 in a house and out of picking area that on the first round they were picked the top 59 no level that need in there are not laid like as when cut all get it all and it's in that could also change on there con the arrow it's in the Canada there's days for it too and I'm pretty sure there's always federal funds available over now this it's that cannot a no Payanana Tier what end Condenata Ilagi number 2 and his team share the dishes as induction and it's a good try. 800 tangent on this leg could another baseball net that but not will have funds available to one of those as a plus additional federal funds on this leg outside. Corot Nakera she got in which about it. I think I don't know the federal funding on Shigi. Nakatana the Tokesas and the Slonsiata that's kilo that either listen so we can use this fund. Look up deep as on the clinic. Oh, you buy your TD art on Nickname what I want to really no. You should leave it up to the art chapter level, trying and darkness. Even not give accountability. We need to have a very good transparency. The Shinigate under Dr. Yellowman should establish all these 6-digit account number for all chapters, for even just one or 5 6-digit account number by agency. All they need is to do is establish a sub-account by chapters. And what ought to be now in Chiquaya, 400,000 water line project on in the councilman or project has in there. What thoughts he got on me, what I don't know about the hydrologist in your project. I think we need to speed up a little bit more to get this project going. She quickly wasn't cool. And I see that way back in the years, we all we need to establish the account now. So a window which chapter has been received funds over $1,000. That's a young man's other one, so it's not null out of the oven. Paulson Chaco as a chief of staff. We need to create these account numbers so we can move on with it, so we can work with the controller to deep out the project of the knowledge. So we can mark these off by chapters. Yeah, that in this account, one account. Bank entrepreneurs, Italia, yet all this sorts. Aro, Ekutai by a speak or less. Aro, I see on that is Sigate, or Cato and Slido, let's speed up this, let's get this project on. I shall leave it on bigger. Aro, there's a lot of what needs to be done. In TU agents to help. Thank you very much to give us this information what needs to be done. Cinda had to do my own homework too. There's a binder that he taught me yesterday. I don't know if there's a binder, Mr. House, that you're talking about in my cell phone. On the it is available for the councilman. These binders will cost me. This morning, when they were in the yard, they had this on Sunday binder. They tend to I don't not evil. I also don't cut off a seed on the not on the nearby in a little let's work together. I know it's in the end. That's the young man. DOJ hatchino that don't be that only. A constable has speaker out of share na kodoti tanan na hilan nei nde ahi out of the neroi hilan na ya na na khatan hisnesto eto ta era ya si hata has speaker a share over nini that I saw Katie said to you and that's best us and the band is starting a few weeks ago. Each of us did a Merry Christmas, each one of you, my colleague speakers, and also President Naz, and Nanda, she told let's get a conference, she told because they million Handa, and she out that the judicial branch and Chief Justice and the general Christmas that they in Hiltalo, a Kotita Cousin Sadi, that's a basic business. Bijadi cut off. Yet not they've cut me into calendar year 2022. I want to say each one of you, God bless. You see the name, you know, about it. You see the netty, you know, starting out on the can't and they are all on time. So, thanks about hospital. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Shadishna Rudy Arshabala. Shisha us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to the panel, I do have Honorable Vince James in the queue still. So thank you, Honorable. Hold on. I missed Chairman Daniel So on my list here. So I have Honorable Chairman Daniel So, then Honorable Vince James. Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. Chairman Daniel So.
Okay, last Speaker Damon, Otto, and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti, committee members on the work session, Sato Inil Sato Eya, Ida Chetis Ahigibe, Bayadit. Nako Pagi shit Tato Atana Behasi broadband. I think so at the Josh in net and Hadlen. Just say what about when NHA EGC it's Ultraigi based in the brother Paulson Chaco COVID related relief. So no, yeah, I'd say the actual healthcare system. Issue to I process the internet. Kinko Tadadilier. The assistant. Because in that Niki na Harchindo that cut and cut and what Albert now do he what cut and not neither for a one day. The house taught a lesson either the tea or old cut in the Quaggy Katoba had this. Mr. Haas, I still have concerns about NTUA's broadband plan. We had a consortium that everybody was lauding and saying they're going to put together a fabulous plan. It'll be state of the art. And then all of a sudden that consortium went silent.
and it seems like they handed over the aspect to you. And then from there, it's MTUA has total say-so over it. And certain of us delegates are concerned about it. And those aspects, I think, really need to be fleshed out more. So, number one, MTUA is getting a $45 million grant. And part of that, you're already proposing $6 million for specific projects. And then the other aspect is there's no mention of including the other internet providers. I think Che Kialan Begay mentioned it, and then what I'm repeating it to emphasize it. Cellular one, and then you also specifically mentioned Frontier and Sacred Wind. And again, in the eastern area, we're looking to Sacred Wind and Frontier. And it seems like you're concentrating on, to me, you're concentrating on the areas that are inclusive of the treaty lands and not all of Navajo Nation. And that really concerns me. And so, and then of that, you are choosing who and where. And it's probably our doing for not giving you more specific guidelines. So in that aspect, I'm going Mr. Speaker and Ms. Barbara, I would like to have an amendment drafted on 0257-21, where the funds that would go to NTUA and the broadband exercise on what they're going to do, I'd like to delete that from 0257, pending a full and thorough work session, transparency on the factors that NTUA used. And yesterday, Mr. Haas relayed that, you know, there is the high cost. And that concerns me because I really feel like some of the fiber optic, some of the cell tower installations, it won't penetrate the sandstone cliffs, won't chart the high mesas and the low-level arroyo valleys where people chose to live. And I really feel like, and I've emphasized this from day one, that there needs to be a better look at getting monies to accomplish the Starlink connection and the aspect of paying the monthly fees on the behalf of the families who have students. Remember, some of the families have 3, 4, or 5 students in a home. And by not connecting them to have internet capabilities, we are basically denying them an education. From what we see is the fact that we have some very high-performing students that are just, disappearing off the education system. And there was two highly relevant newspaper articles. For me, I see it existing as what was divulged in those newspaper articles. We have areas in our chapters. One is Verizon Hill. Let's go to Cellular One Mesa. And even the connectivity at the chapter houses when several of the students go into the parking lot. Speeds slow down. And what you're presenting, for me, it's not the solution. And so that's how come I'm requesting legislative council, and I hope the NABI allows for and votes in favor of a work session to specifically focus on the broadband issues. It seems like we're throwing money at it, but we aren't going to see the results. And I'm afraid that a lot of the costs is going to be toward administrative costs rather than, and the actual budget line by line budget hasn't been divulged. And for me, that work session would be what would provide the transparency that is so sorely needed in how we approach the broadband issues. And again, there are, and it just seems like with all the projects that are listed, I'm really considering that in this particular 0257, that the expenditure plans entail, let's say, a 50% allocation. When the reports come back to say they're ready to use up the 50%, then we go another 30%, and then finally a 20% to assure that there is meaningful, constructive progress. And if other colleagues on this committee agree with that particular addendum to the expenditure plan, I really feel like that is how we also address accountability. And if other delegates agree with that, then that certainly could be an amendment to 025721. That would be the extent of my commentary. Speaker, it is a work session. My personal thoughts are we keep rolling so that, again, I hear colleagues saying, we got to slow down, and then within the same time that they're speaking, then they say, Naabik'íyáti. But for me, in this aspect, I'm not talking about slowing down any of the projects, but allocating the funds in a manner that will be the ones that receive the funds will have the aspect of accountability. And it's not a manner of slowing it down. It's just the fact that this is in other aspects, that's how budgets are used. So, Mr. Chair, Speaker, Cecilia, Seth Damon, that would be the extent of my comments, and I don't expect a response from anyone in regard to what I'm proposing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you for your comments, and thank you for the recommendation for amendments. And that's the whole reason why we're here, is to gather recommendations in order for us to collectively get legislation, any form of legislation across the line, so that we can get these services to the people. If there's anybody that you need assistance with that amendment, please you can reach out to Chief of Staff, and we can help assist Chairman Daniel. So with that, colleagues, let me move on down to Honorable Vince James.
If you had dance another other members of the council, good afternoon. Kodo Baya date Ado legislation 257 work session date Nahibanna. Now the kid Linedo Kodon Sato Aya Easons Ado Nisons Kwanzate Aya a whole jishin leako Dada do Ako Kodo Shizindo A na atish kito le dig at the quick or shin base or Sanello quaggy by yield hit leako based on that CJY 41 odd flats and nel Adonana deadening he can't change the non FRF Ajadotlan he can't change Ado Nana donations or Haholji da donations ni hit Kodalia Ado Anan he don't need the connect the at set base on not the high get the cares fund Ado at ARPA funds Yahanani de dog at Sanel in all Aj Aj being date on the chief Jonan hit the not of his now home Ado at Quaggy the 1.6 billion the ARPA funds Yiki Banani Ako D Kodos KO has go Quaggy base of Halit Al Shizazindo Hey Dila HHA Biget Ishti Ako Kodo La defunded cares Fanangi project listing. Con the door Hajula Haydila di base or Ketas so he Haydila being state Jokot out AHA Biget Ishti Ako. Benina additionally ya D chapters cares Fanet da Ita on chapters not socia hande is nel projects ado betat on the shikit o hayu as art out AAD yahanda has nelsli ako sa ya to nada bakata beninaniki hanne Ade DCD.ASC AA Altrahot Ego AA Yahalna Hot our chapters de AA Hot our a Yilnadashnish Oko chapters Hashidat Eshi Athago Aya AA Bedatosne Nihito need Jokot Agat Oko Shahanin Le Cares Fund added not Hines de Shahani a nasno da Jokot ban sus case in de she John de do kot eda a codi porto liki shahot a hanad liado benach what a hago a codon hitchen codato silcho nabito need a co a national on a national not some chapters did submit the 3, some submitted more than 3. Ako kwagi a stopba na adishkito list. Bash anate ne the chapters iki. I think the answer is going to be no. Dota. Kala eba anane liago. Besala. Na de yoke don hi ade. Inada isneo a koje. The infrastructures, water line, the power line, the wastewater. Ade besala. It's hanane nito list. Chokot bayashti in leko. Oko kodo ben na hon now dida 400 million odats eko based on the niki baja da liante do big eda hatol jishtaki it beninat ya koje 400 million koje asati na halon based on nanas nel Hagi lachi don't ihla. Jokwa eke tahnad kid or konzate by yel kin leko. So with that, with all these different budgets that we have in place and project listings under these budgets, in this case for the CJY 41, you have projects under there. Then we also have projects under the non-FRF. And then we have, I'm hoping there's some kind of plan for the donations that were received. And then the interest of the CARES and the ARPA funds. And then now this legislation. So my question is, those defunded projects from the CARES defunded project, where were they inserted into these categories of fundings, of the different source of fundings that we have currently? And so my second question to that is, did we accommodate or did we get all of those project listings that were under the defunded CARES funds, that those listings, the projects, are they all inserted into these categories of the different funds that we have? If not, then how many were not pulled from that listing of the defunded CARES? And that has that ripple effect for the broadband and the rest of the infrastructures as well. And so that's my concern. Question is, in regards to the chapter as well, some of the chapters were informed to only submit into the portal of 3 projects. And some other chapters were not given that information. And so we have some chapters that have more than 3 projects that they put into the portal. How are you, executive branch staff, how are you guys addressing that? And because in my situation, I have 2 chapters in that situation. And so when it comes to me, like my chapter manager at Kindalachi told me, is what I was told. as a delegate for my Kindalachi chapter. And when you look at that listing, Ganado was given different information. So Ganado and the other chapter has a longer listing. Ganado, that na. You're from Ganado. That's the reason why you have all these projects on here. You're not equally fighting for your chapters, for all 5 of them. That's how I'm being looked at. And that's the way the chapter manager from Kindalachi, Shinala, is explaining things to the community. And I know I'm not in that same predicament just myself. I know my colleagues are in the same situation. Additional, are we going to open that portal back for the chapters? And I asked this question when we first had our meeting at Twin Arrows. It was never answered. I asked the question at our last leadership meeting. Again, that wasn't answered. I've been not this kid. And I would appreciate it if we could get a direct answer if it's going to be open backed up for the chapters to submit for more of their project, because some of them only submitted 3 of miscommunication reasons. So I wanted to know that on record, and that's my reason also for not signing the petition, because I have some questions that were not answered and that were avoided from our previous meetings. And when I start putting the list, moving on now to NTUA, when I start putting the listing together, my question to NTUA is, were you able to cover all of the projects that you had submitted, that you requested for, that you proposed for under the CARES Fund during your requests, and then now under the ARPA? Are every single project, are they on this listing? And if not on this listing, are they at least in the other funds categories? Like, are some of those listing under the CJY 41, the non-FRF? So once you start pulling some of these proposals that you submitted into these other listings, funds that are available, that means that 400 million that's unaccounted for is going to increase. So that's my question to NTUA. How many of those projects are actually on other listing? And I hope it's not, you're not doubling the project on one listing for whatever, one of the funds, and then on this legislation. And it has that ripple effect, again, going to the housing scenario. With all of these different funding sources that I named, are you putting some of these housing projects under these different funds that we have? And so that brings me back to CHID. And my question is to CHID, DCD, and then to veterans is, we have many homes that are dilapidated. We have many individuals that are homeless. We have many homes that are overcrowded. And so where are you putting these numbers under these different categories of funds that we've been talking about? Where are those numbers? And do you have it by chapters? Do you have it by delegates? Do you have it by regions? Do you have it by agency? I know CHID had been receiving applications before even this COVID hit. and some were just not addressed. There's many of our Navajo people that had submitted applications for housing assistance, and some of them have been waiting 5-10 years. Are those individuals on your listing to assist those individuals? Did you actually go back and look at that listing of those individuals that had submitted their application 10 years ago, and then from there every year they were told to renew their application and so forth? And now, so where do you have the differences of that information to show us, hey, here is the listing that we had from 5 years ago, these were the names, and now they're under this different category of funding sources that we have funds available for. Here are the new ones that we just recently received applications for. Do you have that separation information to give to council? And then for us to move forward in that perspective, to find out, okay, how many chapters, how many delegates, by regions, by agency, however you want to go down the listing, how many homes are going to be repaired? How many homes are going to be renovated? How many stick home buildings are going to actually be assisted? How many of the manufactured homes are we assisting? Do we have that kind of a breakdown from you guys that we can take back to our constituents at the local level, at the chapters? Because again, what's happening is, like I said, you're from that community. You're from that community. That's why you have all of these numbers are high in that area, but all these other chapters that you're not from, that you represent, their numbers are low. That's the kind of feedback we get back. And so that's the reason why I'm asking these questions. And I think it's very important that we share all of this information with each of our the delegates. That way they can take that back as well. My last one is in regards to DOJ. I really want to hear from DOJ of their thoughts of how they're going to disseminate the funds to the departments that is in legislation 257. And when I say that, let me use this as an example. For an example, like my Ganado Fire District, we ran with the legislation. We did get it approved. Honorable President Naz signed off on it. Honorable Vice President Liza signed off on it. Once it was signed off on it, everything went through, and DCD went to move forward to do the purchasing, and DOJ said, this is not how we do our procurement process. This is not how we do business on the Navajo Nation. Therefore, amendments needs to be made to this legislation. And my question to them was, where were you when it was on the 5-day comment period? Where were you when we were discussing this item when it was before council? So in that perspective, I don't want that to happen to this legislation. So, and I want to hear them from DOJ to put it on record that, yes, we are going to work with this current legislation, or do they have any amendments, requests to be made to this legislation? That way, each of the departments that are going to get funding don't have issues trying to spend these funds once it's allocated, once business unit numbers are provided to them. I really want to know that from DOJ is, what is your perspective? Is this legislation good, and will it not create problems between you and the departments that are listed on this legislation to utilize the funds. And that's my question to DOJ. My next question to DOJ is, as of today, how many proposals have you received up to today? How many proposals have you guys not reviewed? And how many proposals did you guys disapprove? So that updated information from DOJ would be helpful for me to do the comparison of all the different listings that you guys gave to us. But that's where I'm trying to put everything together and put it in order. That way I can relate this information to my chapters, to share it and sit down with my chapters. And so if I can get those questions from DOJ answered, that would be very helpful. I apologize for taking so much time, and I apologize for asking these questions in English. I should be doing it in Navajo, but I would have to take more time to translate the information that I just stated in English. So, Speaker and members of the council, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Ben Sanders. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the panel. So there was numerous questions from the last three of our colleagues. So let me go to Mr. Haas first, then I'll go back to Mr. Paulson, Chaco, and then from there, probably most likely Dr. Yellowman and DOJ, Department of Justice, be on standby too as well. So, Mr. Walter Haas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to address some of Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's questions. He didn't ask a lot of questions, but he did talk about many mules and the Black Mesa projects, which are in the IHS defunded CARES list. There's probably about 4 or 5 projects, or 4 or 5 segments of the projects that are broken down. And he is correct that, you know, the reality of the matter is to get these projects done, because we're going from basically IHS was getting $20 million a year to $135 million a year for the next 5 years. You know, there should be a concern on how do we get these projects constructed. And obviously, getting through these processes and getting things funded so that we can move forward is a very important piece. But the reality is for IHS to be successful, we all have to get together, meaning NECA, NTUA, IHS, most importantly, Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources, along with all of us, and also look at how the rights of way are flowing through the processes, because those can be a very difficult and time-consuming process to get through. But that's what we all have to do to get as many of these projects built as possible within the time frame, and not necessarily within IHS's time frame, because they have a longer time frame to build than the ARPA process. But more importantly, getting them built so that they can meet the needs of the Navajo people. There's 21,000 families on that list. There is over $120 million above the current listing. So additional projects will be added on top of those 21,000 families. And that will make future lists. So again, that's a tremendous amount of work. It's a tremendous amount of resources, and we're hopeful that, you know, we've had some preliminary meetings at high levels with IHS. We need to bring in other team members and find out what IHS can allow some of the local folks to be able to do. to expedite these projects and how we can, work through the right of way for those projects. But I share his concern, not only with the IHS SDS projects, but I share his concern with all of the projects, because there's an immense amount of work that needs to get done. And we've already really lost a year. I also wanted to say that, from the funding processes, there is work being placed right now for the defunded CARES Act. We still do not have a sub-grant recipient agreement in place, and we've been self-funding those. We're very, very close. But even inside that sub-grant recipient agreement, where we expect to complete almost all, if not all, the defunded CARES projects within a year, we are getting funded in three tranches or three different fundings. So, the Office of the Comptroller and the Department of Justice have a fiduciary responsibility to secure the funds and also try to, I guess the best way to describe it is to make sure that they're fiscally responsible and make interest off the funds, so that that interest is available as prices rise and potentially to do additional projects. So there already is mechanisms in place so that if you do fund this legislation, NQA is not, and Department of Water Resources and others are not going to get 3 years worth of funding in 1 year. That's not the way they've laid out the sub-grant recipient agreements. The Comptroller's Office and Department of Justice, again, are doing their fiscal responsibility, their fiduciary responsibility, and they already have those kind of schedules in place. And I don't know how to do more of a line item budget with the specific projects than what we did. And I don't know how to provide you with any additional information on top of what we did to give you more vision into these projects. As I said earlier, there's 10,000 projects here. There's more than 10,000 projects. It's a tremendous amount of work, and there's a tremendous amount of feasibility and planning and engineering that needs to get done before they can reach the construction phase, let alone the right-of-way phase. So it's critically important that we are able to start the process, get these projects funded. There is a detailed line item by line item budget. It's been divulged in the areas. There are some areas where, again, as I said, there are much more needs on the Navajo Nation's people than the dollars given. So we have to go through those eligibility and feasibility processes. And then we have to be able to build. When a project gets across that finish line, we got to build that project. I can't wait till I have identified 1,000 of those projects and start building, because if I do, I'll never get them built. I'll run out of time. So you really have to go through this process. There's really no other good solution to be able to move things forward. And I'd like to talk about Honorable Delegate Vince James. He asked a question about the defunded CARES Act listing. There is no defunded CARES Act projects in legislation 025721. All the defunded CARES Act projects were funded earlier in the original legislation package. I think it's CJY 4121. And again, we're trying to get the sub-grant recipients so that we can get that. Now, NQA's was funded under CJY 4161 Section 6. And required under that legislation is we had to identify each of the projects specifically, and we, even in the various category projects, and we had to put them in one of these 66 ARPA categories and go through the Department of Justice validation process for eligibility, which we did do. We went through that entire process, and they came back and said that the electric capacity projects that were part of the defunded CARES Act projects that were not directly related to a specific water project or electric project or wastewater project. And when I mean electric project, I mean a power line project. But they said that they were not eligible, that they would have to be funded out of the revenue loss piece. So I can give you an example right there where there was a significant amount of money. I think it was $4 or $5 million of projects that were not funded during the defunded CARES. And obviously because the defunded CARES was prior to this, we were able to make sure that the defunded CARES projects are not on this list. And we've passed out what is on the defunded CARES projects list multiple times already. And we're going to send out another attachment so that you'll have that easier to find in front of you through the process. And in that legislation, it does break it down into one of the 66 categories as far as how it was submitted and went through the processes. You also asked a very meaningful question. You said, look, how did you guys do with the CARES? You got CARES funding. Did you spend it all? What happened? And the reality of the matter is we started in October of 19 identifying projects that could potentially be put forth on lists. And we worked on that. When the year came around and monies became available, which was in April of 2020, we set a project schedule that was based on us getting dollars in May of 2020. And that's how we developed what we were going to do and the partnerships that we were working on through the process. Unfortunately, we did not get approval from the council and sign off from the president until August 16th. So we lost many, many months from our original planning. And then in August 16th, we did not receive funding. Our first funding tranche came 6 weeks after the approval to start. And when we got our funding, we only got a small segment of our funding. In fact, the first funding round was actually less money than I believe what we pre-funded the projects. We immediately, once the council passed it and we understood the president was going to sign it, we started building and we spent our own money. And that was highly visible. It was talked about in the papers and those type of things. So we self-funded more than $20 million and before we started to get dollars. So we got dollars in segments. In fact, the request, I believe, was $140 million approximately for all the type of projects. We were only able to complete about half the projects. We actually spent, I believe it was about $74 million, of which $70 million was eligible for reimbursement. We only had 4.5 months to build those projects. Our original goal was to connect up 510 families to the electric grid. We actually ended up connecting up with our partners over 700 or 737 families. 83 of them were done by NTUA. 54 of them were done by our partner utilities, Jemez Mountain, Continental Divide, APS. And that was a wonderful partnership. And it shows how NTUA can work with the various other utility entities and balance the needs for everybody moving forward through the process. And in addition to connecting more than 227 families greater than what our original goal and target was, we did it so efficiently that we saved, I believe it was about $6 million less than what we said we were going to spend in that category. And that was part of the money we returned to the defunded CARES. As the request came back from the controllers and others to, hey, you had until the end of the year. And you also have to understand during that process, the legislation was written. So there was a couple of other points in time that we weren't sure that we were going to be able to continue utilizing the money till the end of the year. So there was a lot of I'll call it starts and stops a little bit, but more of it was just uncertainty and that we were actually going to get the dollars back. But we had faith in the Navajo Nation. We had faith in the process. We followed their guidelines. We returned the money that was unspent when they asked us to return the money. I'm not sure that can be said of everyone. So we're very, very proud of our record. We're very proud of the record that we were able to basically connect 33% more than what we said at less money than what we said. So we've done our very best to be fiduciary responsible to the federal government and, more importantly, to the Navajo people, at the same time trying to provide as much services to the Navajo people. And I've been here 13 years, and this is the most electrical connections we've ever made, especially in a 4.5 month period of time. So I think I've answered your questions. Most importantly, again, the defunded CARES are not part of this funding. They're part of the CJY 4121 Section 6. And we have sent that out several times before. We'll send it out again. I believe that I answered the questions that I was requested to answer. I would have liked to answer a few other questions, but I would pass the time back to the speaker.
Thank you. And maybe so one suggestion is that maybe if we could view that, maybe Tim could bring that up just to explain that what was actually passed in CJY 41-21, and then what is in this legislation, and then what Madam Chair Charles Newton's talking about the unallocated. I think maybe that should be explained just to show to some more clarity as a recommendation.
Sure.
But before you get that up, let me go to back to Paulson. Any other direction, Paulson?
No, I just wanted to look at the screen.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco is out of range, and he asked me to answer any questions.
Okay. Anything?
Mr. Speaker, there is a report ready. I will go on ahead and email it to you that has the information that you requested. I'll be emailing that to Mr. Rico that can then distribute it to the council. That says the funding question that came up. Basically, it's a worksheet that's labeled allocation. It says the initial allocation, citizen UFB funds, defunded CARES projects, support and regulatory. And then it has what would potentially be the funding for 25721 with a total. Then it gives the total funding, and then the not allocated language is there. I will email that now, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Is there anybody else, division directors that are going to be responding right now?
Good afternoon, Speaker. I can respond to housing.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Naabik'íyáti, honorable members of Naabik'íyáti, Speaker Damon, and to my colleagues and Chief of Staff, good afternoon. There were several questions regarding housing and the listing, and I'll respond to that. And I also would like to bring on our department manager from CHID, Mr. Pat Dugai, to speak a little bit more in depth on some of these concerns. As I did share before and gave the complete housing report 2 weeks ago at Twin Arrows to Naabik'íyáti, I then shared that the listings and the type of data that was requested or required, not requested, but required for the bathroom additions was a little bit different than what we would be eventually soliciting for housing. The type of data that we solicited for for the bathroom additions helps us determine the cost, the type of service, and the construction for the bathroom addition. That is a little bit different than how we calculated or formalized our housing plan. We do acknowledge and fully understand the housing need and the housing disparities. However, as a division, we did not solicit for ARPA housing applicants, but we do have a program under the Department of CHID, Community Housing and Infrastructure, that has offices throughout the Navajo Nation, and they do solicit for residents and okay. Testing. So we do have a department that has a application process. Those are federal funds prior to ARPA. And we do have a listing that I have shared, and that listing can be made available. However, there's names on there. There's names and locations. There's sensitive applicant names on those listings. So I would advise that we would be careful on to how we submit or share that information, but we can make that available. We did share that we have a listing from 2017 to 2021 of applicants who have been on a waiting list. We also have funds outside of the 50 million proposed ARPA dollars, which we received. We received 9.9 million in HIP funds. We are proposing, or we plan to use that 9.9 million to those families that have already been on that waiting list. We respectfully remind leaders that we did present that fully to Naabik'íyáti 2 weeks ago, and we can provide that information, which is sensitive because there are names on that list.
Hold on, Dr. Yell. Colleagues, presenters, everybody on the line, if you could please to make sure that your phones are on mute, your laptops are on mute. Everybody that's on the line, we have 83 people on the line, staff. Please, if you could help monitor too as well, because it really it interrupts the presenters or colleagues when they speak. Please make sure to keep your phones on mute. Yeah. Dr. Yellowman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a listing. There have been applicants who have requested for services prior to ARPA, and those are the individuals that we have information on and individuals that have fully completed the application list. We felt that it would not be suitable to solicit for applicants under the proposed 50 million, because we did not, that it has not been appropriated, nor has it been confirmed. It's still in the proposal phase. If we have any indication that this would be fully funded, then we would begin soliciting for individuals and applicants once we know that those funds are fully appropriated. We do have policies and procedures that put in place how we would go about soliciting for applicants. And we do have that equally accessible throughout the Navajo Nation. And I think it's misleading to share with the public that housing will be made available to division directors or to council delegates. That information or those types of statements do not come from the executive branch. We put in place policies and procedures that get fully vetted by DOJ. Those policies and procedures go through a 164 process put in place. And then we put in place applications and procedures to help address the need of housing. So I just, does not sit well with me. And so we work really hard to try to provide policies and procedures that focus on the need of the people. And so with that, I also have a department manager who can speak a little bit more on the listing. We also have another list that we have presented to the Navajo Hopi.
Speaker, is there a point of privilege that can be called at a Nabi work session?
Madam Chair, not usually.
Well, Speaker, I just want to say that
I can come back to you after Dr. Yellowman.
share the list. Share the list is all we're asking.
Thank you.
And Speaker, I will state that I will no longer be disrespected by this director. So you can continue to allow her to be disrespectful, as has been shown in emails before, but I will not tolerate it. And if she continues, I will call a point of order on her. And I think as Speaker, you need to make it clear to the directors that they should not be showing this type of disrespect. I will not tolerate it anymore, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your comments with us. Today, we're discussing legislation 0257-21. I don't know what Dr. Yellowman, if you could go ahead. Well, I could come back to you, Dr. Yellowman, and finishing your statements. Point of clarity. I don't know if you were talking specifically about Madam Chair Charles Newton, but I know that there was questions about housing. So let's get back to those questions about housing.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Moving forward, so we do have the listings. I just want to share that there's names, locations, address, points of these individuals, and we can share that through maybe perhaps our DOJ and can advise on that. We also presented and received a listing from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission area, or Navajo Hopi Land Office. And so there is a listing there. We have presented that to Nabi before as well. And again, that information has sensitive lat and longitude information. But those are important listings to us. We also, as Delegate Shiajane Inidia, Delegate Vince James pointed out, that we also have received a tremendous amount of requests already from Navajo Nation residents, some living off the Navajo Nation, and we have been compiling those, but no formal solicitation, again, because we have not received or have not been appropriated funds under ARPA. In the event that appropriations are made, we do have specs, we do have construction capacity. We have been working with NECA on these. We do have square footage costs for 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. We have reached out to Direct Homes to address a surplus of requests for modular types and manufactured type of homes. in the event that that is an option or that is selected by the residents. So in essence, we're preparing for this request, but in the event that that amount gets adjusted, changed, decreased, or increased, we will work with that and work with council on that. So we do have the lists. We have shared that list, but we just know that there's sensitive information on residents' names, locations, number of household individuals on that list. So Speaker, I'll add to that. I also have Mr. Delgado on standby as well if there's anything else I need to add. Thank you.
Speaker, add me to the queue, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilman. With that, Madam Chair, you already been added. We got your text message. Any other further comments by division directors? Mr. Botero?
I believe we've answered the questions, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. That, moving on down.
Mr. Speaker, we have the answer and the legislation ready to be put up that you asked us to do. If you'd like us to do it this time.
I want to go back to you, Mr. Haas. Go ahead.
Thank you. Brandon, would you please put it up? You asked us to kind of go through the defunded CARES. And the legislation that we're discussing is the CJY 4121. And it's on basically section 6 of the legislation. It talks about immediate allocation of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds to defunded Navajo Nation CARES Act fund projects. And basically, the Navajo Nation hereby immediately allocates NNFRF funds to replace the Navajo Nation CARES Act funds that were reallocated to the Navajo Nation Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan pursuant to Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CJY 6720 and the Naabik'íyáti Committee Resolutions number NABIO 4920 and NABID 6320, as well as any CARES funds funding that was voluntarily returned to the nation because the project approved by the Navajo Nation Council could not be completed by the federal CARES Act deadlines. ONB, with the assistance of OOC, shall report the amount and the status of such allocations to the NABI committee, and I apologize for mispronunciation, and the office of the President and Vice President no longer than 60 days after the effective date of this legislation. And part of that effective date of the legislation is there's not anything to report back unless funding is received, and we have not received the funding yet, but we have been reporting to council the progress we've been making on the projects that we self-funded. What I also believe you asked me to do is to show the projects themselves. So Brandon, could you go to the project listing, and I will give a brief overview of that project listing. I believe several delegates in the last delegate, Honorable Vince James, he kind of asked the question, how much money was allocated to NTUA and what was reverted when, and then what do the projects cost? We've sent this information out several times, but we're going to send it out again through the process. But basically, this lists the projects that we were awarded funding for in the categories that we were awarded funding on. It's the award amount, and then the funds available to NTUA is the second column, which out of the 147 million, there was only, after many disbursements, there was only 113 million dispersed. We came back and basically the dollars awarded was the 80,233,798.87. We had some incomplete projects because we couldn't finish them by the timeline, but we had already started construction through the process. Those are funds that N2A will not be able to recover even through the new defunded CARES Act, because the new defunded CARES Act only allows costs that are incurred after March 3rd of 2021. These projects obviously were done in late 2020, and we finished them up in early 2021. We reverted back to the nation 34,051,578 of the 113 that we got. That was the first reversion, which was on January 19th, 2021. And then there was a second and third reversion that totaled a total of $36 million, 230, 133.12. Total amount reverted back to the nation was 70,286,711.12. The difference between the total project amount and what was reverted was money that was never actually dispersed to N2A. So we've given back, and we received an audit, single grant audit funding, which is what we get every year on all of our grants, and we have no findings in our audits related to this project or related to our other project or related to our normal N2A business, which is a very important thing. Now, this is what I believe that some folks have asked, and most recently, Delegate Vince James, he was asking, did you have to, on the defunded CARES, did you have to make justification to Department of Justice and put it in one of the 66 categories? And this shows that we did make requests for approval from the Department of Justice in each one of these categories. As I mentioned before, I was actually off on the number a little bit, but on the power lines, we connected 227 families more than what we estimated we'd be able to do. And we still saved almost $6.8 million below our estimated costs. So this kind of lays out where the projects were in each one of the categories. I'm not going to go through that in great detail. I'm just going to point out in 213 other economic support, that was the $4,592,646 that was found to be ineligible for that category class by the Department of Justice. So that's an example of an ineligible finding. So when the defunded CARES was refunded to us, the best way to describe it, we actually, if you look at the far right category, it says amount approved by Department of Justice, $65,694.64. I apologize, it's getting a lot of numbers. That is what we are supposed to be getting going forward when we finally get through the sub-grant recipient process. And then after we sign that process, we still got to get it funded from the Office of the Controller. We've all been working very hard to get that end result. Like I said, we've already spent $20 million of our own dollars to get projects built so that folks could get as much services as possible before Thanksgiving and the holidays as possible. So we're really looking forward to that. And again, as I described earlier, in the sub-grant recipient agreement, there's been an agreement to get 3 allocations of the dollars. So we're going to get one allocation, 2, 3. I unfortunately haven't memorized the dollar amounts, but they're going to be over periods of times with milestones put forth, and we've already kind of reached some of those milestones on what we've already constructed. Going down actually gets you into the detail of what folks have asked about. Under the electric portion, connections to the grid, this is just a layout of projects that have been identified, project cost estimates of people who are getting connected through this program. There, as you keep scrolling all the way down, there is an allotted pool still as we get projects cleared for construction and get through the whole process. we're able to move forward in those projects. We've identified that we believe we can connect up about 404 projects. And you can see the distribution there and the costs associated with it. I believe to date, I know that in our last report we sent to you, we had connected over 100 homes. I believe that with the help of LA and our own folks, we're probably at about 175 homes. I also believe that Continental Divide, and I know for a fact that Hamus Mountain has connected some homes already for us too through the process. So that's the first page, and included in the $6 million, included in the $6 million, the $6,741,655. We also are doing house wiring and meter poles and what we refer to as meter loops or house wiring inspections. And we are providing that same type of services to the folks in the Eastern Agency and even some of the folks out west in APS. So if there's a customer that's on the APS system or the Hamus Mountain system or a CDC system, we are, when necessary, either providing funds to have it inspected or even providing funds to have the house wiring and the other components in place so that we can connect as many homes as possible. And the electrical house wiring and the meter yoke is usually contracted out to a third party. And all of our third parties that are doing that work for us are Navajo, small contractors from Navajo. The next one page talks about solar program. We have about enough dollars to install 150 more solar projects. We had identified about 127 customers in the CARES Act that we were not able to get to install. So those folks have rolled over into this program. And then as we've been getting more applications, getting ready for ARPA and stuff, we've been getting more and more folks lined up. So out of these dollars, there's 150 solar units, and there's also 425 electric connections in addition to the 404 that can get done. The reason we're focusing on the electrical connections is because they're actually cheaper per unit cost right now. We're averaging in the $26,000 to $27,000 range. It's about $50,000 for the complete off-grid solar unit. So we're able to connect more folks, and more importantly, when you get connected to the grid, you can now use electricity for heating and cooking. When you get a solar unit, you can't really heat and cook with it. And you are now allowed and able to get a large refrigerator and other appliances that the Navajo people deserve to have. So it's just much easier for us to be able to do that. We've already, even though we haven't got any funding on this from the nation, we've already not only paid the contractors to do electrical work on the electrician side, but we've already paid Continental Divide and Hamus Mountain to connect up some customers. And as they get those connected and we get more funds, I have a couple more invoices from them to start on another batch of customers out in the Eastern Agency. But as I said earlier, we're kind of approached our maximum funding that we can do. So that is the extent of what is inside the electrical piece of the defunded CARES. It amounts to about 1,000 customers getting some form of power supply. Again, about 150 of those would be solar. The rest will be grid connections. In section 5.2, the clean water, centralized wastewater and collection conveyance. These are the projects. There are 9 of them that were identified in the CARES Act that we were not able to complete. We've already been able to complete, I believe, off the top of my head, I think we've completed 6 of the 9 of these already with our own funds. You can see where they're at if you go down to the next area. This is the clean water decentralized wastewater piece. So because of the way the legislation was written, we have homes that these are homes that IHS didn't, I don't know how to say this without being direct, but these are homes that IHS said that weren't out there. IHS at one point had told us that there was no homes that were really close to lines, and we've uncovered quite a list of homes that are that close to lines. And when we did CARES, IHS said that they didn't have enough time to utilize dollars to connect folks. So we normally do not do the connection in the septic tanks for folks. We stepped out of our normal area of services so that we could get some people service. There was leftover dollars from this. There was leftover customers, and the majority of this work is really performed. We do the feasibility, we do the design, and most of the inspections, but our partners at NECA and our partners at DCD help us identify customers and help us provide certain resources. So for some of these customers, previously DCD might have helped provide some of the plumbing dollars for bathrooms and things that were missing. So the three of us worked as a partnership to be able to do this through the process. And we have to break out the water connection, whether it's a water, and in this particular case, these are the septic pieces because they come first, but they made us break out the water connection / water cistern system and piping differently than the wastewater collection system and the septic tank and the drainage field. So this is actually half of the project cost and is a companion piece to other projects through the process. We originally thought we were going to be able to do about 45 because we're able to work with our partners, keep our costs down, and cluster these to keep efficiencies going. We believe that we'll be able to complete 78 as opposed to the 45. And these are the locations that have gone through feasibility studies, and we're in the process of we're really waiting for funding in this area because it's kind of outside our normal course of business, and we're already overextended. Those projects have been vetted feasible-wise with our partners at DCD and NECA. Now these projects are basically either a water transmission, but most of them are water distribution projects where we're going out and repairing or taking sites where the water and washes, the water line has been exposed and re-putting it in, or going out and replacing items on the system that need to be replaced in different areas. So this basically breaks down into us doing bores and replacing water line segments, or us replacing valves that help us redistribute and redirect the water. Many of these projects are done. I don't have the amount off the top of my head. And then it also talks about other projects that basically are new additions, upgrades on the electrical system that help power up these type of projects. If I don't make improvements to the electric system and upgrade the existing electrical system and extend from it to the actual resource I'm trying to power up, obviously the machines won't work. So this is part of that electrical infrastructure necessary for projects. The next one is drinking water storage tanks. There's 2 storage tanks out there that we work with NECA on to restore for our community. I believe that we have almost 200 plus water tanks across the Navajo Nation. Many of them are in an older condition. These are vitally important tanks because this is how you keep the water healthy and clear and have enough water to meet the needs of the community, and also many times meet the needs of the watering point, because a lot of times the watering point comes off of these areas. These 2 projects we've already self-funded and completed during the good weather with NECA, who did the work for us. The next item, again, is drinking water, other water infrastructure. This is the companion piece for the project we talked about before, which was the septic portion. This is either the water cistern to the home or the water line to the home. So these two pieces go together to complete the projects. You keep on going down, and you can see where those projects are identified. There's 78, which matches the 78 on the water side that we identified. I'm sorry, on the wastewater side that we identified earlier. You keep going down. Okay, now we're on to broadband projects. As I mentioned to Honorable Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr., right here shows the Low Mountain project that is this portion of the project is the broadcast station of the project, and the Jedediah project that's laid out. Basically, in this area, we have 20 broadcast stations that are being installed. Two of them are on brand new towers, the Low Mountain and the Jedediah. The others are on existing towers. But what's really important about this is that we used to have one technology on the towers. Now we're installing two and sometimes three technologies. And because we're installing more technologies, we're actually able to increase the speed that the customers get, and we're also are able to increase the outlook, meaning we can get some more customers further away from the tower. So we've heard Delegate Begay, both Delegate Begays talk about we need to get more and more into rural areas. Well, this is one of the ways to get more and more into those rural areas without necessarily having to build a tower. So it's an incremental gain all the way around. What's really important on this is when we underlay the fiber optic underneath these areas, the speeds for the people that are further out will increase and allow them to get a much better broadband product at a much cheaper price through the process. And again, there's 20 broadcast stations that are going to get put in with the defunded CARES process. Two of the 20 are on brand new tower sites where they didn't have service before. So if you continue on down, the middle mile should be next. We have middle mile projects out there. We're talking about in the middle mile, the first two projects are the ones that Kiam Begay, Low Mountain, and Jedediah. Those, again, we're waiting for the funds to be released to us. Again, I'm going to stop saying this, we're overextended. My boy will not be happy about that. But we're trying our best to meet everybody's needs. In addition to that, we've got some fiber builds out in the Chi and out in Herman Daniels area. And then we have some other projects. We basically are getting ready to install fiber on these other project areas as part of our future ARPA and some of the other things that were requested. All of the fiber builds on this project list and all of the make ready on this list are already done. The only two projects that are not completed on this list right now are the two towers through the process. And part of the reason for that is the make ready and the fiber, we are allowed to borrow short-term dollars to be able to do those projects with our banks because of our relationship to the United States Department of Agriculture, RUS process. So that's how we were able to get funds. We're not necessarily able to do that under the towers process. Anyways, I believe if you go down, I believe that's the end of what is in the defunded CARES. We hope to give you an update on the construction. We gave you one that went out just before we met at the last Twin Arrows. We hope to give you another one. It'll probably be a week or two just because we've been so focused on the ARPA and it takes a lot of information to put together those reports. What I do want to say is in the new request funding that N2A has put together, a lot of folks have said it's just an overlay on existing towers and that we're not getting to people who don't have service today. In that listing, there's actually 23 new towers. So those 23 towers are serving communities that don't have service at all today and that are generally unaffordable from a long-term perspective. They're getting 23 broadcast stations with multiple technologies, and we only have 4 broadcast stations that are getting upgrades. So there was some folks asking, you're saying, no, you're just helping the existing communities through your program. That's not the case at all. Like I said, there's 23 new tower sites with 23 new broadcast stations with at least 2 technologies and sometimes 3. And there's some of those technologies are not funded through the ARPA funds, but they're funded privately. And then we only have 4 towers that are actually getting an upgrade that are existing. And again, they're going to have multiple technologies so that those towers will be able to reach out a little further than they do today, which will get to more people who don't have service. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we put together the request that you had of giving a better, more detailed explanation of the Defunded CARES Act and how that relates to the legislation 025721. Again, no Defunded CARES Act projects are in legislation 025721, and that was done purposely so that the dollars could be used and take care of as many folks as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawes. With that, colleagues, time now is 3 o'clock. I have a call at 3:30, but respectfully asking someone to please take over. I know the chambers has to be out because they're sanitizing this evening at 5 o'clock. Actually, they're sanitizing all the offices. But I do have 4 people in the queue at this time. So let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. And then I have Honorable Nathaniel Brown, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Honorable Yellow Hair has a follow-up. So let me go to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it. Thank you, presenters, and my colleagues for asking questions. I think what's not clear is, and I haven't heard from Paul Santaco, is regarding the COVID-19 response. So is there documentation, or was there a proposal put together to assist Navajo Nation with our response to the COVID-19? Speaker, the other area is for these breakdowns, if I could ask Mr. Haas if I could coordinate a call with his team as I continue to look at the tabs and identifying some of the projects. I want to make sure what projects are currently on the list. And when I look at tab 2, there's no projects on that first column for myself as a delegate. And there's no projects for delegates later. There's no projects for Eugene So. There's no projects for Kialan Begay. There's no projects for Otto So. There's no projects for Chairman Rignez. And so I do see that some of our projects are put in this needs or pool base. I need to be specific in terms of identifying those projects and being able to lock them in so that the funding is available and get away from what I keep seeing as like this pooling or to be determined, and understanding that there was not enough time to properly assess all of these projects. That's going to be my request, and I'm not sure in terms of how we move forward. So I made one request for an amendment regarding eligibility of water projects, and so my question would be to Ms. Barbara, how do you want us to move forward? And because what I would want to do is the projects that are identified for needs or pool based, I would want them to be identified in the project specific in legislation 0257-21. And the other areas, I appreciate Delegate Vince James' questions regarding the Sihasin, defunded CARES, and UUFB, because in my calculation, if we take off the administrative cost and the hardship, each region should be, ideally, we should be looking at like $66 million for each region, 24 regions. And so that is my goal in terms of how it can provide resources and services to not only my district, but hopefully other delegates can see that if we can identify projects and move forward with working with our chapters and our families, that we can create a legislation that meets the needs of our people, as they've been waiting 7 months from action from council, although about $400 million have been spent. I think those are my questions, and I haven't seen in the housing discussion what were going to be some of the modifications, what were some of the initiatives when it came to like transitional housing or emergency housing. We did get a report this morning from McKinley County is struggling to help families that are in crisis because surrounding counties, because of COVID, are not allowing the families to use their facilities. And so I understand housing is a broad conversation, and this legislation is allowing us to have these broad ideas and see how we could scale up our services to the people. So thank you, Speaker. And I apologize. There's an echo in the council chamber, so I'm just trying to get what I wanted to say, and so I hope you're able to understand my questions, but I would like a follow-up with Mr. Haas and his team in terms of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for that suggestion. I'm sure Mr. Haas and the team can actually sit down and answer those questions with you, and Speaker's office will help coordinate that. With that, moving on down, Honorable Brown.
Oh, yeah, Speaker. The 24th Navajo Nation Council Beshpansa on the Shik that's a not here. Peggy did the key to not that's not the yan hit date the agent the chef in Quebeso. We said that no quebe had it, although a late are the best choice in Alla in lay not gun in Kiosh Casto did not me give it in the yepeso. Nihit Holia a con the Naabik'íyáti a co sick a no any the message a master situation, Nalashi than no sent us a not agi. Ado Khanaz Nel a coho asked who has in to Naabik'íyáti just kill to ask who and keep the Nanki Kane Nakasa. A out a bank at a house. I Londons and Plato. As Joe with a shibin Aslahina no half week a nailed in the Jobic at the detained store. Nikit the Nella eatings and Nikit the Nan lay hot to her hot so other Ketahat and Ado so lay her hot so Ado sign lay 200 and kiss the last so hot and Ado on a question than Lenny hot the hobbit seal or Tragita. He came that Kaido Ishings and the no quay best a yield here. Big at peso gi a whole agwashing bang halfwing in dollar. The best master and nothing, Dingon and Hasi Hanigi. A lachet aunt I don't get nothing. Ada any naked the ne, Kaya hot so be it, not be honey, Lenny Kaya. A car cahenit any ish I see the hoye. Landa don't know a tona laws and get hot then. Ado a best she not laws. Ado her one bit than it left at the hand. Ado Saean de Kesando the Keta had any da no a Nishido one big ena ilya Ado rent that any big ass ilya done a quote a jo Padoban said this case question and could I had see a coho sheba here and look at Kodo Tanda Ado last week is still credit Naabik'íyáti ko landa indash nishani din lekojo todo beshi china loge into a auto data broadband of the nini data besh behne bendan nish ado chiyana right nal kloshna rahida hat Naabik'íyáti ako Asian because ako ado not the question to speaker is once this legislation is again debated in a special council session, if we do get enough signatures, or in another time during the council session, well, our future projects that we would like to get funding for, will they still be included way after we approve this legislation 0257-21? And I feel like each delegate, we're doing our best with our LDAs, with our chapters, and this is a conversation that I'm having with my chapter officials and manager, and also talking about this in the agency council. I know tomorrow I know there's 2 agency council meetings, Western Agency, where we're having our council meeting, and some of the questions coming out of there, and also from this morning's Navajo Utah Commission meeting, there's this almost like hesitancy from some of our people who are in the capacity to forward the chapter projects, and they feel like that there's, and maybe we will always feel like this, Shananta, is that we don't have enough time to submit some of our projects. But so my question, Speaker, is once this legislation is approved, can we submit critical COVID-related projects? I know that the reason why we got this funding, the intentions and the guidelines, is to help combat this COVID-19 virus. And right now, we do get the daily update on how many people have tested positive. And unfortunately, we're still losing people. And really to help our people right now, scrambling and trying to get firewood to some of our elders. And these are individuals who are simply, not capable of getting firewood for themselves because they're on fixed income or they don't have a truck. And a lot of these places where our people make firewood are closed to them, to our people. So those are closed. That's what I'm hearing. So we are trying our best. And I think maybe if we can make about 100 million available immediately, so we can help our people. There are organizations like the Navajo Hopi COVID Relief Fund that are still doing the work. So, and I know that there are other organizations that are still helping our people as we speak. And here, the ironic thing is, this funding that was given to us for our people to combat COVID, we're still sitting on it while our people continue to suffer, while our people are hospitalized and they're trying to find ways and means of coming home. I know that some of our people, reading the emails to the cities that are code green, that because of the weather also, some of the hospitals in Phoenix, they're reaching capacity. How do we keep our people maybe home, or to give them the groceries that they need, the medicine that they need to combat COVID? How can we immediately release some of these dollars to help our people. And I think the best way that I'm hearing this is listening to my colleagues and to the presenters, and to chapter officials and the chapter manager are some of the key people who are very well in tune with the community, what's happening in our community. Well, what are the hardships? What do our people call for? So I know that our people are asking for hardship. And I did pose this question to my chapters, how they felt about hardship. And they do agree, but there's also a part of this conversation in the chapter meetings where people are saying, well, we really need infrastructure. We do need broadband. We do need power and especially water for our, we do need water and power for our homes. And some of them do live really in a far distance, which even a working class Navajo family will not be able to afford that immediately. So, and I think some of these dollars as leadership, how do we ensure that, what people cannot pay for out of their pocket is covered, as far as infrastructure, running water into their home, getting electricity, getting broadband, reliable broadband into their home so multiple kids and parents can be on work calls, Zoom classrooms, etc. I'm listening and how we can, I think within the next 7 days, we should make at least $200 million available to combat COVID. And what does that entail? And, listening to Dr. Jill Jim yesterday, she did kind of give us a running list of what needs to be immediately addressed. I know that our senior centers, they're still, because of the way the Navajo Nation process is on some of these K accounts, some of these grants, they are still, they need a lot of help to get food. And I know that this is, we're living in interesting times during the pandemic, and some of our elders are also requesting something something as simple as having that capability to gather in a senior center, sit there to break bread, to have a conversation, so they're not alone in their cold home, so they're not alone, that their mind continues to travel every which way. How can we, and I know there's a lot of wonderful Navajo families and relatives who are taking care of the elders. So that's enough time that are listening. Thank you. But again, back to immediate assistance, and that's what I hear from some of my colleagues. How can we get these dollars immediately? And what's the best way? And I think this is where we would also need to hear from the community health representative, get the director in front of us, and maybe each of the IHS and including the public health nursing department through IHS. I know that in Kayenta, they do have a running list of elders and Navajo and relatives who need regularly scheduled care, like to dialysis. But I know that I'm also hearing that people, some of these safe rides, non-emergency medical transportation companies are actually backed up also. And I have people calling me saying I'm still at this hospital in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I was flown out here, and I've been sitting here for the past 5 days trying to get someone to pick me up and take me home. So those are definitely COVID related. They're in an emergency. They're in a state of, the nation is in a state of emergency. We are still in this pandemic. And and this council, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we're still talking about what's the best way to get money to and help our people. So even though not all my projects are on there, I'm just really interested to get the funding to our people as soon as we can. And the other part, I'm very, again, I've stated this before that, with the state of Utah and New Mexico, they're very fortunate that our Navajo, New Mexico residents have now a concrete document on the Navajo-Utah water settlement and the New Mexico Navajo water settlement. But for those of us, which is a big part of the Navajo Nation, is in Arizona, and we still do not have a water settlement. So I've been emailing Mr. Jason John, as well as Miss Crystal Tully Cordova, Mr. Rex Kuntz, and his assistant Regina Martinez, my LDA, requesting for that water line project in Arizona. At least that will handle some of the communities. We faced a drought this past spring and summer, and spring and summer will be here again really soon. So I'm thinking about how can we get water to, getting that big pipeline from, and this is where I hope that Mr. John and NTUA, Mr. Kuntz, is listening. If not, I'm aware that Mr. Haas is listening with your staff also. And this is where I would need NTUA's help, as well as Navajo Nation Water Resource, and then also the Navajo Nation Water Commission to come together and really talk about water. I know that we have to wait for this litigation with the Hopi tribe and Arizona water conversation as far as any type of water settlements within Arizona and Navajo Nation. So with that, what I'm thinking is, what I'm hearing from my people is, this is a great opportunity and time to use these funds for the longevity of Navajo people and Navajo future. What is it that we can spend so we can continue? I understand the way that power lines work is sometimes we're just trying to get the main trunk line built, the Naabik'íyáti, and then after that there could be little, and it could be, and it is a lot less expensive when it's scattered short line power line projects. So what I'm hearing is within from the San Juan River by Mexican Water to Helchita to Ojito, Utah, that could take care of the Navajo-Utah water settlement funding from there. And then the other part would be from Arizona state line to Kayenta, through Narrow Canyon, around the mesa right there by El Capitan to Kayenta, from there along the Black Mesa to Chilchimbito, and then from Chilchimbito to Rough Rock community, and then all the way to Mini Farm to bring water from San Juan River. And I know that when Delegate Crotty, we made an amendment in Budget and Finance on Mr. Paul Begay's legislation for, I believe it was around $125 million for that project. And I think this is a great opportunity to use some of those dollars for something as big as that. Again, what would that look like, even though if we don't have a water settlement? Maybe we can just set aside funding and start planning. And so when the time comes when we get a water settlement, then at least we can show that some of the Navajo people's money have been used towards this water line project. So water is what I hear on council from this leadership is water is the number one priority for our Navajo people. Potable water, and of course we have a lot of our people are asking for water to farm again, to bring back healthy, fresh fruits and vegetables. And that's what we've learned from this pandemic. The other thing that I really haven't heard is maybe just a little bit, but what have we really learned from this pandemic? For myself and what our people have been bringing to me is we have learned that Navajo is not sustainable at all as far as any type of food bank, seed bank. We rely on transportation of food coming into the nation to bashes, and then majority of our fast food restaurants like McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, KFC. What if the worst case scenario happens and the nation, we have to really close? Where would our people get our food from? How can we really support, instead of giving out boxes that are only good for less than 2 weeks, but we should concentrate on giving out seeds so our people can start planting, start pushing through some of these drought insurance funds and the farm boards to come together so we can learn more about dry farming. Those are the type of resources and creative thinking that my communities have been bringing up to my attention. So I am proud of my communities and my 2 farm boards who have been pretty active and really trying hard to farm every year. But unfortunately, we haven't had a successful harvest because of the lack of water. And it does dampen our ourselves and the people who really want our relatives who want to farm, but it doesn't stop us. That's not going to stop us from keep trying to farm, to collect more of our own cutadine, to grow our own food, or less highly processed food. So that's something that they bring to my attention that we've learned from this pandemic. The other thing is, having healthier food choices. And these are ideas that a lot of this work has been going on. The wonderful thing is a lot of this has been going on, like Navajo Nation Special Diabetes Project. I know IHS has some projects as well with HPDP. And then there's a lot of nonprofits for food sovereignty who have really been in the forefront in growing their own food and making that available as much as possible. But wouldn't it be great if we can use some of this money to help these food sovereignty groups and have them help us plant? And I invite others to come to our communities. So we will continue to do our best. Again, Halek an kayat kitole or halek an kit the Naabik'íyáti jatik at kwe beso kwegi la insan kesya nite do ad sanel dog at ashdon ichi lake at adnihe nasi khanigi in khasalla akoho she okwedo to the zen besata do ani halek di hajo beso choidi in halek hajo chodon in Lego nasko nada yen inkedenedat edole ye kentadol ye kodobetayada hot edole. Oh, we don't want to just spend all this money and then denadil chedole hada la beso hanadi ne alla ahande into and kedoshi je alla and Lego and hahadat adat anahat nidole. What is it that we can do for the longevity to combat COVID and this pandemic? So that's what I'm hearing from our relatives. And, yesterday or this past week, yesterday I was in Denver chapter. Then Chachimito had their chapter meeting. But they with I since koho no matter what, we can't make everyone happy, but the main thing is just getting the help to our people. Right now, what we need is a firewood, and some people are even requesting coal. I'm not sure where we are in winter, no matter what, it's going to be cold. We do need, and then animals they still need water, and our people are still lining up, buying hay, feed. They're traveling long distance. So these are the things that are reported to me by our people. So, and then finally, again, I know that, we're going to continue to do our prayers also. We really want to, and I just want to let our people know that we're thinking of all of them. We're thinking of our relatives living even abroad, overseas, in the military, working, or going to school. That we have you in mind, and we're going to continue to do our best to do and plan in what is in the best interest for our Navajo people. So, so I do appreciate all the comments, and I know it is not without thought that we say these. And I'm just, at the end, I think for the 24 of us council delegates, and including the president, vice president, and including the 110 chapters, this time we want to make sure that what we have been planning and getting our shovel ready, construction ready projects, that those are funded. But I think above all, we just really want to help our people. So, again, the big thing is, let me repeat my question, Speaker, is once this legislation has been approved by council and signed, is it too late by then, like let's say the water line project in within Arizona, especially where we have major drought areas, we're trying to get water there. Would it be too late for that, even if we can just do a portion of the funds, maybe just a quarter of the $125 million for planning? Right now, even if we just start planning, that would be great to use some of these dollars in that way, because that's going to be taking care of the longevity of Navajo for our Navajo people. So, so that's my number one question on water and getting that water line project. So I hope that Mr. John, I did send a text message and also an email, if anyone, and then also Mr. Rex Kuntz with Into a Water. If you can respond to where, if it's not you, if Mr. Haas can respond on this water pipeline project that has been in the works for the past, I know it's been over 10 years. I've attended meetings in 2012 on this. So this has been in the planning for quite some time. I know it was way before that, but that's from my memory, what I've been involved in. So that's a big question for my constituents. And then the second part is, if this legislation fails, can we just introduce an emergency legislation to set aside a couple $100 million to combat COVID, to get money to our people immediately? I know that's going to be a process, but I'm interested to see what that would look like. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for those questions, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. With that, I'm sure when I come back to the panel, they can go ahead and address that. I do have Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Yellow Hair, Honorable Stewart, and then now Honorable Eugene. So, colleagues, remember, we only have about an hour and a half left. If somebody could take over the helm for me, this time I have a call requesting or respectfully requesting that staff will still be continuing to take notes. Before I go to Madam Chair Charles Newton, colleagues, I did state yesterday that in order for us to go ahead and move forward with Monday's bringing legislation 0257-21 to the table on Monday, would need at least the petition to have at least enough signatures so that we could go ahead and have a NABI. And that deadline was at 12 o'clock. And from 12 o'clock to now, there's only one more additional person. So, colleagues, there's going to be no NABI on Monday. And if there's no NABI, that means legislation 0257-21 will not be able to go to a special council session. As there is still work needs to be done. I hear it from your voices. The ordinance for us to go ahead and keep moving forth. We'll probably be listening to recommendations. I know that there's recommendations that are probably listened for at tomorrow's council sessions or agency council sessions too as well. But as of right now, there's not even enough votes to even have a special session or to have a special session on this legislation. So, colleagues, with that noted, there'll be no Naabik'íyáti committee meeting on Monday. Colleagues, with that, moving on down. Again, colleagues, I will have staff on the line, but if somebody could please help assist in taking the helm. I do have a call that I got to be on 2 minutes ago. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, if you want, I can make my questions and comments, and then I can take the chair from there if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, Speaker. So thank you so much, the presenters. So I'm going to make my questions and comments short so that I can help assist Speaker with today's work session. So my fifth question is, well, first I want to state that after I made the comment about the Office of the Controller's website, after refreshing a few times, I was able to get in. But even looking at the page itself, it only provides what the statement is and how much money has been received. Looking directly at the document that was sent to us by Tom Platero, funding has already been taken out from the ARPA money, but that's not being reflected on the Office of the Controller page. So the Citizen and UUFB funds and $77,559,069 is not showing. So is the Defunded CARES project and the support and regulatory costs at $207,946,146, with a total of $452,228,770 is not reflected on the page. So I think, and then I think it would be a good idea if we're talking about these funds, these projects already receiving funding, that we see what projects there are. And I know that there is a document out there on that, and I was trying to look for it. So perhaps when we're updating the Office of the Controller's website, that we include that information, because that's where the accountability comes into place. So I do want to point that out. Number two is I know that Dibble has been the consultant. I believe it's Timothy or Tim Wolf who received the contract from Dibble to help with establishing the FRS, and also who has been assigned to do some work. And this was sent to me today, which is the scope of work in which Dibble has been hired to do. They've been asked to assist the FRF office and the OPVP with the planning and implementation of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. The question that I had was, was Dibble, was this contract, was there an RFP for this contract to allow our Navajo businesses to come forward to provide some form of consulting in regards to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund? My understanding is that this contract runs until March of 2022, I believe, is the information, March 31st, 2022. And so I don't know if this contract was sent to me by mistake, but I do have the entire contract that was sent to me. It's the Section 164 review form with Dibble Engineering, and it has all the information in here. I opened it up, and it's I've been reading through it just to kind of get an idea. Again, I don't know if it was sent to the entire council or if it was just sent to me, but I am looking at this Dibble contract, and I keep thinking, I don't remember if there was an RFP put out for our Navajo businesses to, to put in their request to be considered as a consultant, especially for this amount of money. And so I think if we're going to say that we should support Navajo businesses, and if we're going to hold the controller to, similar, I guess, requirements, then I would like to see from the FRF office, from the office of the president and vice president, I want to know, and I want to see proof that this was sent out for an RFP so that we could consult our Navajo businesses out there. I mean, who better to help with deciding where this money should go than having our own Navajo businesses, be a part of the process. So if I could get that question answered in terms of the Dibble consultation or the consultants, and then also, whether that was the opportunity was provided to our Navajo businesses, which brings me to the next question for the Navajo-owned businesses. I know that CJY 41-21 did provide some information on here and limitations on how much administrative costs they can request, I believe, and I'm looking for that information. I thought I had it tabbed already, but I want to know, how in NTUA are you working with our Navajo businesses to provide, our businesses the opportunity to, to vie for some of these contracts. And I know yesterday you stated that NECA has been assisting by, helping these small businesses meet some of their requirements. But I want to know, for the businesses that are out there, because I've met with several of them in Albuquerque, and I did meet with several businesses in Phoenix that talked about how technically they only get 5 points awarded to them for being a Navajo-owned Priority 1 business. And I did send an email to that effect, colleagues, asking if we could listen or if we could put that on the agenda so that we have a good understanding. Because this is just one of those. Things that I've been saying where we're talking about it, but our actions are not really showing that we're trying to do something about it. And so I know that our Navajo businesses, this is a good opportunity for them to, to be a part of this money, to be able to work to gain contracts, but if we're not opening it up and if we're only selecting, which I hope is not the case with Dibble, I hope that, I pray that somebody said, you know what, we need a consultant. Let's put an RFP out there. Let's see how many Navajo businesses apply. I hope that that's what was said, as opposed to, I know Dibble, I know Tim Wolf, and we're going to give him the contract. I don't know. That's why I'm asking for the RFP. But with the businesses, how are we helping the businesses? What are we doing to ensure that they get a piece of this pie as well, and that it's not just certain, Billigana companies that are putting in these requests that we're taking into consideration. I think I did receive an email from a business owner, that asked really good questions that I think that that we do need to talk about, which is like what is happening here with our Navajo businesses. And how, the big question is, how are we helping the small businesses? What are we doing to help them so that they can provide services to the Navajo Nation enterprises, and then also to the Navajo Nation as a whole? Because I'm looking at this money based on the information that was sent to us on, what is happening. Wastewater is in QA. Broadband is in QA. Home electricity connection is in QA. Housing is Division and Community Development. Bathroom additions is Division of Community Development in QA and NECA. Hardship assistance is the Controller's Office. So I hope that there's a breakdown within QA that will show us, which consultants are, being given the opportunity to provide input on broadband, that are providing input on, I hope that we are looking out for our electricians out there, and having them, as, subcontractors for the home electricity connection. Housing, who is going to be getting that contract to build houses? Is it just going to be CHID that's going to be building those homes? And if so, of that $100 million that they're asking for, how much of that is going to go to labor and to cost of materials? Same thing with bathroom additions. So with these projects, what I'd like to see, even though I'm just one delegate, is I'd like to see how we're affording small businesses the opportunity to take part in these, in these projects. Because there was a comment made yesterday about monopolizing, the field. I think that, with this money, we've already said that we need to help businesses. We've talked about it, but I need to see it. I need to see, that we are helping the smaller businesses to not only, get a piece of this pie, but to also establish that relationship with the Navajo Nation and to say, look, we're a subcontractor, but we showed you that we can do the work. So I know some information was provided yesterday, but I want to see a list of Navajo-owned businesses that are being consulted right now for these projects that are coming down the list or coming down the pipeline. I also need to make a comment about what Division Director Yellowman stated. I made that comment because there's so much secrecy going on from the executive branch that we have been asking now since the very first leadership meeting to share with us the information. And, I know that specific people, their names can't be shared. That was explained to us the very first time by the Office of the Controller when Pearline Kirk was there as the Controller. I understand that. We're not going to, be sharing that out there. But I think as a matter of, holding people accountable, if I see that Joe Dirt is on that list, that I, as a delegate, can go see Joe Dirt and say, Joe Dirt, did you get your home? Because, you're listed here as getting a home. And if Joe Dirt says, no, I didn't get a home, then it's going to make me wonder, where did that money go? So it's all about being transparent. And I made the comment that as far as we know, we don't know, we don't know whose name is on that list. We don't know, who is getting a home. And as stated, you've had that list, and and we've been asking, to share that list. And I was going back into my emails and checking to see, was that list shared? I didn't see it. I'm also looking at the link that was provided to us that shows all of the presentations. I have them all open right now, and I've been reading through them, but I don't see that list. And maybe I'm the only one that didn't get the list. So if you could share that information, I think that, that veil of secrecy, just a little bit of it could be shared. It's going to be, I guess, it's going to be open so that we can make sure that the people who are listed on that list are, going to be getting what it is that you're saying they're going to be getting. So that was why I made that comment. I also want to, I guess I was a little bit surprised with the Executive Order 008-2021. And I've heard this statement before, and I guess I was a little bit surprised to see it. I don't know if other presidents have referred to themselves as the chief executive officer for the executive branch, because CEO is, I'm used to seeing that in the business sense. Now, the President of the United States is often referred to as the chief executive and not the chief executive officer. And technically, our government, the Navajo Nation government, is different than the United States government. So I went back in and I looked at 2 NNC section 1005A, and maybe the law was updated to state that the president does serve as the CEO for the executive branch. But this is the first time that I've seen this, this title being referred to by our president. And to me, it's a question of, did the people give him the authority to be the CEO of the executive branch? If not, then he's pulling power that doesn't belong to him. And, we've seen that before at council. We haven't challenged it yet. We've seen it with the white paper. I was told don't drop ethics against the Washington, D.C. office for submitting a white paper on behalf of the Navajo Nation without it going through Naabik'íyáti. And I feel like, is this just one of those things now? Because if we accept this, then technically we're setting a precedent, and we're saying that, council is aware of it, and, we're okay with it. So I just want to make sure, again, looking at the law, 2 Navajo Nation Council, Section 1005A, maybe I'm looking at an old version of the law. So if somebody could send me that part where it says that the president of the Navajo Nation serves as the chief executive officer for the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government with full authority to conduct, supervise, and coordinate personnel and program matters. I'd like to see that, because I don't really know, I guess that was just a little bit curiosity for me to look at 2 NNC section 1005A. And again, we know that our laws are not updated. So maybe there was a resolution or there was a change in the law that I just haven't seen yet. So if somebody could send me that 2 NNC section 1005A, where it does state that the president of the Navajo Nation serves as the chief executive officer. Because if that's true, then everything that the division directors are doing or not doing really falls back on the CEO. And working with businesses, a CEO can be fired, whereas the president of the Navajo Nation has to be recalled. So I think that, that's how I'm looking at it. So if he is the CEO, he could be fired at any time. And that sounds like that council could do that. Whereas if he is president of the Navajo Nation, the Navajo people said, we have to recall him. So that's where I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, can we fire him for the work or the non-work that the division directors are not doing? because we continue to hear from the Navajo people about, services that are not being provided to them. And so a CEO was held accountable for everything that happens within their company. So maybe I'm wrong and I'm reading too much into this, but a title, we have to be a little bit careful in the way that we want our titles to be thrown out there, because I've never heard. Again, I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I've never heard of the president being referred to as a CEO. So if somebody could send me that information. And then last, in terms of this legislation, I'm glad that we're going to continue to talk about, this project. What I want to know, and I'm going to be sending this in writing, is of the citizen projects that have been given to Division of Community Development for each delegate's region. We received a little over $4 million, except for Shiprock. Shiprock's the only one that didn't receive that full amount. How much of that has been spent, and how many projects have been completed? As in, they're checked off the list, they're struck out, and then which ones still remain out there, and why do they still sit there? And the reason why I'm asking this is because my chapter right now, I don't know of that, that money from Stehiston, whether the whole thing has been spent. I have been asking, for clarification. I got clarification from Department of Justice, about the way that the process should be. I've been trying to hold DCD, to that regard, but I'm with no success, which is why I always say, my chapter does whatever they want to do. So DCD is coming to us right now, and they're asking for funding, and they're saying that we can do the work. But I don't see that happening, especially since the money is still sitting there. And we're going to, I always look at the past. I always say, well, if you give somebody money and they say, I'm going to use it to buy A, B, and C, and you find out that they never bought A, B, and C, are you going to give them the money the next time around when they say, I'm going to buy A, B, and C? You're probably going to say, well, the last time I gave you money, you said you were going to buy A, B, and C, but you didn't. Where did that money go, and why did you not buy A, B, and C? And now you're coming back to me and you're saying, that you want to buy A, B, and C again. So to me, I'm looking at the fact that, we do have funding that is still sitting there, and, we don't seem to be getting any answers, even though we're asking these questions. I just want to know, Division of Community Development, if we get, and the same thing, applies to veterans as well, because we have veterans that the veterans receiving funding now. They're asking for $50 million. And I know that I did get an email from Mr. Zwerlein. Thank you, Mr. Zwerlein, for explaining to me the reason why you're asking for that $50 million and what you need help with. But, what I want to know is, if this money is given, I'm sure there's going to be a photo op, there's going to be a press release done on it, and is the work going to get done? And what barriers do we have in place right now? Delegate Vince James just talked about his fire truck, and I'm sad to hear that, Shanella, Honorable Vince James, especially because, boy, there was a nice photo op done, and, everybody looked all happy. I'm sure that your community, thought that within the next, couple of months that a fire truck is going to be delivered. There was this nice signing that happened, and now we're finding out that it's not going to happen. And so I think, if I was part of that photo op, I would have been asking questions to DOJ as well to say, you know what, I took a picture with the community and I said that this was going to be delivered. So why is it not being delivered? And you're right. Why are they not sharing this information with us at the time? What are you guys doing there at DOJ? And then the last thing is, I like the idea that Delegate Crotty, it took me a little while to kind of figure out what she was doing, but I think that makes sense. I like that idea. And I think that, she said, the 66 million for each region. I mean, I think that will help us, because if I use 66 million on water projects, then I think that means that, the 66 million is, it's gone for my region. If I only use, 30 million for water projects, then I can start looking at housing for my region and start, trying to, address the issues that are happening in my area. And I think every area is different, but if I guess through this whole thing, I'm trying to think, are we trying to address the issues for the people? I guess, is it equal? Are we trying to be equal? Are we trying to be equitable? Are we trying to, be really clear? Because in all honesty, there's going to be people who are going to get a bathroom addition and they're going to get their water hooked up. And if this hardship happens, they're going to get hardship. Whereas some people, like those who are living off the Navajo Nation, they're only going to get hardship. So I think if we're trying to be, as equal or equitable, I know that term, they both mean two different things, but, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, is that what we're trying to do, or are we trying to just address all the issues that are happening on the Navajo Nation? And then, it comes back to, this legislation. But I am glad that it's not going to happen on Monday, because I still think that there are a lot of things that do need to be shared as far as, what has been presented to us. And if anything, when a delegate starts asking questions, I start thinking, oh my gosh, that's a great question. I didn't think about that. I wonder, if this has been thought of. And I think it kind of opens the door to a lot more questions, which is what's happening now. And that's the purpose of Naabik'íyáti, so that we can talk these things out. So with that, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm going to go ahead and stop my questions and comments from there. And I'm going to switch hats right now. I just now got the gavel. So with that, staff, can you tell me who is next in the queue?
Madam Chair, you have Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and Honorable Eugene So in the queue.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, Tatoy, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, the floor is yours. Second call, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Third and final call, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, the floor is yours. Okay, since we have one last person in the queue, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. Honorable Eugene So, second call. Can you guys hear me, staff?
Madam Chair, we can hear you.
Third and final call, Honorable Eugene So. Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the presenters to answer questions to the delegates that have asked. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Walter Haas. I'd be willing to answer some of the questions that were posed, if it's okay with you.
Yes, Mr. Haas, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to address Honorable Delegate Nathaniel Brown. He asked about some questions about the Arizona water settlement, which he is correct, has been going on for more than 10 years. There's a lot of political difficulties in that process. Hopefully some of those will be advanced because some of the folks that made the process difficult are no longer senators and congressmen in Arizona. But the reality of it, it's still a ways away, and we need to work with the Navajo Nation legal department to give you more of an update. As far as advancing $100 million to try to advance that project, when the water settlement rights come about, generally the United States government funds the settlement dollars to construct the line, and generally they'll do some portions of the connections based on what's happened with the New Mexico water settlement and the Utah water settlement. One area that may be of value to the Navajo people is to put some dollars into advanced planning and looking at the possibility of what those pipeline would look like in costs. Part of the problem with that is you don't know what the right settlement is going to be, and you have to know the amount of the settlement and the volume in acre feet to understand what you're building and what's routed. So there's some technical issues there. It may not be money well spent at this time to do any advanced engineering. There may be some opportunity just to get with all the participants involved and try to work on a strategy and try to develop that way first before you actually put hard dollars towards that cause. And we would be willing definitely to try to work on that meeting. Again, it's not an NTUA function. We usually are just a supporting entity in the process. We really would need to go back to talk to Stanley and some of the other folks that have worked on these other settlements. And again, and if you so wish us to, we will try to get a group meeting in the near future to be able to have some more dialogue on the subject matter. And you are correct, it is much needed to be able to get through the process, but there's a lot of work that needs to take place to get us there. Madam Chair Charles Newton, you had some questions that I can't answer, but you had some questions that I can help you with. So I'd like to answer those. The first one is the reason there's probably not information on the controller's website about the funds distributed for defunded CARES is because none of those funds have been probably sent to the sub-grant recipients yet. N2A was one of the larger sub-grant recipients in that area, and we have not been able to finalize the sub-grant recipient nor receive any dollars associated with that yet. So that's probably why there isn't a lot of information, because a lot of those dollars are still sitting with the Navajo Nation and are being invested and handled that way. That's just one little piece of insight that I could kind of give you. Unfortunately, I can't give you any other insight regarding that question. It's out of our area. I did want to talk about, you had asked us directly about Navajo-owned businesses. N2A has over 800 employees. We have more than 97% of our employees are Navajo folks. We actually have some other folks that work for us that are other tribal members, but the vast majority, a very high percentage of our folks are Navajo. And we do a lot of our own construction and a lot of our own projects that are out there. So they're being done by Navajo folks as you fund us to do the projects. And the vast majority of our folks reside within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. Not all of our folks do, but the vast majority of the folks do through the process. Now, you had asked about Navajo-owned businesses. Navajo-owned businesses get 5 points above any other business when they respond to our RFPs. Our RFPs are set up to follow the Navajo Nation's procurement guidelines. In addition to that, a lot of times we also have to follow federal guidelines because most of our funding comes from federal sources. Even when we self-fund projects, we're usually borrowing money from the United States Department of Agriculture, our rural utility services, which requires us to follow specific guidelines in our procurement processes through our RFPs and everything else. Specifically, when we did the CARES Act, I described earlier, we increased our workforce by more than 400 folks through our contracting, and they were Navajo folks for the most part. It was during the COVID crisis. Non-Navajo folks didn't really want to work in this area because of the severity of the cases that we had going on. And we had multiple shutdowns on projects and jobs, just for the simple fact that there was outbreaks occurring regularly. Our major partner, as we mentioned before, is NEPCA, and NEPCA does the subcontracting in a lot of the areas regarding water and wastewater projects, and a large percentage of their workforce is Navajo, and a large percentage of the contractors that contract out are Navajo folks. I believe I can go back, and we have some historical evidence that I need to go back and look at that we've pulled together as far as where those procurement went from as far as the contracting. Most of the stuff that we buy for our projects, there is no vendors available on Navajo. There are no electrical vending outlets here in Navajo, and they go through the RFP process. So we're restricted as far as what we can buy. Most of our stuff has to be made in the USA, or there has to be a waiver for it not to be made here through the process. And our house wiring contracts had gone to Navajo-owned entities. The last time we bid out house wiring, we only had one vendor respond. We had hired three vendors last time during COVID, and all three vendors were Navajo. This time we only have one contractor on the electrical side for house wiring. We're going to be issuing a second bid. The reason we only have one is because only one responded, and that's Navajo Electric, which is owned by Navajo folks, and they subcontract out to smaller electrical folks, electricians to supplement their workforce. And I know that NECA has done the same processes as I mentioned before. I know we had paid some of our smaller contractors weekly during the COVID crisis so that they could make payroll and that they could be able to procure the materials for us in certain instances. And in certain instances, we procured the materials for them because they were either unable to afford to do so or weren't able to get it in the quantities. So we worked hand in hand with those folks, and we will continue to do that. But we are bound by the Navajo Nation procurement process and the federal government process, and we are audited regularly in that process every year. And we are audited a second time from our auditors just on the grant awards. So we're actually audited two different ways on our processes, and during those audits, our auditors have found no findings, which is very remarkable. Our procurement team and our finance department, which are made up of Navajo folks, have done a wonderful job in making sure that we are within the federal guidelines and have met all of the grant requirements and all of the regular audit requirements and all of our what we refer to as single audit requirements, which are, again, two different audit requirements, and they're done two different times throughout the year. And as far as our consultants, we go through the same process where we go through an RFP process to go through that. There are not a lot of Native American owned entities that to provide services in certain areas. There are certain areas, especially related to right-of-way, archaeological, biological, zoological. Those are all Navajo-owned entities that procure and provide those services to us. As far as the broadband consultants, there is really, we rely a lot on our business partner and N2A Wireless. There are 49% owners, so it's not contracted out. It's as part of our company goes. all of NTUA wireless employees are 100% Navajo. So all of the NTUA wireless employees, which I believe were probably almost around 70 or 80 folks, our total communications division handles about 130 to 140 employees through the process. So we are in compliance with all that. We do have one consultant who helps us in the broadband. Actually, it's more in the microwave section that is a non-Navajo, but we bid out that work routinely, and they're the only qualified contractor that has responded in that endeavor. So we do try to hire as many folks as possible. We also, again, award the Navajo-owned businesses extra points in the evaluation process. But the reality of the matter is there is not a lot of folks who respond to the RFPs from the Navajo-owned businesses in our specialized lines. We have a lot more folks in lines that are more, I would say, non-specialized, like electricians and some of those areas. But for the most part, because we're not able to get contractors, we grow the internal workforce and their skills and abilities to do the work in-house. So as an example, I've been here almost 13 years. We've grown from, at one point in time, we had just less than 500 employees. Now we have well over 800 employees, closer to 850, 880, and 97.5% of our employee base is folks that are of Navajo descendants. So that's how we do it. And it takes a lot of time just because to learn these technical fields, there's an apprentice program or there's a training program, and those programs typically last 4 or 5 years. So we have a lot of folks in training. We have a lot of folks that provide the training that are Navajo to Navajo. So I hope that helps answer the questions that you put forth. And the other questions that you asked, Madam Chair, I do not have any special expertise or technical information to provide you those answers, Madam Chair. So I would turn the time back over to you.
Madam Chair, this is Tom.
Tom, I can hear you, just so you know.
Madam Chair, this is Tom with the FRF office. May I provide more information?
Madam Chair, you might need to press *6.
Yes, I apologize. I was sure talking on this end. So thank you, Mr. Haas, for answering that question. Are there any other division directors who would like to make comments or answer the questions that have been posed to them here today?
Madam Chair, this is Tom with the FRF office. I can provide some information, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Platero, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question and response that were presented by Delegate Crotty, I will convey those to Chief of Staff and our president and the others that are working on the team to comprise it. We should have more information that will be prepared and provided for you. There also was a request by Delegate Crotty to meet with Mr. Haas. I will coordinate with Mr. Haas and his office to make sure that that gets facilitated so that Delegate Crotty can get the information that she wanted. The questions that she had, and I met with her while we were listening to this teleconference, she did kind of provide a template which was added to by Delegate James. What they want is a cross-section of funding from different strands. And I did get the information together, and I will convey it to our team that is working together to provide responses to the council. So I'll get that taken care of. I will follow up with Delegate Crotty on the amendments for eligibility for water projects. The funding that was left over, just so you are aware, Madam Chair and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there was an allocation. The email that was sent out indicated the funding for citizen and other account numbers. The carryover that was set up for the CARES defunded, those are in the process of getting reissued back out. The Navajo Nation, unfortunately, is a very cumbersome process to get things done. Our office has worked with 3 of the ones that are on that list. The DIT office went and got their funding for the 1.4 million. Economic Development received their funding for the 31 million yesterday. I emailed council a copy of it. The CARES defunded for judicial branch has now been set up. So each of these, we have to go through a process. What we do is we work with the entity that will be receiving the funding, we review it, and then we coordinate with OMB to get those funds. We will work with Mr. Haas and the other entities that are underneath the CARES defunded. I apologize, I don't have more ready on that. We've been with the FRF office now for 5 weeks. During that time, our priority has pretty much been attending meetings where we're requested to attend. We also have been setting up, and I emailed all of the delegates, the funding that has been approved for the FRR administrative support. I believe we're down to 5 or 4 budgets that haven't been set up, and we'll complete that process. We have been meeting and coordinating with the OMB office and Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management to set it up so that we can create a streamlined process for establishment of the FRF administrative support positions. I did email you yesterday also. There are 159 positions that are established. Many of the questions that are being asked are going to be handled by these individuals when they come on board. So it's very hard. I'm sure you work with vacancies in your chapter where things didn't get done because you didn't have somebody to do the work. So much like that, we that are working with the FRF funding have been in that situation. And that's why when I was hired, I was given the marching orders to expedite those through the process. Like I said, 159 positions are established. We just need to get those divisions and departments to submit the 3-page position classification questionnaire. Once those are done, then they're completely set up. Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management has been very accommodating. They are trying to help us as much as they can, but overall with the Navajo Nation, particularly with the units that are the Controller's Office, OMB, and Department of Personnel Management were hit with individuals that have been there a long time. The Navajo Nation offered early retirement. I know over at Mr. Shorty's shop, he's down to, I believe, 4 or 5 staff for the entire Office of Management and Budget office. So we're facing those challenges. I mean, it was great to let our people retire and take advantage of that benefit, but it came back to hurt us in that the hiring process for replacements for those positions is cumbersome. So we will continue to monitor that, and I will provide information as best as I can to the Navajo Nation Council. Going to Delegate Brown's questions, I will check into, we did email Delegate Brown the information on the availability of funds if 25721 does get funded. The worksheet was emailed. I can send you another copy if you need one. As far as his recommendation on making 100 million or 200 million available, delegates, please be reminded that allocation of ARPA FRF fundings is a 2-tier process. We have to complete the BFS 3121 required that if projects or allocations are to be considered, they have to be determined to be eligible projects. When I get done, if Mr. Rodas could get on this call and provide some comments on the process that they use. I believe that could answer some of the questions on determining how the role of saying that these projects are eligible because this relates to addressing or remediating COVID-19. I know that when I was at General Services, we did submit a few projects that we were recommending, and we had to provide additional justifications to the Navajo DOJ to support that our proposed project was in support of addressing or remediating COVID-19. A lot of the ones that I've seen that have been returned for additional justification for those. We did also send the 24th Navajo Nation Council the listing of projects that have been reviewed by DOJ. Their turnaround time is exceptional. It's usually less than 5 days after something has been submitted. I just got one, and they completed that about 4 days. So they've been doing a lot of work. Everybody is working together to try to expedite processes as it relates to ARPA funding. I will go on ahead and Delegate Brown relay to the Chief of Staff and the team that's addressing this about your concern about hearing from CHR, Indian Health Services, and the Public Health Nursing. On Delegate Charles Newton's questions, again, Controller's Office was hit very hard with people that retired. They're scrambling to try to get positions in there. The information that I sent you on the ARPA FRF administrative support budgets does list, I believe, Controller's Office on there. So they'll need to go on ahead and submit the PCQs, and they can hire for those. And those will help to prepare this one. I know Elizabeth is stretched really thin because she's working on day-to-day stuff. She's working on getting the checks out that the information was provided to council on. She's working on many things, and there's a lot more work than there are human resources available to address some of these items. So I will get with her to see if we can help her. Once we get some people over at the FRF office, we will assist as much as we can in our plan of operation that we sent over. That we sent to all of you. It does require us to assist with reporting where we can. On the information on Dibble, it's kind of a complicated situation. What happened was the money was allocated for ARPA, but there was actually no no allocations yet until CJY 4121. When I got hired, like I said, 5 weeks ago, one of my primary tasks was to set up these budgets. Dibble previously had been paid through a mechanism where general funds were used. However, those resources expired. So what I had to do was, Dibble has been working. I know it's an unorthodox practice, but the work needed to get done. So they provided services to the Navajo Nation. So I sat down with DOJ and they gave me their interpretation of CJY 4121. There is an emergency clause in there. And my justification was that this company was doing the work up to this point, and they continued without a contract, and we need to pay them. And they gave me their recommendations, and that's how I proceeded with the 164. The contract with Dibble is only up to March 31st, 2021. It is going through the 164 review process. It kind of correlates to when you look at the 160, certain contracts with the Navajo Nation. There's a section in there, and that's what was supported by the review by DOJ, was that there's a section in the contract that said costs incurred before the execution of this contract are allowable. So that was the process that I had to take. I had to follow the process of the 164 for the review. I had to provide a justification. I had to make sure that the contractor that helped put this plan together, ran reports, all kinds of work that they did, I needed to get them paid. That predates my hire with the department, but it was my job to make sure that they get paid. I did consult with DOJ and other resources within the Navajo Nation, and I followed the advice of them and made that change. I do agree with Delegate Crotty's comment that more Navajo Nation businesses need to get involved. We have been in contact about 3 times now with the Diné Chamber of Commerce. Their board and the individuals there are wanting to work with the Navajo Nation to take this as an opportunity to really expand Navajo Nation businesses and how they can become a part of this. Unfortunately, we also get reports that the resources that are available on Navajo aren't going to be able to do all of these projects. One thing that we need to be careful of is the more that we delay the implementation of these projects, the more the available raw resources that are out there, the price is going to go up on them. So if we have to buy something, I believe a friend of mine is a carpenter, and he indicated that a board that used to cost $19 now costs 60 something dollars a year ago or something like that. So the price of everything is going up. So the longer that we delay not getting to the projects, the more the material cost is going to go up for the Navajo Nation. So I will keep Chair Charles Newton and the rest of the council informed of how we are working with the Navajo businesses. And I will, when we get staff, I was working on the PCQs. Part of their assessment when they go to look at ARPA, FRF projects is going to be to review the contracts and just generate statistics on just how many Navajo businesses are going to be out there. When I said earlier that there's going to be an issue is because of the amount of work that we're doing, the state is doing, the county is doing, there's only a certain number of companies that can do this type of work. So everybody is trying to scramble to get those contracts issued. The other part that's going to happen is going to be the capacity of the contractors, because they only have a certain amount of insurance. I forget what the name is, but they have to have some sort of insurance that they can't overextend beyond that amount. And so that is one of the issues that was conveyed to me when we met with the Chamber of Commerce, is the insurance that goes with being able to do these type of work. A lot of the small businesses are having difficulty being able to provide that insurance. I was over at General Services, and Mr. Shonovan Dale that works with risk management. They have real stringent guidelines that have to abide by to make sure that the Navajo Nation is protected with all of these contracts. So that is something that I've learned very quickly in the last few weeks, is that there are a lot of obstacles, but we can work together to resolve these things to make sure that our businesses are considered for those. Going forth, I will commit to ensuring that the contracts that go through the FRF office are fully compliant with the emergency procurement language that was set up in CJY 4121. And Madam Chair is correct, that needs to be done. The breakdown of expenditures as of right now, the only thing that I provided for you is the budgets for the ARPA, FRF, administrative support. We are going to be hiring a principal accountant and accountant within the FRF office. And our intention is that all of the accounts would be set up so that you, the general public, not just you, but everybody on the Navajo Nation will be able to access the expenditure reports for all of the projects that are set out there. The other part that we worked with OMB during this process was that each one of those projects needs to have its own account number, because each one of those projects relates to a eligibility code, and the reporting mechanism that needs to go to the federal government has to follow those categories. So we are learning as quickly as we can, and we are committed to making the information as transparent as possible. In regards to the question on the CEO, I did email a scanned copy out of the Blue Book, the Navajo Nation Code, where issue indicates the president is the chief executive officer of the executive branch. There was also a question on the expenditure report. I believe Madam Chair is referring to the resolution citizen funds. I did email you a copy of the controller's quarterly report that was presented to council at the fall the fall session. Page 2, I believe, is where that information is at. I will commit to getting together with Elizabeth to see if we can get more detailed information. But it's really difficult when she doesn't have the right number of people to get all of these things done. One of the things that I reiterate to my upper ups and everybody that will listen is that we have to remember that we didn't really increase the number of people that work for the Navajo Nation. Everybody's feeling it across the Navajo Nation. I mean, you get hired to do a job and then all of a sudden you add on additional responsibility, and there really is no additional compensation that's provided to many of these hardworking individuals within the Navajo Nation. It's kind of like if when you were, well, I'm using a bad example, I forget how much delegates get paid, but say you got hired as an accountant for a department and you went to go work there. And then 2 or 3 years into your job, it's like, oh, you also have to manage these additional accounts, but there's no additional compensation that's set up for it. So our Navajo Nation employees have actually gone through the whole CARES process, having all that additional amount work given to them with the expectation that they still have to do their regular 9 to 5 before they got on those additional responsibilities. So on the Chabad was further complicated when a lot of the departments and hardworking Navajo Nation employees didn't get the hazard or special duty pay that they were eligible for. The process was very cumbersome and it was difficult for them to get those funding. So please keep that in mind as we're requesting these things from them. Quite honestly, a lot of our employees are tired. It's just been going from this project to that project and adding more and more on top of it. Again, with the expectation that you still get everything else done that needed to be done in there. On the question, I believe those are all I have, Madam Chair. CAP 5718 was the one that I believe you're talking about. And again, I will talk to Madam Controller and see if we can get a little bit more detailed information for you. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you for correcting my work on the update of the code. It's always so difficult making sure that our code is updated. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments for the presenters at this time? Mr. Rico, can you hear me? Hello?
Madam Speaker, this is Wally. I can hear you, Madam.
Okay, thank you so much. Just making sure. So with that, committee members, since there's no other questions or comments, I believe that we have come to the end of our agenda. We had the presentation given to us today on the work session topics. Presenters Paulson Chaco, Tom Platero, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Executive Branch Division Directors and Consultants. We are on section 2, final comments and or questions. So we are now at announcements. Committee members, are there any announcements?
Eugene So should sit.
Oh, Honorable Eugene So, I called you 3 times and I didn't hear a response from you, but I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time. I do want to remind you, Honorable Eugene So, that the staff have to be out of chambers by 5 o'clock so that they can clean and sanitize the chambers once again. So, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
I was there. I guess they had to clean it up, yeah. Okay, now, I don't have that much, but I'm just going to request the speaker or the chief there in regards to this emergency legislation that are not within the, we dropped off already. So that needs to have an executive, a special session. So I'm calling for a special session for Wednesday. Called Saturday or on this case because that Hardship CARES Act it's also in there. So these are some of the also the home site lease waiver for this ARPA funds is also in there. So there are a few legislative legislation in there that needs to be approved and forward.
Even Nago got the honest ever Sanjani Kato Tataji. No, the special session that not of his yard and but there are others that would have been included in there. But I'm still going to ask for a legislative session. I mean, executive session on Wednesday. I showed his card at all. This is for the people. Even yeah, less and the hat. Nilukuni cashing. So a bunch of kids are consulted on cinema college. They have to send so I should say speaker. I hope you can relay this to the speaker. Good.
Will do, Shuja. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, we move to item number 4 on the agenda, announcements. Are there any announcements that any delegate would like to make at this time?
This is Delegate Haney. I was trying to call here. I guess I was muted. If I could speak and make my final.
Delegate Henyo, the floor is yours.
Pro Tem Chair, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just one thing is listening to all the comments for the past 2 days, and then just kind of thinking about what happened across the Navajo Nation Monday night on that huge windstorm, or was it? I think it was Monday. Yeah, Monday night. When that huge windstorm, Tuesday night, because Wednesday we had a work session and we couldn't get on because power had gone out across the Navajo Nation. And just listening to the comments that were made and just thinking across the Navajo Nation, how many families were impacted by this windstorm. And as far as when it comes to their homes, how much damage this wind had caused, whether it be either through the ceiling, replacing shingles, or replacing a window, or insulating, finding out that the one side of the house needs to be insulated, or power, so forth, small repairs to homes. And when we met with NHA cannot do jobs like this because of the way their contract is structured with HUD. So therefore, the only alternative that we have here on the nation is the HIP program, Housing Improvement Program. But then again, they are also have no money at all, always underfunded and so forth. Therefore, that's what we need to consider, Shananta, is putting some money into a housing improvement program where we have money readily available for these type of small projects that we can work to assist now individual Navajo families. And because winter is coming, some of them might have a leaky roof. Somebody might need a new window replacement, maybe a double pane window, or so forth. And therefore, we need to think about that, Shananta. Hopefully, the Division Community Development is still on the line, and then we can look at having them think about it too. So, Shananta, thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Last call. I don't think that there were any questions, just some comments that were made.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Who is that? Is that Delegate Walker?
Yes.
Delegate Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, committee members, colleagues. The announcement, Western Navajo Agency Council meeting tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. That's the announcement. Although the comment that I'd like to make here also is that leaders that represent Western agency communities
namely the former Bennett Freeze areas, those communities that were once Bennett Freeze, that is continuing to be in a state of need. It's always been like that for past 40-something years now. The state of emergency is every day in those communities, although it continues long before the pandemic. Everything we talked about here today and yesterday, that the needs, it's there. Or just to think about parts or regions of the Navajo Nation have these situations like that, and our colleagues from Eastern, Honorable Freeland, checkerboard areas, no. Although one of our colleagues from the Newlands area, Edo Yahanatsi, Ndahaz, one dojo card at Adlago, I could out eat the Nebasahaz. The Koyat, Kedahat, Edo, even Yahawan Badalian, the Joneto, Ajo Daliada, Jono. So these are just examples. They're not just examples, they're reality. The longer we wait on moving, legislation, it adds on to time, adds on to concerns, and the burdens are increasing. Funding that we want to appropriate or allocate, they will do a lot. I know. I could see it. I could sense it. The amount of material we have before us, they all contain, solutions. They all contain ways to address these needs from these areas. Because I represent former Bennett Freeze communities. At I see the Benedni Oban Sikis. Chota Haditzi. Should it all be adorable? What are in Sakis teaching Dio at the Gibi? I could echo at land at all. He had the net that after Judy Neko, she Winston. Teaching the not Western Goshen in Kiluat, Pansaskis or Lishnana. Koho is count nan Mishnada hot Sunday though. Monday nan put at all to need neither. Nan should echo. But I hit the needs with the best. I could end the pandemic. You get a ben hit there hot yegon hinska. Hinesta. I could end it not that age. They need nation date, shelter, single, and Dajo. A hundred thousand. Although it had other artist needed, although I guess don't know a non she. I did that. I could tell that, but how we started Madam Chair, Honorable Charles Newton from Shiprock. Have a good day.
Honorable Thomas Walker. So with that, committee members, again, I didn't hear any specific questions, comments. It's what I've heard from Honorable Eugene So, Chair Hanyo, and also Vice Chair Walker. So with that, committee members, we are at announcements at this time. Are there any other delegates who wish to make an announcement? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, it is now 4:43. We are calling this close of this work session. At this time, staff, thank you very much for your assistance. Be safe as you travel home. So with that, committee members and colleagues, have a safe, enjoyable weekend with the family. Hagona. Staff, is everybody on, off the line now?